Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Time passed quickly, and before Moqing knew it, the year had become 1973. The last few years had been relatively peaceful. At least from Moqing's perspective, nothing truly worth calling a major event had happened. Of course, that was only by his standards. A few years earlier, Godzilla had been casually soaking his feet on the shores of Skull Island when a warship happened to pass by. Godzilla had no interest in them and couldn't even be bothered to react. Unfortunately, the captain of that warship seemed to have lost his mind. The moment he saw Godzilla, he became obsessed with capturing the giant beast as some kind of living specimen and immediately ordered an attack. Godzilla had been annoyed, and when Godzilla got annoyed, the consequences were always severe. 2 minutes later, the battleship had been reduced to twisted scrap metal at the bottom of the sea, while Moqing inexplicably gained over 1,000 psychic points. Aside from that, the old World War II veterans stranded on Skull Island, along with several American and island nation personnel connected to the island, had all passed away over the years. Then 3 years ago, while investigating the truth behind the destroyed warship, the United States assembled a large expedition. The team included scientists, explorers, field photographers, and armed soldiers, all headed toward the mysterious Skull Island, which had first been detected by satellite. At the time, Skull Island was in a phase of temporary manifestation. More than a dozen military aircraft forced their way through the violent storm layer that surrounded the island and entered its airspace. If they had simply landed and behaved themselves, neither King Kong, Godzilla, nor the unicorn would have paid them much attention. But the moment they arrived, they started dropping bombs. King Kong, who had been peacefully napping, was instantly enraged. In his mind, there was only one thought. Who the hell gave these tiny pests the courage to run wild in his territory? The nearly 100-meter-tall giant ape stormed toward the disturbance. Looking at the noisy flies overhead, he unleashed a gravity field without hesitation. In an instant, the aircraft were dragged down from the sky like toys, crashing into ruin one after another. But that still wasn't the end. When the people who entered the island failed to return for a long time, a fleet eventually gathered outside Skull Island. After waiting 2 full weeks with no results, they made an absurd decision. They launched missiles at the storm barrier, hoping to either destroy it or force the monsters hidden within to reveal themselves. The storm layer remained intact, but Godzilla really did come out. Then, with one devastating blast of atomic breath, he wiped out the entire fleet like sweeping away a pile of trash. When Moqing learned about the incident afterward, he immediately hid the glorious Skull Island deeper into the void. He had no intention of allowing more idiots to get themselves killed or worse, provoke some country into launching a nuclear strike. Once Skull Island vanished into the void, the so-called Monarch Plan lost its target completely and naturally came to an end. Other than these small incidents, the world had been relatively calm over the past few years. Nations everywhere were focused on developing their economies, improving technology, and stabilizing people's lives. Overall, the global atmosphere was peaceful and steady. Even mutants had been making less noise recently. Moqing heard that Magneto had been captured by the military. He wasn't surprised by that at all. Magneto's ability was undeniably powerful, but his physical body was still just that of a man. Without proper defenses, a single tranquilizer dart could take him down. Meanwhile, Charles' Mutant Academy had been developing quite well. It had already gathered more than 50 mutants, along with hundreds of orphaned children. The earliest batches of students had even started entering society and building lives of their own. Every now and then, Moqing would go out into the world and take a look around. His business empire was also growing smoothly, but the wealthier he became, the more low-profile he acted. He rarely appeared in public and left almost everything to trusted, capable subordinates. At the same time, those subordinates had purchased several large islands and established what could practically be called private kingdoms for him. After more than 10 years of living together, Feng Biaobao, Raven, and Selena had become as close as real sisters. Research on perfect blood, the super soldier serum, and the Red Devil's X gene had also finally begun to produce results after years of experimentation. The X gene extracted from Red Devil had only been enough for 2 people. After countless DNA comparisons and cell fusion tests, Moqing ultimately decided to have Selena and Raven injected with a combined formula of perfect blood, super soldier serum, and the refined X gene. Red Devil's teleportation ability was extremely practical. The reason Moqing didn't choose to inject it into himself wasn't because he was incompatible. It was because he wanted Raven and Selena to have stronger means of protecting themselves. As for Moqing himself, he already had bigger plans. He opened his system panel. Host, Moqing. Current level mid-disaster psychic points. 100,431 psychic creatures. Godzilla costume Predator Hellhound Cerberus King Kong Unicorn Omega Dillumin Selena abilities. Monster Physique Eagle Eye Weapon Mastery Hellfire Royal Flight Time Reset Gravity Field Blood Remembrance. Looking at the enormous number on the interface, Moqing fell into thought. 100 million psychic points. That's enough to exchange for a psychic beast with universe-level potential or one with disaster-level combat power right from the start. Over the years, in order to accumulate psychic points, Moqing had established 100 slaughterhouses. He had also assigned 100 predators to work as butchers, specializing in slaughtering cattle, sheep, and other livestock. There was no helping it. Moqing wanted psychic points, but he had no interest in massacring humans, nor did he want to recklessly destroy ecological balance by hunting wild creatures to extinction. Livestock became the most practical option, and from the results, the method was extremely effective. As natural-born hunters, the predators were terrifyingly efficient. One predator could easily do the work of 10 ordinary men, and when it came to slaughtering animals, their speed was shockingly fast. The only side effect was that every year some of those predators would leave the slaughterhouses carrying more or less psychological trauma. Still, that was not something Moqing cared much about. Stepping into the psychic space, Moqing calmly said, "System, mobilize 100 million psychic points. I want to exchange them for a psychic beast with universe-level potential." The mechanical voice of the system sounded immediately, processing, "Please wait." A moment later, countless options appeared before Moqing's eyes. All kinds of universe-level psychic beasts filled the interface, each one more tempting than the last. After carefully screening them, Moqing finally made his choice. Star Eater Ghidorah, the Void God. The system's voice rang out once more. Does the host wish to exchange for Star Eater Ghidorah? Yes. 100 million psychic points deducted. Star Eater Ghidorah has been exchanged in its juvenile form. The moment the system finished speaking, the void in front of Moqing suddenly split open. A spatial crack over 10 meters wide tore through the air. From within, it emerged a majestic golden monster roughly 10 meters long, covered in gleaming scales with broad wings folded along its back. This was Ghidorah. Still in its infancy, it only had a single head for now, but even so, it already looked fierce and imposing. Moqing immediately called up its attribute panel. Psychic Beast, Ghidorah category, Void Monster status, Juvenile potential, Universe level, Current level, Early breaking army abilities, Monster Physique, Void form, Devouring evolution, Other abilities. Not yet awakened. Looking at the young Void monster before him, Moqing's eyes gleamed slightly. A true monster had finally arrived. Moqing studied the 3 abilities listed on Ghidorah's attribute panel. The first one, Monster Physique, was the easiest to rule out. In terms of raw physical power, Godzilla already stood at the top among monsters. There was no need to duplicate that ability. That left Void and Devouring evolution. The ability Void was extremely powerful, almost like Kamui from Naruto, but even more overpowered. Once activated, the user's body would be hidden in a higher dimensional void. Physical attacks became useless. Energy attacks became useless. The user could remain completely untouchable while freely attacking the enemy from safety. In simple terms, it meant others couldn't even touch you while you could hit them whenever you pleased. A truly unfair ability. Then there was Devouring evolution. That one was just as terrifying. It allowed the user to devour all forms of matter and energy, using them to continuously evolve. At higher stages, it could even consume planets. Both abilities were absurdly powerful. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. After hesitating for a while, Moqing finally made his decision, Devouring evolution. The system's mechanical voice immediately sounded. Does the host wish to extract Devouring evolution? Moqing nodded. Extract it. The moment his words fell, dazzling golden light erupted from Ghidorah's body and instantly enveloped Moqing. The radiance lasted for nearly half an hour. Only when the light gradually faded did Moqing slowly open his eyes. The first thing he felt was an indescribable hunger deep within his body. It was as though a tiny black hole had formed inside him, silently spinning, capable of swallowing everything. X-Men Universe, year 2023. The future was bleak. The earth was gray, cold, and lifeless. No grass grew. No hope remained. All across the world roamed the Sentinels, terrifying machines created for one purpose alone, to hunt and exterminate mutants. Their sensors could detect nearly any kind of mutant signature. Their adaptive biology allowed them to instantly change form and develop countermeasures against different mutant abilities. They were the ultimate mutant killers. And as the Sentinels continued evolving, even the most powerful mutants could no longer stand against them. Humanity and mutant kind alike had paid a terrible price in the endless war, but the mutants had suffered the most. They were now on the edge of extinction. Only a handful of survivors remained, scattered across the world, hiding like hunted animals and doing everything they could to evade Sentinel detection. In order to change this doomed future, the elderly Professor Charles Xavier and Magneto, together with Storm and Wolverine's group, sought out another band of surviving mutants hidden near the Great Wall in Daxia. This group included Shadowcat, Iceman, Colossus, Warpath, Sunspot, and Blink. Charles had come with one final plan. He intended to use Shadowcat's consciousness projection ability to send someone's mind back 50 years into the past, to stop Mystique from assassinating Bolivar Trask, the man who would one day become the creator of the Sentinel program. In Charles' view, Trask's death was the turning point that drove humanity to fully embrace the Sentinel project. And Mystique's capture afterward had made things even worse. Because Raven had been taken alive, humans were able to study her shape-shifting X gene. That gene became the key to giving the Sentinels their terrifying adaptability. That was why they had become unstoppable. Charles was convinced that if Raven could be stopped from carrying out the assassination, the future of mutant kind could still be changed. But there was one major problem. Even though Charles possessed the most powerful mind on Earth, his brain could not endure the strain of traveling so far through time. Forcing it would likely destroy his consciousness completely. That left only one suitable candidate: Logan. With his extraordinary healing factor, Wolverine was the only one whose mind and body could survive such a massive temporal journey. After the room was sealed, Logan looked at Charles and asked, "How am I supposed to know where to go when I wake up?" Charles replied calmly, "You'll go to my house, find me, convince my younger self to believe you." Logan frowned. "Convince you? Why not just have you read my mind?" Charles gave a quiet, tired smile. "Because in 1973 I didn't have telepathy." Logan paused. Charles continued, his voice low and serious. "You'll have to help me, lead me, guide me the same way I once helped guide you. I was a very different man back then. You'll need patience." Logan snorted. "I'm the most patient guy you know." No one in the room believed that for even a second. Even Magneto glanced at him with obvious disbelief before giving Logan a few final warnings. Then Logan lay down on a stone platform in the center of the room. Shadowcat stepped forward and placed both hands on his temples. "When I start," she said, "your body will enter a deep sleep. Your consciousness will travel back and merge with your younger self." She took a breath, then continued carefully. "Try to stay calm. If your emotions become too unstable, my ability could break." Her expression turned solemn. "And once you wake up in the past, everything you do may change history. If history really changes, then this war, all these sacrifices, none of it will happen." She looked him straight in the eyes. "And if that happens, you'll be the only one who remembers any of it." After speaking, Shadowcat focused and activated her power. Manhattan, 1973. Logan suddenly woke with a sharp ache in his head. His vision was blurry for a moment, his mind still tangled between past and future. When he finally focused, he realized he was lying on a waterbed. Beside him was a half-naked blonde woman sleeping peacefully. Logan blinked. "I'm back." His head still felt heavy, and for a moment he couldn't even remember who the woman next to him was. After all, Logan had lived for nearly 2 centuries. Over that long, messy life, he had been with more women than he could count. At this point, even he couldn't remember all their faces. He climbed out of bed, got dressed, and suddenly noticed something strange. His body felt lighter. Younger, with a thought, 3 sharp bone claws slid out from between his fingers. Logan stared at them and muttered, "Yeah, this is definitely not as cool." Only then did he remember. 50 years ago, he still hadn't gone through the adamantium bonding experiment. He wasn't the near-indestructible Wolverine yet. At this point, he was just Logan with bone claws and a healing factor. Still, none of that mattered right now. He hadn't come back for nostalgia. He had come back to change the future. A short while later, Logan walked out onto the street, borrowed a car, and drove toward Xavier's estate. After nearly 2 hours on the road, he finally arrived at the familiar Xavier Academy. Looking through the gates, he saw young students laughing and playing on the grounds. For the first time since waking up, Logan's tense face softened into a faint smile. At the same time, his resolve hardened. No matter what, he would not allow that terrible future to happen. He pressed the doorbell. A short while later, a young man wearing a suit, tie, and glasses walked over. He looked refined, calm, and intelligent. The man stopped at the gate and asked, "Who are you? What do you want here?" Logan looked at him for a moment, then said, "I'm Logan. I'm here to see the professor." "And you are?" The man replied, "Hank McCoy, I teach here." Then he looked Logan over and asked, "Are you one of the students' parents?" Logan shook his head, then he looked at Hank again and grinned. "So that's what Beast looked like when he was young. Guess he hadn't transformed yet." Hank frowned immediately. Beast. Because of Sue Moqing's interference, Hank had never injected the mutant gene suppressor serum during the earlier conflict, so he had never turned into the blue-furred beast. Hearing Logan's strange comment, Hank's expression instantly became guarded. He was just about to send this suspicious man away when Charles' voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Let him in." Hank's eyes shifted slightly. After hearing Charles' telepathic instruction, he opened the gate and stepped aside. Logan walked into the academy. The gears of fate had begun to turn. Logan followed Hank to the castle that was transformed into a school and saw Charles, who was letting students dismiss. Charles is now in his 30s. He has flowing hair, he looks in good spirits and is not in a wheelchair. This is very different from the smart Professor X in Logan's impression. If it weren't for a similar face, Logan would both. "I thought I had taken the wrong person." Logan wondered, "You are Professor X, can you walk?" "It's obvious, what can I do?" Charles looked at Logan with a smile, and after all, this was the second time they had met. Before World War I, Charles and his good friend Eric had found Logan, hoping that the other party could help them deal with Zio, but Logan did not agree. "I don't know why the other party is here now." In fact, Charles can directly read Logan's thoughts, but Charles did not do so. If it is not necessary, he will not read other people's thoughts at will, which is regarded as a kind of respect for others' privacy. This, you may not believe it, I was sent back by you 50 years later. Logan has a lot to say, but when he arrives at the moment, he doesn't know where to start and then points to his head. "If your ability is still there, you know what I'm saying is true. We've been there for many years, friend. You once told me that you started awakening when you were 9 years old. At that time, your mind was full of voices. You thought you were crazy. It was not until you were 12 that you realized that those thoughts were originally thoughts in other people's minds." Charles listened to Logan's words. At first, he felt that Logan was talking nonsense, but the things Logan said afterwards were secrets that only he knew. Looking at Logan's serious expression, Charles felt that things were not easy and could not help but use the telepathy ability to read Logan's memory. Charles saw the dark, chaotic, miserable, and desperate future from Logan's memory. In that tragic future world, humans and mutant are almost extinct. How could it be like this? After seeing Logan's memory, Charles felt cold and his face turned pale. He has been committed to maintaining the peace between mutant and mankind. He did not expect that in the end mankind would completely exterminate mutant, even at the expense of the world. Is he really wrong? Wait, Mystique, Raven is the key to all this. Suddenly, Charles saw his old self from Logan's memory telling about Raven's past. Raven and Charles also know each other. They have been to the academy several times with Sue Moqing because they are both mutant and their relationship is pretty good. The difference is that according to the future self, he adopted Raven when he was a child, and until the first battle, Raven ran with Eric. Then when Raven was assassinating Bolivar, he was caught by Trisk, and through Raven's genes, he developed a sentinel that can be shapeshifted at will. But he has never adopted Raven. Today's Raven has been with Sue Moqing all the time. What's more, with Sue Moqing's strength and influence, let alone Bolivar and Trisk, even the President of the United States using the power of the country may not be able to capture Raven from Sue Moqing. In addition, in Logan's memory, Charles never saw Sue Moqing's existence. There are many contradictions and unreasonable points in this, but Logan's memory will not deceive people. What is wrong? After thinking for a long time, Charles picked up the phone and dialed Sue Moqing's number. "Hey Sue, can I come to the academy? I have something important to ask you. If it is convenient, I can bring Raven with you." Charles had just finished speaking. With a swish, a red smoke flashed. Sue Moqing and Raven appeared at once and appeared in front of Charles, Hank, and Logan. Sue Moqing smiled and said, "Charles, what are you looking for?" "Mystique, who is this man? It seems that their relationship is very close. Let him go. Kill Mystique first." Logan looked at Sue Moqing and Raven, who suddenly appeared, and his thoughts changed. In order to change the future, he decided to directly eliminate the source of the disaster. In Logan's view, as long as Mystique is dead and Trisk is not allowed to get Mystique's genes, then Sentinel without shapeshifting ability is not to be afraid. Sacrificing one Mystique will bring happiness to thousands of families. It is totally worth it. Logan is an activist and thinks that the method is feasible, so he immediately started, sticking out 3 bone claws between the bones of his fingers and pounced directly into Raven's heart. Want to fight? Raven saw Logan rushing towards him and he didn't panic at all, raising his hand to emit a hot laser beam. Boom tilde. A trace of horror flashed in Logan's eyes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, screamed, his body flew upside down, hit the wall, and then lay spinning on the ground. What the hell, how could Mystique be so good? Could it be that the way I crossed is wrong? Logan looked dumbfounded, feeling that this world seemed to be very different from the world he knew. Professor X, who has hair that can run and jump, Hank, who has not turned into a blue-haired beast, and Mystique, who can emit laser beams, simply broke his cognition. Raven didn't know what Logan was thinking. The laser beam she sent just now was her imitating Alex's ability. Under Sue Moqing's cultivation, Raven's strength has long been different from what it used to be. In addition to his physique has become much stronger, he has the Red Devil's teleport ability, and his original shapeshifting ability has also greatly increased. Not only can you change your appearance, you can even copy other people's genes by touching the opponent's skin so as to obtain the opponent's abilities. It's just that the current intensity is not too high. For example, Raven can copy Charles' X gene to obtain telepathy ability, but Raven's original mental power is not high. At most, it can only spy on thoughts within 100 meters of the surrounding area. But this is abnormal enough. As long as Raven is given time to grow, Raven will surely become an omniscient and omnipotent super mutant. Logan's injury was not in sight. He quickly recovered from the self-healing ability. He got up from the ground and looked at Raven in horror. He didn't dare to say, "Are you really Mystique? This is impossible. I never knew Mystique had this kind of ability. Do I know you? Why do you want to kill me?" Raven looked at Logan with a nasty expression. If the other party didn't have a reasonable explanation, she wouldn't mind loosening her bones for the other party. Logan and Mystique knew each other naturally. He had beaten Mystique more than once, but the Mystique in front of him was not at the same level as the Mystique in Logan's memory. What if I can't beat it? Wait online. Sue Moqing looked at Logan's state plus the current time period and guessed that the plot of Reverse the Future should have begun, but he was also a little confused. Logically speaking, he changed many plots. What happened in Reverse the Future shouldn't happen, right? In the lobby of Xavier Academy, Raven made a good coffee for Sue Moqing, placed it at the table, and then sat next to Sue Moqing. "Charles, what do you think of this matter?" Sue Moqing said, breaking the silence in the hall. Charles touched his hair and recovered from the initial shock. He said in a witty tone, "I think the future world in Logan's memory is different from the world we live in. At least I am not bald. It should not have developed to the worst level." Sue Moqing glanced at Charles and wanted to tell him that you can become stronger only when you are bald. But instead of saying it, he said, "No matter what, I will never let anyone hurt Raven. As for Bolivar and Trisk, it is not difficult to get rid of them. It's not that simple. In the future, I know Bolivar has been killed by Mystique, but humans still made Sentinel through Mystique's genes." Logan paused and then said, "Kill Bolivar, a Trisk will stand up, kill Trisk, and others will come forward. Killing will not solve the problem, it will only make humans hate mutant even more and then research desperately against mutants' weapons." Raven glanced at Logan with disdain. Really, who was going to kill me as soon as he charged up? When Logan heard this, his old face blushed. At that time, he was a man who believed that the fist was the last word, but the problem now is that he can't beat it. The good old man Charles relieved Logan and said, "Sue, let's talk about Bolivar. After all, this is about the future of mutant and mankind. In any case, we must stop the Sentry Project." "Stop. It seems that you don't intend to use the most direct method." "Then I will say a little bit and ask the senator to veto the Sentry Plan, and at the same time collect the evidence of Bolivar's human experiment, so that he can spend the rest of his life in prison." Nowadays, 30% of the 100 members of the United States Senate are supported by Sue Moqing. As long as you know, you must take a Bolivar, not too easy. What's more, Bolivar's foundation is not clean. Although many countries are doing human experiments secretly, it is not a glorious thing after all. Once on the table, in the face of the leisurely mouth of the people, Bolivar will inevitably the United States political axe was thrown out as a shield. In this way, Bolivar and the group under his name will be plunged into the abyss, no matter how hard it is to turn over. This is naturally best. I believe in your ability. Also, if it is convenient, I want you to help rescue Eric. When Charles heard Sue Moqing's words, he felt that the plan was feasible and he was relieved. He didn't worry about this issue anymore, but was a little worried about his good friend Magneto. In 1963, after the first battle of X-Men ended, Eric established Brotherhood, solicited mutant everywhere, and did many things against humanity. In the meantime, a major event was done, that is, the assassination of the 35th President of the United States, Kennedy. Eric became the most wanted criminal in the country. For the next few years, Eric spent his life on the run, and it was very exciting every day. But I often walk by the river, how can I not wet my feet? In the end, Eric overturned the boat in the gutter and was caught by the military. But because of Eric's position in Mutant, at the same time, he disregarded the views of Charles and Sue Moqing. The military dare not do anything to Eric for the time being, otherwise he would have been sliced and studied for what Eric was doing. Hearing Charles' request, Sue Moqing looked at Charles with a smile but a smile. Eric, he is not a safe man, are you sure you want me to rescue him? Eric's approach is indeed extreme, but he is also dedicated to Mutant. Charles wants to keep the peace, but he is not stupid. In the past, he and Eric, one sang white face and the other sang red face, formed a relatively balanced and stable situation. Now that Eric is arrested, Sue Moqing doesn't care too much. He sings a one-man show alone, facing those politicians who are like wolves. He is really tired of dealing with them. Sue Moqing heard what Charles said and thought about it. Okay, I'll find a chance and save him. Then turned to look at Logan. I think you should have come to the wrong place. This is not the world you perceive. What do you mean? Logan wondered. Sue Moqing smiled and said, do you know the parallel universe? Parallel universes. Logan looked dumbfounded. He was a scumbag, so he knew this. Multi-universe is a theoretically infinite or finite set of possible universes, including all existing and possible things. All space, time, matter, energy, and the physical laws and physical constants that describe them. The universes contained in multi-universe are called parallel universes. Parallel universe refers to other universes that are separated from a certain universe and exist in parallel with the original universe, which are both similar and different. Among these universes, there are also universes that were born under the same conditions as ours. There may also be planets that are the same as the planets inhabited by humans, or planets with the same history, or there may be people who are exactly the same as humans. At the same time, in these different universes, the development of things will have different results. The species that have become extinct in our universe may be evolving in another universe endlessly. Sue Moqing gave Logan some knowledge about popular science. The reason for this is that Sue Moqing did not find any superhero or supervillain like Captain America, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hulk, Professor Lizard, Red Skull, Thanos from the memory passed by Logan from Raven. Even Sue Moqing does not exist. There are no aliens, no emperor monsters, only the battle between mutant and humans. Therefore, Sue Moqing felt that Logan's consciousness should come from the independent parallel universe of X-Men. As for why he traveled to Logan in this world, Sue Moqing has no idea. After all, there is danger and unpredictability when crossing originally. Logan understood Sue Moqing's words 7 to 8 points, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that was the case. There are indeed many discrepancies between the things in this world and the world he knows. If you came to the wrong world, wouldn't it be impossible to reverse the future and change the fate of mutants' extinction? Logan couldn't help feeling very anxious, his emotions were very agitated, and then he felt as if his brain was about to explode. What? Logan let out a scream, holding his head, shrinking to the ground in pain. Charles asked nervously, Logan, what's the matter with you? Logan shook his stinging head, looked around in confusion, then looked at Charles, Sue Moqing, and others alertly. Your B*******, D, what did you get me here? As he spoke, his bones and claws were exposed, and he looked like he would just do it if he didn't accept it. What's the matter with this guy? Hank looked at Logan, who seemed amnesia, feeling inexplicable. Sue Moqing gave Logan a meaningful look. He should be back. What are you talking about? Tell me what's going on, or don't blame me for being polite. Logan said fiercely, looking at Sue Moqing and Charles with a bad expression. Sue Moqing heard this and looked at Logan with a faint smile. Why do you want to be polite? The moment Sue Moqing watched, Logan felt a creepy feeling in his heart. Beast's instinct told him that the little white face in front of him was an extremely dangerous person. Don't worry, Logan, we are all mutants. This matter is a bit complicated. Sit down and talk slowly. Charles didn't want Sue Moqing to fight with Logan. While persuading him, he used telepathy to probe Logan's memory. After confirming the departure of future Logan, I was filled with emotion. The future world of Logan, although not necessarily the future of this world, Charles still worried about it, and at the same time made up his mind to never repeat the mistakes of that world. Charles, this lone wolf will be handed over to you besides. Sue Moqing thought about Chin Gray's matter. I wanted Charles to find Chin and let him raise him, but after thinking twice, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, just let's talk about it later." With that, Su Moqing glanced at Raven. Raven knew, grabbing Su Moqing's hand, and the two of them flashed away and left. How Charles explained to Logan that Su Moqing didn't care, only that Logan left Xavier College and continued to be a lonely wolf, wandering around and living a bohemian life. After Su Moqing returned to the Longtingzhuang courtyard, he made 2 phone calls and ordered a few words. 3 days later, Bolivar, who had originally planned to attend the Paris summit and proposed the Sentry Project, was stunned by the United States' political axe to the end. He was imprisoned for conducting human experiments and violating humanitarian crimes. The reversal of the future has come to an end. As for how the future will develop, that is the future. Su Moqing is not worried. As long as he is strong enough, no matter how the future changes, he can open up his own world and shelter the people he likes. The Bolivar group was taken over by Su Moqing. The most valuable of these are some mutant genes and experimental data, as well as 3 finished products of the first-generation Sentinel. The original Sentinel was just a tool for experimentation. Although it also has the ability to attack, it still can't fight against the powerful mutant. If only this is the case, the Sentry Project may not have a big impact on mutant, at most it will cause some trouble. The key is Raven's genes. It is not difficult for Su Moqing at one point, but Su Moqing has no plans to continue studying Sentinel. His real reliance is the Psychic Beast, and only his automatic hands or the enemies killed by his Psychic Beasts can get Psychic points. Researching Sentinel is completely ruining the last, and the gain is not worth the loss. Mutant's material has some research value. After collating the X gene and data collected by Bolivar, Su Moqing transferred it to the Predator for research. He did not intend to capture Mutant for experimentation, but if the indifferent mutant dared to trouble him, Su Moqing wouldn't mind killing him and used it as experimental materials. After dealing with Bolivar's affairs, Su Moqing began to rescue Magneto, who was locked under the Pentagon. This matter is so simple. Although the prison below the Pentagon is very strict, it also depends on who it is against. Wearing a special iron-blooded uniform, Raven entered invisible mode, and a few teleport brought out Magneto, who was practicing yoga in prison. Eric, long time no see. Seeing Eric, who flashed with Raven, Su Moqing pointed to the red wine on the table. It doesn't fit the taste. Eric, wearing a white prison uniform, came back to his senses and found that he had left the prison that was specially made for him without any metal. Then he looked at the appearance of Raven and Su Moqing sitting on the sofa and sat down opposite Su Moqing. On the sofa, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. After drunk the wine in the glass, Eric looked at Su Moqing, who was still young, and said with a sigh, "You haven't changed at all for so many years. Why did you think of sending someone to rescue me? I thought you would watch. I was dissected." A few years ago, Eric invited Su Moqing to join Brotherhood, but Su Moqing refused. The two had a little conflict and broke up unhappy. Later, under the suppression of the military, the members of Brotherhood suffered heavy casualties. Eric was also arrested and detained for more than a year. In Eric's view, Su Moqing's ability could change all this, but Su Moqing did not act. Magneto said in his heart that there is no complaint that is false. Su Moqing cast a glance at Eric and said lightly, "You did too much at the beginning, otherwise you won't end up where you are now." Eric heard the words, his emotions suddenly became agitated and angrily scolded Su Moqing. Angel, Siren, Riptide, these mutant brothers are all dead, and other mutants were arrested and tied up in the laboratory. You were fighting for the mutant compatriots, and you. You obviously had ability to stop you, but you chose to hide. When they needed you, where were you? Eric became more excited as he spoke. The metal in the villa was affected by Eric's magnetic field and floated, and even the room vibrated faintly. Su Moqing slapped the table in front of him and shouted, "Enough, Eric, I asked Raven to save you, not for you to blame me. The mutant I rescued these years is only a lot more than you. And I give what can you give them if they have a stable life?" Eric was discouraged when he heard this. He did not have the right to blame Su Moqing, but his resentment towards what humans did was hard to calm down. Now there is nowhere to vent it, so he has some emotions out of control. When Eric's mood stabilizes, the floating metal crackling falls, making the room a mess inside and outside. Darwin, who was in charge of the security work, and a group of mutant special teams heard the movement and quickly rushed past and smashed into the room. "Boss, are you okay?" Su Moqing saw this and said to the leader, Darwin, "It's okay, you go down." After Darwin and others left, Su Moqing looked at the messy room and said to Eric, "Clean up my room and then get out of it." Eric looked at the mess he had caused, gave a wry smile, then took a deep breath and sorted it out. In any case, Su Moqing did save him, but now he has messed up other people's homes, which is not authentic. Longtingzhuang Yard. After Eric was sent away by Su Moqing's private jet, the old calm in the courtyard was restored. Under a big leafy tree, there was a table of drinks and desserts. Su Moqing, Feng Baobao, Selina, and Raven gathered together to chat. Baby Feng is in a white dress, holding the fat Dilu Beast in his arms and gently strokes the smooth and supple fur of Dilu Beast. His face is as plain as water and the years are calm. Selina is still the usual black bodysuit plus a leather trench coat. In her heroic appearance, she has the aristocratic temperament. Elegantly holding a glass of red wine for tasting, it gives people a sense of evil charm. The taste buds and digestive system of vampires are different from those of normal people. Apart from blood, only red wine can enter the mouth of vampires. Su Moqing was wearing light blue casual clothes and paired with a pair of loose shorts. The ordinary dog at the feet, the file-size hell three-headed dog, suddenly jumped out, crossing a distance of more than 100 meters in 3s and 2s, biting the fallen frisbee, and then shook its head and ran back. After more than 10 years of growth, the three-headed hell dog has the strength of the early disaster. Except for occasionally cleaning up some unopened intruders, most of the time is idle, otherwise it will be the guard dog of hell. How can it play this inferior game? Su Moqing took the frisbee from the three-headed dog in hell and threw it out with his backhand. Wow! Seeing this, the three-headed hell dog eagerly chased after him. Clapping his hands, Su Moqing said to Raven sitting next to him, "Eric's ability, have you copied it?" "Definitely, you can't run for nothing." Raven smiled happily, lifted his bare hand, his blue skin changed rapidly, and then a magnetic field radiated out, and a car next to him was slowly lifted up by the invisible magnetism. When saving Eric, the moment Raven grabbed Eric's hand, he copied the other's X gene. Seeing Raven's magnetic control ability, Su Moqing smiled and said, "Very good ability, baby. What's your current limit?" "Probably it can overtake 10 tons of metal." "No matter how much it is, it can't be supported and it can't be accurately overridden," Raven said truthfully and then put the car down gently. Su Moqing touched Raven's cheek. "It's already fine, take your time, as long as you can protect yourself and your two sisters, it's enough." Speaking of this, Su Moqing looked at Selina and Bao Bao Bao. "There has been nothing recently, so let's go shopping." "Okay." When the three women heard this, even Bao Bao Feng, who had the most indifferent personality, had brilliance in her eyes. Selina, Bao Bea Feng and Raven are all talking about what to buy later. Su Moqing smiled, "As long as it makes them happy, it doesn't matter how many streets they buy." "This time I went out and did not drive a speed car, but a car, including the bodyguards. A total of 8 luxury cars departed from Longtingzhunyuan to the most prosperous downtown Manhattan. With the strength of Su Moqing and others, if they can't deal with an enemy, these bodyguards can't deal with it even more. However, under normal circumstances, Su Moqing and the others would not use super ability at will among ordinary people. The existence of bodyguards can solve some minor troubles. The pedestrian street next to Manhattan Plaza. Raven, "Honey, I want that bag." Su Moqing, "Buy." Selina, "My dear, I want a set of jade jewelry." Su Moqing, "Buy." Baby Feng, "My dear, I want that bronze statue." Su Moqing, "Buys." "My dear, I want 100 fish." Diluman, Buy you a big-headed ghost. What are you doing?" Su Moqing knocked on the naughty Diluman's head. After shopping all afternoon, the trunks of 8 cars, including the bodyguards, were full. The three women still have some ideas, talking about having to let someone drive a few large trucks next time. In fact, they don't really like those items, they just like the process of shopping, and the envy of the people around them can be regarded as satisfying a little vanity. On the way home, on the edge of the suburbs, a car accident was found. If it is an ordinary car accident, there is nothing to worry about. After all, New York is so big, there are not 100 car accidents every day, and there are dozens of them. But at the scene of the car accident, Su Moqing felt a powerful mental force full of emotions such as sadness, fear, and helplessness. After thinking about it, Su Moqing pulled over and stopped the car and walked towards the location of the accident. "I saw a car crashed into a farmland on the side of the road. The body was on fire. The person inside was dead. A few meters in front of the car, a little girl with orange hair was holding a girl covered in blood, help crying." Su Moqing stepped forward, feeling that a spiritless barrier was blocking him 2 meters away. Such a strong mental power, who is this kid? Su Moqing looked at the crying girl, feeling a little surprised, and then said, "Little girl, your friend is not dead yet, don't be nervous, I can save her." "Woo, really?" When the red-haired girl heard the words, her mental strength suddenly relaxed. Su Moqing looked at the injured girl. There were multiple fractures on her body, a lot of blood loss, and her life would be in danger at any time, so she immediately summoned a unicorn. The void crack opened and the unicorn walked out of it. At the sign of Moqing, he used the light system healing technique to repair the girl's body. After a while, the light disappeared and the little girl's injuries recovered. Except for the coma caused by blood loss, there was no major problem. After a period of recuperation, she could be alive and kicking. Moqing sent the unicorn back to psychic space, then looked at the red-haired girl. "What's your name?" The red-haired girl timidly said, "My name is Jean Grey." Jin Grey. Moqing heard this, his eyes lit up as if he had picked up a treasure. In fact, it's almost the same. Jean Grey, nicknamed Phoenix, is an Omega-class mutant who knows psychokinesis and can read minds. He is also the only mutant that can surpass God and destroy the universe, because she has the most perfect Phoenix Force in her body. Even in the Marvel world where there are so many things like dogs, Phoenix Force is also the top force. It has not been fully shown in the movie, but in the comics, when Chin can control the Phoenix Force, he can manipulate the molecular structure of matter and energy to change the structure. When the Phoenix Force is powerful to a certain extent, Chin can even control the time axis, freely go back and forth between any time and latitude, link the life of the entire universe, with spirit, create black holes out of thin air to make a leap, manipulate objects from the atomic interface, etc. Unbelievable ability. And the ultimate piano with a complete Phoenix Force, mental power, can cover the entire super universe. As long as she wants, she can cut or regenerate any part of the universe or even completely destroy it. This is called the Phoenix's verdict. This is a super god. Moqing felt that as long as he hugged Loli in front of him, he was holding the future. Jin and Alice's home are not far away. The two are about the same age and have similar personalities, so they definitely became good friends. Before, Jin and Alice were playing in the wasteland. Who would have thought that a gas car suddenly flew and hit it? Alice in front was hit and flew out first, and when the car was about to knock down the piano. Driven by the strong desire to survive and fear, Chin's eyes suddenly cleared, and a peculiar destructive force burst out, blocking the rushing car. The front of the car shattered and the driver inside died directly under the impact. Chin didn't know what had happened to her. Seeing Alice, who was dying and covered in blood, she only felt helpless and scared. Just when she was at a loss, a handsome big brother appeared in front of her like a Prince Charming in a fairy tale. Then conjured a legendary unicorn and used magical magic to rescue her friend. Chin felt that the other party was the angel sent by God to save her, as if a wandering ship in the sea found a harbor, and immediately threw herself into the other party's arms and wept. "It's okay, everything is over." When Moqing calmed the Chin, two middle-aged couples hurriedly came from the opposite side, but they were stopped by Moqing's bodyguards. Chin seemed to feel a little bit, looking at the two couples who were stopped, and said to Moqing, "Big brother, they are my mommy and daddy. Let them come." Moqing gave an order and the surrounding bodyguards let them go. A couple came to Chin and asked nervously, "Baby, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Chin said obediently, and another couple looked at Alice, who was in a coma, and cried, "Alice, what's the matter with you? Wake up and don't scare me." Moqing said, "The child named Alice is fine, but his body is relatively weak. If you are not at ease, take her to the hospital for an examination. If you have anything, you can call me." As Moqing said, Darwin, the strong black man on the side, understood and handed a business card to Alice's parents. Alice's parents took a look at Moqing, scanned the surrounding bodyguards and luxury cars, knowing that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person, and worried about Alice's safety, they immediately hugged Alice and left. Unrelated people leave, Moqing asked Bao Beifeng, Raven, and Selena to take Chin aside, and then said to Chin's parents, "It may be a little sudden, but I still want to tell you that Chin is a mutant." "Mutant? How is this possible?" Chin's father is John Gray, a university professor, and his mother is Yi Lois, a teacher. When the two heard Moqing's words, they couldn't believe it. Mutant is no longer a secret now. Many news has been reported and they have also heard about it, but they have not seen it with their own eyes, so they have been half-believing. The strange man in front of him suddenly said to them that his daughter is mutant. How can they believe it? John Gray looked at Moqing and asked, "Who are you, from the CIA or some special department? Why do you say that my daughter is mutant?" Moqing smiled upon hearing this and looked at Darwin. "Show your ability." "Okay, boss," Darwin replied and stepped forward. In the shocked eyes of John and his wife, the skin on his body turned into a hard black carapace, which was obviously different from ordinary people. Moqing said, "As you can see, these subordinates of mine have different ability, and Chin is the same. She is not an ordinary child, and there is a powerful ability in her body. If you do not control well, not only you but many people will accept it, to hurt. You should know that human beings are not friendly towards mutant now. If you let others know that the piano is different, it will not be good for you or the piano, so I want to take her away and put her in a safe place. I don't agree, I can't let you take her away. Lois quickly raised her head. Whether Jin is mutant or not, it is her daughter, Moqing said. I think you have misunderstood. I am not trying to take her away from you, but I am going to teach her how to control the power in the body and provide her with protection. If you are not at ease, you can do so every once in a while. Come and visit Chin once. John Gray heard the words and nodded. Can you give us some time to discuss? Definitely yes. Moqing gave Chin a separate space with her parents and then waited for the answer from the other party. In about 10 minutes, the Johns agreed to let Moqing adopt Chin Gray. Moqing was a little excited in her heart, but her face remained calm as usual. As for the dead driver, Moqing asked Darwin to deal with the funeral. Bringing Chin Gray back to Longtingzhuang courtyard, Moqing asked Bao Baofeng to teach Chin how to control his power. Although Bao Baofeng looks very cute, he has a very good way of teaching people. If he can have the most straightforward words, point out the shortcomings and the areas that need to be corrected, he can be regarded as half a master. Moqing. After lunch, Moqing was thinking about what to do tonight, and the long-lost system prompt sounded. System task, Gushan task narration. The world of the Hobbit is called Middle-earth. At the moment is already the third era of Middle-earth. The golden dragon Smog is the last dragon in this Middle-earth world. It is huge with pale golden dragon scales all over, comparable to the strongest armor. Even sharp enchanted weapons can hardly leave a scratch on it. Smog has the habit of evil dragons coveting gold and wealth. After hearing that there are a lot of golden gems in the kingdom of Dwarf Elbor, he couldn't help but start to snatch it. Facing the attack of golden dragon Smog, the dwarf clan had no backhands at all. Under Smog's hot dragon breath, the dwarf clan suffered heavy casualties. In order to prevent the entire army from being annihilated, the dwarf clan had no choice but to withdraw with humiliation and resentment. Smog has since occupied the last dwarf city in Middle-earth. Thorin II, born in 2746 of the Third Age, son of Thorin II of the dwarf clan, grandson of Thor with noble blood. In 2770 of the Third Age, Thorin II and his people were expelled from the Gushan Yulubai by the evil dragon Smog. In 2799 of the Third Age, the Battle of Aesir Nubisa broke out. Thorin Oakshield was 53 years old and marched with a powerful dwarf army to Sirion, the southern capital near the east gate of Moria. Thorin's shield broke, and he used a piece of oak as a shield for defense, so he was nicknamed Oak Shield. Thorin Oakenshield became the leader of the Turin tribe after the disappearance of his father Thorn II. He made many things with iron to make the Blue Mountains flourish, but he still could not forget the glory of the Lone Mountain and the royal family of Dwarf. Quest requirement: help Thorin Oak Shield regain Thorn's heirloom diamond. The time limit is 3 months. Completion reward: 5,000 psychic points. Thorin Oak Shield's allegiance. Will the host receive it? Hearing the system prompt, Moqing entered the psychic space and said silently, "Get it." In a weird and evil ancient forest, a black whirlpool appeared out of thin air. Moqing, wearing a medieval armor, fell from the whirlpool and stayed in the air. What the hell is this? Moqing glanced around, watching the surrounding environment vigilantly. I saw tall old trees standing among vines, covered by dense leaves, and white cobwebs were everywhere in the forest, and there was silence. The ability of Moqing Yun's Yukong flight flew to the upper sky, breaking through the dense branches and leaves, and standing in the air several hundred meters high. At the moment, the mountains are getting thinner, only a little afterglow illuminates the sky. Looking around, there is no one in the surrounding area, and within dozens of miles there is only a jungle, and there is no trace of human architecture. The Middle-earth continent, with a vast land and sparse population, is a magical world, far more dangerous than before, and there are even gods. But because of the power of law in the world, those gods cannot come to this world in person. In addition to the unpredictable gods, there are some close presences, but these close gods have a lot of water. According to Moqing's estimation, it was at best the post-disaster level appearance. Excluding the legendary gods and demons and ancient legends, Middle-earth has only a handful of people who can defeat the city with 10,000 enemies or one blow. Definitely, these all come from the impression that Moqing once watched, The Lord of the Rings. What is the real situation? He needs to verify it himself. For Middle-earth, Moqing only knows a few place names. What he has to do now is to determine his location and time period before finding opportunities to contact the characters in the plot. As for making Thorin Oak Shield a psychic beast, Moqing didn't care very much, but in order to be able to leave space coordinates in this world, he still had to complete the system tasks. And to get Thorin's heirloom gems, it is inevitable to meet Fire Dragon Smaug. I don't know if Smaug's dragon breath or Godzilla's atomic breath are stronger. Moqing murmured, then summoned Ghidorah. Roar tilde, with a roar the golden Ghidorah flew out of the void and a pair of golden bat wings moved forward, soaring between the heaven and the earth. At the moment, Ghidorah, after absorbing some nuclear fuel, was much larger, about 25 meters in length. A pair of bat wings spread out, nearly 30 meters, which is smaller than Godzilla, which is nearly 100 meters long. There are many, but for most creatures in this world it is already a giant. The background of The Hobbit. The Battle of Smaug is similar to that of the Middle Ages but with some magical colors. The armor and equipment on Moqing's body are imitations of the Middle Ages. It's not that Moqing is like a god, but he knows that he will travel through various worlds in the future, so he prepared various costumes from the Middle Ages, Huxia ancient times, and modern times in advance to prepare for emergencies. In addition, the Ghidorah, which was exchanged not long ago, looks like a golden dragon, so this time Moqing plans to use the identity of a dragon knight to walk in Middle-earth. Ghidorah, head towards the sunset. With a move, Moqing jumped up to Ghidorah's broad back, as if rooting under his feet, stood steadily on it, and directed Ghidorah to flight in the direction of the setting sun. Ghidorah is still in its infancy, but its flight speed is comparable to that of a sonic fighter. Soon, Moqing, who was standing on Ghidorah's back, discovered that there were a few fires hundreds of miles away, and it was obvious that there were creatures. Whether it is a human, dwarf, elves, or half-orc in this world, as long as he is wise, Moqing is sure to get the answer he wants from them. Fly to the position of the fire. Moqing gave a command, and Ghidorah flapped his wings, bringing up a violent wind and flew in the direction of the fire. During the flight, the sun had gradually set, and his sight began to dim. As the distance continued to be drawn, Moqing saw the ever-increasing firelight from a distance and raised his eyebrows slightly. I saw the firelight in the distance, like a small human town. However, the town was not peaceful. Many houses were lit up and humans fled in panic. A group of ugly-looking monsters riding giant wolves are slaughtering humans wantonly in the town. Wow tilde, help tilde, ha 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 ha, the roar of the wolf, the crying and the rampant laughter were mixed together to form a bloody and cruel picture. Seeing this, Moqing flashed a cold light in his eyes and controlled Ghidorah to fly in the direction of the monster. Kill all these deadmans and let darkness and despair envelop the earth, ha ha ha. Wolf, eat him. Yasuo, I fought with you beasts. Ah tilde, the half-orcs riding on the wolves are slaughtering the humans in the small town wantonly. Men, women, and children, both old and young, are enjoying the thrill of slaughter. There are many human beings who resist desperately. However, the ferocious half-orcs are physically stronger than ordinary human young adults, and there are a large number of them. With more than 200 tall wolves, human resistance appears weak. In the alleyway of the small town, a middle-aged man hurriedly fled with his wife and children holding an axe in his hand, but before he got out of the alley, he was blocked by a half-orc riding a wolf. Where do you want to go? How about hell? A mocking, bloodthirsty expression appeared on the half-orc's face. Jike, take care of your mother. The middle-aged man yelled, plucked up his courage, raised his axe, and rushed towards the orcs frantically, trying to make a bloody path for his family. Roar tilde. The half-orc smiled mockingly at the corner of his mouth. The wolf under him gave a roar and kicked his hind legs. The two forelimbs with sharp claws pressed directly on the middle-aged man's shoulders, threw it to the ground, and opened it at the same time. It was the mouth of the blood basin of fangs, biting towards the head of the middle-aged man. Do not, Jike, who was only 12 years old, flushed his eyes, holding a knife and rushed forward regardless, trying to rescue his father from the wolf's mouth. Psst tilde. At this moment, a flame-burning iron chain flew down from the air and hit the wolf's head. With a click, the wolf's bones split and the brain collapsed and blood was splashed. The orc on the wolf hadn't reacted yet. The iron chain had been wrapped around his body, and then he was pulled into the air by huge amounts of power. What? With a cry of horror, the half-orc's body was thrown away several tens of meters and hit another half-orc. The two half-orcs broke their bones on the spot, and they died without struggling twice. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the wolf and reward 36 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and reward 39 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and reward 41 psychic points. Moqing rode Ghidorah flying across the small town. The iron chain with hellfire in his hand was like a whip of fire. Every time he waved his hand, there must be a wolf. The half-orcs were beaten to death, and some of them were beaten to death. Bound by chains, fly to high altitude, fall to death. Dragon, it's Dragon tilde. There are people on it, how can it be possible? Is it a dragon knight? The half-orcs below saw Roar whistling by, and Moqing, who was waving chains on his back, couldn't help being shocked. Retreat! Retreat, get out of here. The half-orcs are typically bullying and fearful of hardships, not daring to be enemies of the dragon and urging the wolves to flee out of the town quickly, but they don't know that this will only make them die faster. Moqing brandished the iron chain and killed the remaining half-orcs in the town. Because there were ordinary people around him, he couldn't use a wide range of attacks, so he could only kill them. Seeing that the Dragon Knight in the sky was here to help humans, the soldiers in the town were immediately morale high, and they slayed the orcs and drove them out of the town. Wow tilde. Moqing waved an iron chain to tie a slow-running half-orc into the air, and Kido flew past, turning his head to bite the half-orc's body. The sharp teeth pierced into the skin of the orc, and Godzilla was not knowing. The orc who was bitten by Godzilla dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, Godzilla sucked all the vitality. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewarding 32 psychic points. Pattern tilde. The half-orc corpse turned into a mummy fell from the sky, and the other half-orcs couldn't help but trembled when they saw it. Moqing, who was standing on Godzilla's back, looked condescendingly at these half-orcs who were running away. His eyes were cold. These half-orcs are similar in shape to humans but have a stronger body. They have no hair on their bodies, they are all bald and strong. They have ugly faces and full of teeth. They are wrapped in animal skins and their skin is grayish-white. There are only a few half-orcs with the exception of short people. In this world, half-orcs belong to the evil camp. Whether it is the Lord of the Rings trilogy or The Hobbit, the half-orcs have many shots, and they have even driven the protagonist and the group to a desperate situation several times. Even the coalition of humans, dwarf, and elves have been defeated by an army of half-orcs. However, the single-body combat power of a half-orc is not outstanding, nor does it have any special skills. It usually depends on a large number of people. According to Moqing's estimation, the combat power of half-orcs is not as good as that of ordinary predators, and compared with werewolves and vampires, they are also inferior, but they are better than ordinary humans. Seeing that most of the orcs had already escaped from the town and scattered to escape, Moqing immediately used the Hellfire ability. I saw Moqing standing in the wind, raising his hand. The raging fire whirled up on the palm of his hand, like a storm of flames, bursting in the air, turning into countless fireballs flying down and hitting the half-orcs below. This meteor fire rain can be regarded as a large-scale attack skill created by Moqing based on the characteristics of Hellfire. Under the covering blow of the fire and rain, the half-orcs within a radius of 500 meters were covered by hellfire, screaming in the flames that could burn the soul and finally burn to charcoal alive. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewarding 42 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and reward 41 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the wolf and reward 44 psychic points. A series of system prompts sounded, and hundreds of orcs and wolves died in hellfire. Godzilla, you will take the rest. Moqing asked Ghidorah to devour the remaining half-orcs, and he jumped out of the air and walked towards the small town full of flames. The people who ran out of the small town saw Moqing flying down, and they were all shocked, knelt down on the ground and bowed to their heads. Thanks to the great Dragon Knight for saving us. Thank you, Dragon Knight. Moqing came riding a dragon, and the heroic posture of killing the half-orcs had completely convinced this group of people. Dragon is a powerful symbol in this world, too. Only the legendary powerhouse can conquer a dragon as a mount. In the face of such an existence, let alone ordinary people, even humans or the king of elves, will give extremely high courtesy. This is the treatment that the strong should deserve. What's more, the opponent just repelled the orcs and saved them from the fire and water. You don't need to be polite, first go to fight the fire and rescue the wounded to avoid more losses, Moqing said peacefully. This group of gray-headed people hesitated when they heard this, and most of the young adults returned to the small town to put out the fire and rescue people. Only a part of the old and weak women and children remained in place. Moqing also helped to put out the fire and summoned unicorns to heal those injured by using healing technique. After a while, Godzilla, who had devoured the half-orcs, returned, and the flames in the town were also extinguished. Some of the relatives who died and the homeless residents buried their relatives hastily with grief. Many people were immersed in a sad atmosphere, and some people looked at Moqing with admiration and gratitude. Some people looked at Godzilla and the unicorn lying on the ground from a distance and looked very curious in their eyes. They wanted to step forward and were afraid of trouble and offense. Moqing showed no mercy to half-orcs, but he was very kind to humans, especially ordinary people, and did not put on airs. Seeing that the town was barely settled down, Moqing said in a gentle tone, "As you can see, I am a dragon knight from the far east. Now I have a major mission waiting for me to complete, but I am very interested in Middle-earth. I don't know very well, so I want to ask you some questions. I wonder if you can answer them for me." The mayor of the town, a 50 or 60-year-old man with a big beard, heard Moqing's words and quickly said respectfully, "Where is the Lord Dragon Knight if you didn't help us? We from Hendry Town, I was slaughtered by those damned half-orcs. If you have any questions, just ask. As long as we know it, we won't hide it." Moqing nodded and then said, "Excuse me, how many years is Jantu now and where is this place?" "My Lord Dragon Knight, it's the end of October 2941 of the Third Age. This is the Denning Rice Mountains in the south of Middle-earth. We are all the people of Gondor country," the mayor replied respectfully. "In 2941 Gondor." Moqing heard the words and remembered that in the original plot, Smaug died after the last full moon in the autumn. Calculate the time, at the moment Thorin. Oak Shield, I'm afraid it's already on the road with dried tofu Gandalf and others. And Gangs and Gushan are thousands of miles apart. If it is an ordinary person, it is impossible to rush from Gangs to Gushan by climbing and wading in 2 months. Fortunately, Moqing is not an ordinary person, so you don't have to go over the mountains. Just sit in Godzilla and fly over. At the speed of Godzilla, as long as the route is correct, it will definitely be possible to reach Gushan within a day or two. When Moqing thought about the problem in his mind, the old mayor asked cautiously, "I don't know what's the matter with Lord Dragon Knight. If you are not in a hurry, it is better to stay in this town for a period of time and let us repay your kindness." "No, I still have an urgent matter to rush to Gushan. I don't know if you have a map in your hands." "If it is convenient, I want to buy one," Moqing said calmly. The bright moon rises from the Tiantian Mountains among the vast sea of clouds. A huge amounts of golden figure pierced through the sky, leaping over the top of the snow-capped mountains of Denning Rice Mountains, as if it was shoulder to shoulder with the bright moon. Roar roared, the golden figure swooped down, and the sound of the sonic boom shattered the long-year snow on the top of the Denning Glaze Mountains, causing a crash. Rumble tilde. The white snow tilts like the Milky Way, setting off huge silver-white waves rushing endlessly wherever it passes, burying everything. It is very spectacular. Fortunately, the snow-capped mountains in the middle of the night are uninhabited, otherwise it will be a catastrophe for them. Ghidorah's wings stretched out parallel to the snow, swooping down across a valley, and tens of millions of tons of snow fell into the bottomless abyss and flew. Ghidorah flew over the gorge and continued to flight along the mountain range. After a further drop of more than 1,000 meters, the temperature rebounded, and large black trees appeared. Moqing stood behind Godzilla. His hair, eyebrows, and clothes all had signs of being frozen by the wind and snow. But his physique was extremely strong, and this low temperature was not enough to make him feel cold. The moonlight was gradually blocked by dark clouds, and the direction was difficult to distinguish. Moqing asked Ghidorah to stop by a prominent lake below. Quack. As soon as Ghidorah fell to the ground shook slightly, and the lake caused waves to start a crow flying in the forest. At the moment, it was late at night, there was no moonlight, and the surrounding light was dim. Moqing looked around. The lake in front of me is about several kilometers, and there are many bare trees with slanted trunks along the shore, plus the mist in the air, and the crows flying in the sky. The atmosphere is a bit eerie and weird. If you shoot a ghost movie, you don't need to add additional scenes. In Middle-earth, monsters are everywhere, especially in the wilderness, and wild monsters may be encountered at any time. Moqing is a master of art, but he is not afraid. His current strength is in this world, not to mention invincible, but it is also considered top-notch, and ordinary monsters cannot pose a threat to him. But there is nothing wrong with being careful. In order to avoid capsize in the gutter, Moqing is still preparing to take Kido back to the psychic space to rest. At this moment in the lake ahead, the water suddenly rolled and surging, splashing water tens of meters high. At first sight, more than a dozen skins were dark red, and tentacles that were thicker than a bucket rushed out of the water and swept towards Moqing and Godzilla. These tentacles stretched out for more than 20 meters and rolled from the lake to the shore. Below the tentacles there are densely dense suckers. If people with intensive phobia see it, they will get goosebumps. In the blink of an eye, several thick tentacles will entangle in front of Ghidorah and Moqing, seeming to want to draw them into the lake. However, when the tentacles touched Ghidorah's body, the tentacles passed through without hindrance. Ghidorah pulled the golden vertical pupil, then opened his mouth and bit on one of the tentacles, directly swallowing the other's vitality. Moqing avoided the sucker on his tentacles, pulled out the super alloy long sword at his waist, and cut off a tentacle with a single sword. Oh. The actions of Ghidorah and Moqing seemed to anger the monsters in the lake, and the other tentacles slapped Moqing and Ghidorah crazy. Ghidorah entered the state of virtualization and was not afraid of these physical attacks. Moqing flew into the air and stayed in the air at a height of tens of meters, avoiding the attacks of those tentacles. Then I saw the water waves surging in the lake, and a huge amount of octopus monster came out of the water. The octopus monster felt that Ghidorah was devouring his own vitality, but its attack had no effect on Ghidorah, and it appeared frightened and irritable. I don't know what the octopus monster thought. He crawled out of the water and twisted his nearly 70-meter-long body toward Kido. Then he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs. I want to swallow Ghidorah into my stomach. Moqing didn't worry when he saw this. The octopus monster in front of him was a little bigger, and by virtue of physical attacks, he couldn't hurt Ghidorah, who was in the state of blindness at all. Sure enough, the octopus monster pounced on Ghidorah like a cloud of phantoms and directly penetrated through without affecting Ghidorah. On the contrary, Ghidorah's damage to the octopus monster is real. The octopus monster crazily twisted its body. More than a dozen tentacles slapped around randomly, smashing the surrounding trees, and the crazy attack was fruitless. The octopus monster seemed to have learned cleverly, and unexpectedly a strong man broke his wrist and was pulled by Ghidorah. The bitten tentacles began to flee into the lake. The supper delivered to the door. I still want to go, Zio Kong. Seeing that the octopus monster wanted to escape, Moqing directly channeled out of King Kong. Roar tilde, the void suddenly opened up a huge amount of space crack. The King Kong, which was nearly 100 meters in size and weighed nearly 30,000 tons, walked out of it, beat his chest with his hands and made a deterrent roar in his mouth, shaking the surrounding branches, causing waves to rise and fall. The octopus monster looked at the sudden appearance of King Kong. His mind could not be turned, but instinctively felt that his life was in danger, and he was frightened and quickly retreated into the lake. King Kong took a condescending look at the octopus monster with a humane contempt in his eyes. King Kong has great experience in dealing with large octopuses. When he was on Skull Island, he liked to eat marsh squid. After seeing the octopus monster, it was like seeing a big meal, and then he lifted a few thousand yards of big feet, stepped on the ugly big head of the octopus monster. With a bang, King Kong's big feet directly slammed the octopus monster's head, and the ground was shocked. The blood and brain plasma soared tens of meters high. The octopus monster died on the spot, and the blood stained the lake red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the octopus monster and rewarding 1,500 psychic points. After killing the octopus monster, Moqing asked King Kong to clean the octopus monster, and then dragged on. Moqing cut off one of his tentacles and gave the rest to Ghidorah and King Kong. Ghidorah and King Kong are not so particular, they are eaten raw. Moqing still prefers to eat cooked food, although doing so is more troublesome and consumes relatively little energy. But who makes Moqing a particular person? Cutting the huge amounts of tentacles into sections, Moqing took out the special large grill and began to cook his first food in the Middle-earth continent. Boom, boom, boom. The octopus hadn't been cooked yet, and the ground began to vibrate again, and it seemed that some monster was really approaching. Moqing observed the surroundings, supervision, and did not find any creatures approaching, but the vibration of the ground became stronger and stronger. The vibration came from the mountains. Moqing frowned slightly and looked at the bald mountain wall. At this moment, the dark clouds receded, revealing a full moon. Under the bright moonlight, I saw a portal of huge amounts of appearing on the cliff. In the barren mountains and ridges, with the bright moon hanging high, Moqing couldn't help being vigilant in the face of weird vibrations and mysterious portals. King Kong and Ghidorah also put down the unfinished octopus meat at the same time and looked at the ancient stone gate on the stone wall with their big eyes. Boom, boom. The dull footsteps kept approaching, like thunder, causing the ground to vibrate, and some of the rubble around the mountain wall was shaken down, making the sound of falling rocks. Upon seeing this, Moqing collected the half-cooked octopus meat like psychic space, staring at the huge amounts of portal. I saw a ray of red light in the gap in the middle of the door, and at the same time a scorching heat wave spread, and the temperature in the air gradually rose. Boom tilde. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and two huge amounts of portals burst open suddenly in the flames, and some of the huge amounts of fragments smashed in the direction of Moqing. Roared Tilda. King Kong roared, swung his sturdy arms that could be used for horse racing, and slapped the dozens of tons of gravel into the air. A gust of wind roared, and the broken portal was photographed hundreds of meters away, breaking many trees. Moqing looked at the location of the original portal and saw a huge and deep cave in front of him, with blazing fire spreading from the cave and bursts of heat bursting out. Roar Tilda. At the same time, a deafening beast roar came from the cave, shocking people's eardrums. Damn, is it a fire unicorn? Seeing the situation in front of him, Moqing's mind suddenly came up with the verse of flooding the knees of the Buddha, burning Lingyun caves. Although the scene is different, the burning cave is very similar to the scene where Huo Kilin appeared when Moqing watched the wind and cloud. But this is not Fengyun world but Middle-earth world, and naturally there will be no fire unicorns. Under the gaze of Moqing, King Kong, and Godzilla, a giant monster with a height of more than 40 meters came out of the tall cave. The outline of this monster resembles a human form of huge amounts of. There are a pair of huge amounts of curved horns on top of its head. It has a ferocious face. It is covered by fire and emits a red mane that is like steam. Its long, powerful, slender arms hang down, holding two in its hands, a scorching flame whip. When the monster walked out of the cave, the scorching flame squeezed the surrounding air and twisted it, leaving a trace of scorched black wherever it passed. Flame. The moment he saw this monster, Moqing recognized the identity of the other party. Balrog is a demon in flames and shadows, powerful and terrifying. In the history of The Lord of the Rings, some of the gods of Maya became servants of the Dark Emperor Morgoth. They were extremely vicious and later became demons. One of them was the Flame Demon. In the High Elven language, the Balrog family is called Variloka, and in Middle-earth it is called Balog, which means powerful devil. Balog's main weapon is the Fire Whip, which consists of multiple fire belts. Although they also have other weapons, such as the Flame Scepter, Flame Axe, and Flame Sword, the most feared by others is Balog's Fire Whip. The Fire Whip is full of power. Like a giant demon like the giant spider that even Vanla is not her opponent, Balog can immediately drive the monster out of Morgoth's realm with a twitch of the Fire Whip. The Balog race is notorious, among which Jesmor is the most. He is the king of the Balrog and the high-ranking leader of the fortress Angbin. In the Battle of Belrin, the leaders of the three High Elves were defeated by Jesmor's whip. After the Battle of the Stars, Prince Fhenno, the most reputable among the Elf Kings, was killed by Jesmor under the Gate of Angba. Jesmor also killed the high-level king of Noldor in the Battle of Tears. Gong. Later, Jesmo, the king of the Balrog, who specializes in serving Morgoth, also led the generals of Balog and the guards of the Trolls, united the orcs and dragons into an army, broke into the hidden kingdom of Gondolin, looted them all. Tur and the Princess of Gondolin, Ijal led some people to escape from the occupied Gondolin from the secret road. In the process of fleeing, they were overtaken by Jesmor. The Lord of the Silver Springs, one of the 7 major families of the Gondolin, and the nobleman of the Gondolin elf Exelion stepped forward and fought with Jesmor. Both fell, go into the abyss and die. It is said that some of the Balrogs became deserters in the final battle and buried themselves deeply at the foot of the mountain. Thousands of years later, these evil creatures have not reappeared, and most people believe that the Balrog has disappeared forever in the world. However, in the Third Age, Moria's dwarf, who was responsible for the excavation and labor, accidentally awakened a Balrog who was buried in the ground during an operation. The Balrog regained his freedom and immediately killed the 2 dwarf kings, then entangled the orcs and the trolls, and expelled the dwarf from Moria forever. Speaking of which, dwarf is also a very deadly race. Whether it is Dragon Smog or Balrog, to a large extent, it is the disaster caused by dwarf's own death. Moqing remembers that in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Necromancer Gandalf and others encountered the Flame Demon when they passed through the dark secret passage. If it hadn't happened to fall into the underground cold river, Gandalf the Grey would want to defeat the Balrog, and his chances of winning would be poor. In the Lord of the Rings battle list, the Balrog is no weaker than Smog's existence, and in some respects it is even more difficult to deal with. Roar tilde, ang tilde. After the Balrog came out, Godzilla and King Kong also put on a fighting posture, roaring in their mouths, and confronted the Balrog. Among the 3 giant beasts, King Kong is the largest, followed by the Balrog, and Ghidorah is the smallest. Moqing is small in front of them. After the aggressive flame demon came out, he was going to kill the quartet and roast all the scum that dared to disturb its quietness into coke. As a result, as soon as I got out of the cave, I saw the King Kong like a mountain and a Godzilla that was not much smaller than it. Facing the eye-catching King Kong and Ghidorah, the scene was too exciting, and the Balrog felt that he didn't read the almanac when he went out today. There was a solemn expression in the burning yellow eyes. It instinctively felt that there was a strong sense of danger in front of the King Kong, which looked like an ancient titan, and Ghidorah, who looked like a golden dragon. This means that the other party can threaten its life. However, the Flame Demon is also a party overlord and cannot directly admit counsel as soon as they meet. After all, it still wants face. Just when the Flame Demon prepared me to whip to the sky, after the whistling I went home and slept. Moqing shouted to King Kong, "Zio Kong Kedora, give me a hand in him." Roar tilde, ang tilde. When King Kong heard Moqing's words, he slapped his chest twice, his two big hands suddenly pressed down, and the infinite gravity directly acted on the Balrog. Ghidorah also entered a state of blur and flew over. Boom tilde, King Kong's gravity field was pressed down and instantly covered the Balrog's body, suddenly weighing dozens of times the body. If it were an ordinary human, it would have been crushed into flesh by the sudden gravity. But the Balrog is a monster with a body structure different from ordinary people. The flesh and bones are all made up of lava. The huge body suddenly sank, crushing the hard ground for several meters, breaking into many cracks. But the Flame Demon was not a big problem originally, it just moved more slowly. Crack tilde. Without waiting for the Balrog to stabilize his figure, Ghidorah flew in front of him, completely ignoring the influence of the gravity field and the flames on the Balrog, biting on the right shoulder of the Balrog, greedily absorbing the energy of the Balrog. Roar tilde. A Flame Demon who suffered a big loss when he met his face, roared in his mouth, spurted flames from his nose. Flames burst all over his body, and the surrounding trees were all ablaze. At this moment, the temperature on the surface of the Balrog's body has reached at least 3,000 degrees Celsius. Even Moqing, who is standing tens of meters away, feels a bit dry. The armor on his body is hot and the cotton underwear is burning. Fortunately, Moqing's physique very strong, otherwise it will become a close-fitting teppanyaki. As for King Kong standing beside Moqing, the hair on his body was faintly dry and curled, as if there were signs of scorching. Today's King Kong has entered the growth stage. With the strength of the mid-disaster hard fur, hard anti-missiles, there is no problem. But the flame of the Balrog with magic damage is more terrifying than the ordinary high-temperature flames. The Balrog originally wanted to burn Ghidorah, who was biting it with the flames on his body. But let the flames on his body burn, Ghidorah was not affected. At the same time, King Kong, who felt the heat, put away the gravity field, turned and walked into the lake, holding the lake water in both hands and poured it on the Balrog. Wow tilde. King Kong's palms are wide, and under a splash the lake is like a waterfall falling from the sky. Fire and water are not tolerable. The flame on the Balrog's body is extremely hot. Most of the lake water evaporates into water vapor in midair, but the amount of the lake water is large enough that part of it still spills onto the Balrog's body. Stab tilde, it was like pouring a scoop of water into a red-hot iron pot. The moment the lake water touched the Balrog's body, it made a sour sound that made people feel goosebumps, and at the same time a large amount of water vapor evaporated. Roar tilde, in the water vapor, there was a deafening roar of the Balrog. The Flame Demon was tumbling and flapping on the ground, the flames on his body were a little dim, and a large red light was emitted in the mist. After several struggles, the Balrog, who was helpless with Ghidorah, was like the brother broken stream locked by He Jianian in Lord of Destruction, desperate and crazy in his heart. In the end, he simply ignored Ghidorah and locked his target on King Kong and Moqing. I saw the two long flame whips in the hands of the Flame Demon dancing, with a sonic boom that broke through the air, and vigorously beat Moqing and the King Kong by the lake. Moqing moved and leaped into the air, avoiding the fire whip that roar whizzed past. The King Kong holding the water was beaten to the arm by the fire whip, and the flame covered on the fire whip, the powerful body that was hard to damage by the sword and gun, was beaten to the skin, leaving a long scorch mark. Roar tilde. King Kong was in pain, and the lake water he held in his hand spilled down, and his mouth burst out with painful anger. Seeing this, Moqing flew onto King Kong's broad shoulders, pressed his hands on King Kong's skin, and burned hellfire on King Kong's body. Hellfire is a kind of magical flame, which can burn the soul of the enemy, and can also be attached to the machine or life to demonize it. Under the blessing of Moqing's hellfire, King Kong's body surface was covered with a burst of flames, and fiery red lines stretched out on his body, and his hair was rendered by the flames. The already mighty and domineering King Kong, after attaching the hellfire, looks even more maddening and cool, fierce and mighty. Boom boom. King Kong beat his chest a few times as if the beast eyes burning with flames were staring at the Balrog, ready to take revenge. King Kong strode forward and praised the meteor, stepping more than 50 meters away, comparable to a fist of a house, carrying a raging flame like a meteor flying down and hitting the fierce flame demon's head. The Balrog's reaction was also extremely fast. Regardless of the Godzilla hanging on his body, the flame whip in his hand shrank and turned into a huge flame warhammer, holding the handle of the hammer with both hands and violently facing King Kong's fist. Boom tilde tilde. The flame-burning iron fist and the giant hammer collided in the air, shaking out a huge amount of circular energy shockwave, which cracked up the flowing clouds and shattered the earth. King Kong was shocked by the force of the countershock and retreated 2 steps, feeling a little pain in his fists. Fortunately, Moqing's Hellfire protection gave King Kong an extra layer of fire resistance, preventing it from being burned again by the flames of the Balrog. The Balrog felt a burst of power from the flame giant, and his figure flew out uncontrollably, hitting the rocks behind him. Boom tilde, the rock suddenly shattered into large pieces, and cobweb-like cracks spread out and countless rubble fell. On the other hand, Godzilla on the Balrog's body was like a bone-attached maggot, absorbing the energy of the Balrog. In a short time, the body of the Balrog was small. In contrast, Ghidorah's body size has risen a lot. The flame demon was completely panicked. The burning yellow eyes seemed to be at a loss. If Godzilla was allowed to absorb it, it would not take long before it would die completely, but the Balrog couldn't help Godzilla this kind of aggrieved feeling, uncomfortable, want to cry, and many more. Seeing the huge King Kong rushing forward again, preparing to beat himself up, the flame demon was cracking his teeth and roared, "Don't kill me, I can give you whatever you want." The flame demon is persuaded. I am really scared. It also has a long life and does not want to die. Xiao Kong, Ghidorah stops. Moqing was surprised when he heard the low and soft voice of the flame demon. He didn't expect the flame demon to be able to speak. King Kong heard Moqing's instructions, stopped his figure, and glared at the flame demon who was half short of it, tearing his teeth and cracking his mouth. Ghidorah reluctantly opened her mouth and temporarily stopped absorbing the energy of Balrog. The flame demon felt that the energy in his body was not running away. He was a little relieved, and then looked at Moqing on the shoulder of King Kong. Now it also sees that this humble little is the leader. Just listen to Moqing said, "You can survive, but you must sign a contract with me to become my psychic beast." Contract, psychic beast. The Balrog didn't quite understand, but he could understand part of the meaning. He shouted angrily, "You want the great Balrog to be your slave, people succumb. Very good, then I have nothing to say. Xiao Kong, kill it." Moqing gave an order. King Kong raised his fist again and Godzilla opened his mouth. Upon seeing this, the flame demon knelt on the ground with a plop. "Master, please take my knees." As far as combat power is concerned, in the case of one-on-one, the Balrog can still fight against King Kong. It's just that the Balrog is constantly energy absorbing by Ghidorah, while the King Kong is enchanted by Moqing, adding a layer of flame resistance. Otherwise, King Kong may not be able to help the Balrog and may even be killed by the Balrog. But at the moment, King Kong is not a beast fighting. It has a master and a companion. The Balrog does not want to die but can only admit it. The flame demon knelt and the rest was simple. Moqing revoked the hellfire on the surface of the diamond body and immediately established a spiritual link with the Balrog and signed a psychic contract under the witness of the psychic system. After the contract was established, Moqing checked the Balrog's attribute list. Psychic beast, Balrog category, magic. Status, complete body potential, disaster level, current level, early stage of the disaster ability, elementalization, fire armament, magic resistance, flight. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the psychic beast, Balrog. Currently you can extract one of the ability, please choose the host. Hearing the system prompt, Moqing looked at the 4 ability of the flame demon. Flight, direct discharge, elementalization, magic resistance, and fire armed are all good. Elementalization can turn the body into lava flames, immune to most physical damage. In this case, as long as the core is not destroyed, it will not die even if the head is chopped off. Magic resistance, it is a passive skill. It can be immune to some magic, curse, and other damage. In the magic world, it is very useful. With this ability, at least it is not easy to be overcast. Definitely this is relative. It mainly depends on both sides, strength. Flame armament, you can control the flame, transform it into various weapon armors, and enhance the lethality of the flame. After thinking about it a little bit, Moqing finally chose flame armed, the aggressive ability. He still likes to attack actively instead of defending passively. Does the host extract flame weapons? When the system prompt sounded, Moqing confirmed, extract. Su Moqing's words fell and a crimson light burst out from the flame demon covering Su Moqing. After about 3 minutes the light dissipated, Su Moqing raised his hand. Helfger changed various weapons such as knives, guns, swords, bows, and whips. Helfger used to be able to change weapons, but the level of refinement is completely different from today. If you compare the weapon used by Helfger to a wooden sword, then the Helfger, now strengthened with flame arms, is a steel sword, and its attack power has doubled. After obtaining the ability of flame-armed, Su Moqing looked at the flame demon. At the moment, Balrog's body shrank a circle, and its aura was much weaker than when it appeared before. There was no such arrogance as he was just now, and he knelt on the ground respectfully, listening to Su Moqing's hair fall. Su Moqing looked at the huge cave where the flame demon had walked out before and said to the flame demon, "This is a dark mine, right? How many goblins are there?" Back to the master, "I don't know the dark mine you mentioned. I only know that there used to be a dwarf kingdom here, but it was later driven away by me. As for the goblins, there are indeed many, but I don't know the specific number." The flame demon Ern replied with an angry voice. Goblin is a human-like evil creature with dark green skin. It is a short and ugly red-eyed dwarf. It has a greedy and despicable personality. It tends to be evil, cunning, and good at deceiving. Mainly living in the dark and deep underground world, with a unique order and system of action, combat ability is weak, but will make up for its shortcomings with a large number of group actions. Goblins have a preference for meat and sparkling things and are interested in food, especially rare and valuable items such as gold coins and diamonds. He occasionally picks wild fruits, but does not actively grow crops. The main food source is hunting and plunder. When the Balrog slammed the dwarf tribe, they gathered a group of goblins to fight. After hundreds of years, how many goblins there were in this dwarf's former royal city, the Balrog is not clear. Hearing the words of the flame demon, Su Moqing's eyes flashed a cold light. The flame demon, Ghidorah enter the cave together and destroy the goblins inside. "Respected master, I can handle such trivial matters by myself, so I don't have to bother Master Ghidorah." The flame demon was afraid of being sucked by Ghidorah. Facing King Kong, he still dared to fight, but Ghidorah was simply hanging out. He clearly felt that his strength was not strong, but he was helpless. It was really afraid of going in with the other party. "Can't get out anymore." Su Moqing saw the flame demon's mind and said, "Don't be nervous, you and Ghidorah will be companions in the future. It will not bite you again, Go. No matter whether you kill the goblins or not, you must come back before dawn." "Yes, my master." The flame demon was very adapted to the role of Doglegs and turned around murderously and stepped into the cave, as if he wanted to find all his aggrievedness in the goblin. Ghidorah also twisted his body and entered the cave. At the moment, Ghidorah had swallowed part of the Balrog's energy, and his body length reached 30 meters. It can be seen that the ability of evolution of devouring has many perverts. Su Moqing also has the ability of devouring evolution, but he does not have a good appetite for edible everything like Ghidorah and the ability of no fear of harm, so his progress is much slower. Su Moqing is not in a hurry anyway. The strength of the psychic beast is his strength, so there is no need to distinguish it. When the Balrog and Ghidorah entered the cave, Su Moqing and King Kong entered the psychic space. King Kong was too big to enter the cave. In order to enchant King Kong before, Su Moqing had consumed a lot of energy, so naturally he had to replenish it. After entering the psychic space, Su Moqing continued to grill the octopus. While Su Moqing was grilling the octopus, the system prompts "kill the goblins" came in my mind constantly, thinking that the Balrog and Ghidorah had already begun to kill the quartet. Su Moqing didn't bother about this and directly blocked the beep. After he roasted the octopus meat that looked like a deep-sea giant python, sprinkled it with cumin, chili noodles, salt, and other condiments, then took out a few boxes of beer and started eating it. See drink. When Su Moqing finished eating and exited psychic space, it was dawning. The Balrog and Ghidorah, who were a little older, were already standing outside the cave and waiting. Su Moqing took a look at the personal interface. Host, Su Moqing current level, mid-disaster psychic points, 368,790. Psychic creatures: Godzilla, Costin, Predator, Hell, Three-Headed Dog, King Kong, Unicorn, Omega, Dilu Beast, Selena, Ghidorah, Balrog ability. Monster Physique, Eagle Eye, Weapon Mastery, Hellfire, Royal Flight, Time Reset, Gravity Field, Remembrance of Blood, Devouring Evolution, Fire Armament. It has increased by more than 300,000 psychic points. Seeing the 300,000 points on the personal interface, Su Moqing was overjoyed. After receiving the flame demon into the psychic space, Su Moqing rode a nearly 35-meter-long Ghidorah into the air, heading north. Heading all the way north, Keto slapped Batwing and flew fast in the sky. Su Moqing condescendingly looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers below. as well as some strange monsters that had never been seen before. From time to time, some evil races such as half-orcs and goblins will attack other races. Every time he encounters such a situation, Moqing will ride Godzilla to smash, earning psychic points on the one hand and asking for directions at random to confirm that he has not deviated from the course. Along the way, Moqing killed many ogres, half-orcs, goblins, and some vicious beasts. In addition, he now has more than 530,000 psychic points. At the same time, the name Golden Dragon Knight began to spread in Middle-earth. A week later, Moqing rode Ghidorah to the sky over the wasteland in the north of Middle-earth. At the moment the setting sun, on the endless wasteland, hundreds of orcs riding a wolf are chasing 13 dwarf running in embarrassment. Years later, the gray-haired hobbit Bilbo Baggins, recalling the situation at that time, would sigh, "I remembered one day running in the sunset, that is my lost youth. Hurry up, there is a dark forest ahead, run into it, and you can get rid of those damn orc cavalry." Thorin Oakenshield, who is 4 meters tall, has a sturdy body and a fortified face, roared loudly to make his companions speed up. Not long ago, in order to explore the dark power behind the magician, Gandalf parted ways with them. Thorin and his party looked very embarrassed when facing the chase of the orcs alone. Fortunately, there is a dark and dense forest not far ahead. The terrain is complicated and the trees and vines are intertwined, which is not conducive to the running of the wolf. It is much easier to get out of the orc-wolf cavalry to enter it. Otherwise, in the battle against hundreds of half-orcs and wolf cavalry on the plains, their party has no chance of winning at all. The dark, dense forest is located in Romanian in the Middle-earth continent, east of the Misty Mountains, and is the most majestic forest in the northern world. This forest was originally called the Great Green Forest. Until it was shrouded by Sauron's shadow, the forest became dark and full of evil creatures. Only the woodland kingdom of elves survived, and it was very dangerous for ordinary people to enter it. The relationship between dwarf and elves is not friendly. Dwarf doesn't like the arrogant attitude of elves, and elves hate the rudeness and ugliness of dwarf. Coupled with the fact that King Dwarf had hacked several treasures of Thranduil, the elven king, so that Smaug later captured Elbor and the elves failed to save them, making the relationship between the two clans even more tense. Now Thorin and the others have no choice. Compared with the hundreds of wolf cavalry with a hard front entering the dark and dense forest, there is at least a ray of life. Kill all the dwarf and share their bodies with the wolves. Kill tilde, wow tilde. Roar the half-beasts above the wolf drank, with bloodthirsty rays in his eyes, and laughed wildly from time to time, obviously enjoying the pleasure of chasing prey. The dwarf strode on their short legs, running desperately, sprinting towards the dark dense forest a few hundred meters away. Ang tilde. Just as the orcs and dwarf chased me, a huge dragon roar resounded through the wasteland. Both the orc and dwarf felt pain in their eardrums and looked back subconsciously. I saw a golden dragon leaping forward, and the orc-wolf cavalry was the first to bear the brunt. Swish swish! In midair, the flame spear shot like rain, and in just one round of attack, most of the orcs and wolf cavalry were killed and injured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewards 36 psychic points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wolf and reward 41 psychic points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewarding 38 psychic points. A series of system prompts sounded, and Moqing looked at the remaining half-orcs, causing Godzilla to whirl in the air for half a circle, flying over the half-orcs' heads. Moqing raised his hand, once again condensed hundreds of flame spears and flew down. Swish swish. What, Dragon Knight, how is it possible? Run for your life tilde. The orc-wolf cavalry, who was still proud just now after suffering a devastating blow, suddenly fled in panic. But unfortunately their speed was too slow. Even though they tried their best, they could not escape the envelope of Deathwing. In less than a minute, more than 400 orcs and their mounts all fell into the sea of flames. The right dwarf on the expedition, and the hobbit Bilbo, saw this scene in front of him. His eyes were shocked. The orcs who were chasing them just now were killed in an instant. That was more than 400 brutal orc-wolf cavalry, and there was no way to fight back. Bilbo grabbed his pocket in a little panic and said to Thorin, "Is this dragon Smaug? How can anyone be on him? No, Smaug is much bigger than the dragon in front of him." Thorin had seen Smaug's huge body with his own eyes. Although the dragon in front of him was huge, it was much smaller than Smaug. With an exclamation, Thorin looked at Moqing on the back of dragon and muttered, "I don't know if the opponent is a friend or an enemy." When Thorin saw Moqing, he had a special feeling. It seemed that there was a certain connection between the other party and him, but it was impossible to say what the relationship was. After destroying the orc wolf cavalry, Moqing controlled Ghidorah, stopped in front of the dwarf expedition team, jumped from Ghidorah and said peacefully, "Under Moqing, dwarf friends, are you all right?" Ghidorah, whose eyes were more than 30 meters long, stopped in front of him, and the dwarf shrouded in the shadow of the behemoth seemed very nervous. In their eyes, Dragon is almost invincible, and only those legendary characters can surrender Dragon and become a Dragon Knight. It is incredible that this human boy who claims to be Moqing can surrender a dragon. Thorin recovered from the shock and said respectfully, "Great Dragon Knight, I Thorin Oak Shield, thank you on behalf of the dwarf family." Dwarf's temper is stubborn, he has always been going straight, but he also knows the principle of respect for the strong. It is not a shame to give due respect to a strong man who has subdued Dragon. You don't have to be polite. It is what my generation should do to cut off evil and maintain world peace. Moqing said with a righteous expression. While speaking, Moqing glanced around, confirming that these dwarfs, who were not more than 15 meters tall, were the expedition members he was looking for. His eyes stayed on Bilbo for a while. He remembered that if he was right, the hobbit Bilbo had a supreme Lord of the Rings that many races could steal. However, Moqing didn't have much interest in Supreme Lord of the Rings, and instead said, "I'm from a distant overseas eastern continent. I heard that there is a dragon in Gushan and I am going to get rid of it. Dwarf friends, do you know how Gushan is? Go." The crowd of dwarf glanced at each other and the white-haired old dwarf Bahrain smiled. "It's a coincidence. We are also going to Gushan. If Lord Dragon Knight doesn't mind, let's go with us." The dwarf are basically bold and uninhibited, and they have always been informal, so they look a little rude. To put it bluntly, it is a den of straight male cancer. Moqing smiled upon hearing the words, "Are you going to Gushan? Are you also preparing to kill the dragon?" Dragon slaying, these dwarfs have indeed thought about it. But Thorin and the others are self-aware, knowing that it is difficult for them to defeat Smaug, so their main purpose this time is to retrieve Aken Gem, and then use Aken Gem to order the dwarf tribes of the 7 tribes to fight together. Smaug thus regaining Elbor. Thorin looked at Moqing and Ghidorah behind Moqing, thinking about it in his heart. To be honest, even if he can command the dwarf fighters of the 7 dwarf tribes, Thorin is not sure that he can deal with Dragon Smaug. But with the addition of a Dragon Knight, the odds of winning will be greatly increased. Under Moqing's intentional guidance, Thorin thought for a moment and invited Moqing to join the expedition team. He also came up with a contract, stating that as long as Moqing could help him obtain Aken Gem, he was willing to share Albor's treasure with him. In this regard, Moqing expressed his willingness to accept. In fact, no matter whether Dwarf agrees with him or not to join the expedition, he will go to Gushan to get the Aken Gem and hand it to Thorin. Not for others, just for surrendering spatial coordinates in this world. Because this is an ideal hunting ground, it is very suitable for earning psychic points. In other worlds, most of them are dominated by humans. Moqing is not easy to start, but for evil creatures such as half-orcs, goblins, and monsters, there is no need to estimate at all, so a trip to the Lonely Mountain is imperative. The group of people came to the dark dense forest, preparing to cross the dense forest, and then through Changhe Town, turning into Hegu Town, and then entering Gushan to find a secret road. Moqing has Ghidorah, so he can take these dwarf to fly over, but how can anyone sit in Ghidorah? If anyone could stand on Dragon's back, wouldn't Moqing, the Dragon Knight, be too cheap? These dwarf are considered interesting and did not ask to ride the dragon. They were afraid of inadvertently offending the majesty of the dragon and were swallowed by one bite. There are many monsters in the dark, dense forest. In the original plot, the expedition team was almost wiped out. Just in case, Moqing did not go to Gushan alone, but followed the dwarf on the road, avoiding Thorin, the main character, from taking a dog in the middle, which would affect him to complete the task. As for Ghidorah, because of its huge size, it is inconvenient to move in the dense forest, so Moqing asked him to fly at high altitude and point out the direction casually. The environment in the dark, dense forest is completely different from the wasteland outside. The trees inside are very tall with dense foliage, some old trees of unknown age more than a dozen people cannot hug. Bilbo looked at the dimly lit forest, remembered Gandalf's instructions and said, Gandalf said that he would walk along the trail or he would be lost in it forever. Thorin urged, "Speed up, we have to rush to Gushan on the day of the spiritual capital before the last afterglow, otherwise we will not be able to find the secret road." The day of the spiritual capital refers to the last day of autumn. Dwarf's secret road is very unique, with ancient magic attached to it which is usually invisible. Only the autumn moonlight can reveal the K-hole on the secret road. Once you miss the day of the spiritual capital, you can only wait until the autumn of next year before you have a chance to find the secret path. Regarding the secrets of the secret road, the dwarf clan has lost part of it, but it is not as clear as Moqing. And Moqing has no plans to speak out for the time being. The brilliance of the setting sun penetrated under the dense branches and leaves, leaving a little bit of light. The forest is very quiet, and occasionally there is the sound of wind when the breeze blows over the treetops. The deeper the forest, the darker it becomes, and even the air becomes thinner. Moqing and his party walked along the winding road, the sun completely set, and after walking for a while, Thorin let everyone rest. Moqing summoned Godzilla back and asked Ghidorah to pull out the branches at the top, revealing a bright starry sky, and Roar's absorption became much smoother. Ghidorah stopped on the huge amounts of branches, and everyone was going to rest in the forest for one night, and then go on the road tomorrow morning. Moqing snapped his fingers to light the fire, and Thorin and the others gathered together, took out dry food and drinking water, distributed them, and gave Moqing a portion. Moqing reciprocated, took out some beer from the psychic space, and shared it with the dwarf and Bilbo. For Moqing to take out things out of thin air, Thorin and others have been surprised. After all, they are the legendary Dragon Knights. What's outstanding is also reasonable. After a simple dinner, Philip and Groyan patrolled the surroundings to avoid a sneak attack by monsters. At night, everyone took turns to watch the night. Perhaps it was the existence of Godzilla, but there was no blinding monster to attack. The next day, early in the morning, everyone ate something and moved on. After walking for about 3 hours, Moqing and others came to a broken bridge. The youngest dwarf Killy said, "The bridge here is broken. I don't think the river is very wide. Let's swim over." Thorin shook his head slightly. "No," Gandalf said, "the river here has black magic. We can't touch the water." Bilbo pointed to the vine not far away. "Should we climb over the vine? Don't be so troublesome, I'll take you there." While Moqing spoke, he grabbed two dwarf with one hand and leaped up to the other side of the river. But after a few rounds, everyone crossed the river. Just crossing the river, I saw a white deer with a white body coming out of the forest, and then meaningfully looked at Moqing and the others. Seeing the white deer, Thorin frowned, bent his bow and shot an arrow, trying to kill the white deer. Wow tilde. The moment the arrow was shot, Moqing's figure flashed and grabbed the flying arrow. "You shouldn't do this, it's not malicious. These deer are the eyeliner of the elves and they will expose our tracks." When Solon talked about the elves, he was a little angry. He always believed that the elves had abandoned the covenant with Dwarf, and he always remembered that the elves were not saved. But I never thought that it was his grandfather's greed that caused the evil of the elves' gems. Perhaps this is the case with people, who always like to blame others for their mistakes instead of finding the cause on their own. The Bailu ran away in shock. Moqing returned the arrow to Thorin without saying anything, turned around and continued on the road. At noon, a group of people entered an area full of cobwebs. The air was full of corruption of branches and leaves, and the air was relatively thin. Moqing was okay. The other people's physical strength was a little unable to keep up. With lack of oxygen, they appeared weak and Roar sucked quickly. Moqing heard the movement ahead and said to Thorin, "There seems to be a situation ahead. I will go and see. You stay where you are." After that, Moqing's figure flashed, and in a blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of Thorin and others. "Fast speed, Guo really deserves to be a man who can surrender dragon," Philip exclaimed. Killy said to Thorin, "Are we going to help?" "Idiot, if Sudu can't solve the problem, what can we do to help stay on the spot?" Thorin said, panting. He was not worried about Moqing's safety. Along the way, Thorin had already seen some of Moqing's strength and was deeply admired. It was with Moqing's help that their journey would be so smooth. Instead of worrying about others, you might as well worry about yourself. On the other side, Moqing's body is like a phantom, swiftly traversing the jungle covered by cobwebs. One leap, standing on the tall ancient tree branches, looking around. 100 meters away, a dozen elves with long hair, shawls, green clothes, and pointed ears were fighting with a group of big spiders. "This is an elf, not as handsome as I am." Moqing looked at the lightly figured male elf with a bow and arrow and touched his chin narcissistically. "Shoot tilde." While Moqing was observing the elves and the big black spider team, a sharp arrow flew from below. Moqing cast his eyes and instantly judged the direction the arrow was shooting. It was not a threat to him, but there were some slight noises at the top of his back. A flame rose in his hand and turned into a long flame whip. Without looking at it, Moqing lashed back with his backhand. Smack! A big spider weighing 100 caddies with cobweb hanging on its tail fell condescendingly at Moqing, but still a few meters away, he was blown away by the ugly head by the fire whip. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the face demon spider and reward 55 psychic points. At the same time, the previous arrow flew to the fallen spider's corpse. Plop tilde, as the body of the human face demon spider fell, Moqing looked down. I saw a red-haired female elf holding a longbow looking at him in surprise and astonishment. Obviously, the arrow just now was shot by this female elf. Moqing could see that the other party wanted to help him. At first impression, this fairy girl was pretty good. The elves are the darlings of the world, and their appearance is generally very high. This female elves is no exception and can be regarded as a standard beauty. Moqing had some impressions of her. The female elf was named Terrell, and she was a character with many scenes in the Battle of Smog. In the original plot, Terrell is the captain of the Guard of the Dark Jungle and is trusted by the Elf King Thranduil. As a younger Sylvan, although he is not as wise as other elders, Terrell is brave and well-informed, and he can give everything for the one he loves. It's just that the final ending is not so good. Terrell, who was standing in the woods, was a little dazed when he forgot about Moqing on the branch. As a young elf, she has never walked out of the dark and dense forest. This is the first time she has seen a human being. Looks very similar to the elf, looks pretty handsome, has a unique temperament. At the moment Terrell was stunned, a human-faced demon spider sprang out silently, leaping towards Terrell with its teeth and claws. Moqing saw this, and the fire whip in his hand quickly shrank and turned into a fire bow. When the bowstring was pulled, the flames condensed the arrows, and it was done in one go. Wow tilde. The fire flashed, and the flame arrow pierced through the head of the human-faced demon spider, nailing it to the ground. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the face demon spider and rewarding 53 psychic points. Shooting the human-faced demon spider, Moqing jumped down from the tree, and at the same time turned the fire bow into a flame spear, flew around and shot out, nailing a human-faced demon spider that had jumped from the tree to the trunk. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the face demon spider and rewarding 51 psychic points. At this time, other elves also noticed the existence of Moqing. However, there were dozens of human-faced demon spiders around them staring at each other. They couldn't separate the gods for a while, and they each worked hard to kill the human-faced demon spiders in front of them. These elves have good skills, agile bodies, close combat is not weaker than the predators, first-rate archery, and a good example. Moqing held a flame sword in each hand, and every time he waved his arm, a human-faced demon spider was bound to be beheaded. After a while, the surrounding 40-odd human-faced demon spiders were all annihilated by Moqing and a group of elves. Moqing killed more than 20 heads by himself, almost catching up with the total of the elves. After the human-faced demon spider was cleared, a dozen elves around them kept a distance from Moqing, a little vigilant and odd. The leading male elf looked at Moqing. "Human, you have good skills, why did you enter our elf territory?" Since Moqing killed more than 20 human-faced demon spiders alone, it was considered a relief for them, so the male elf spoke more politely. Moqing glanced at the handsome male elf who was a little fat baby and recognized him as the elf prince of the dark dense forest Legolas. Legolas is the son of Thranduil, the dark forest elf king. He has an excellent survival ability in the wild. He not only has keen eyesight but also has rich knowledge of the forest. Although Legolas' combat ability is very strong, he has not experienced much tempering, and like his father, he regards the dwarf expedition team as enemies. In the later Lord of the Rings trilogy, Legolas won a high popularity with his outstanding skills and handsome appearance. Hearing what Legolas said, Moqing smiled peacefully. Under Moqing from the far eastern continent, I came to the dark and dense forest to go to Gushan by way. Please forgive me for the offense. Gushan? Legolas saw that Moqing had a handsome face and extraordinary bearing and did not show the arrogance of a prince. Hearing that Moqing said he was going to Gushan, he quickly thought of the legend about Gushan. According to legend, the dwarf king city of Elbow in the Lonely Mountain contains countless treasures and a ferocious dragon. Is the person in front of him going for the treasure? Trusty Rusty tilde. Legolas thought about it and suddenly heard a sound of footsteps and then saw a group of dwarf approaching. As soon as the elves and dwarf met, their swords were suddenly drawn. Dwarf and elves, the two are the gap between short, poor, and tall, rich, and handsome. Both races have their own strengths and weaknesses, but standing together is obviously very unmatched. Adding to the grievances of the two races in the past, this meeting almost immediately started. Roar tilde. At a tense moment, Godzilla flew down and landed on the tree canopy above everyone's heads. His two front paws peeled off the dense branches and stretched his head to look around. Swish! The frightened elf shot an arrow reflexively. A few arrows passed through Godola's body, and Terrell and the other elves in Thorin's dwarf saw their eyes. "Don't be nervous, it's my partner Godola." Seeing that the elves were about to shoot again, Moqing stopped. "That is to say, you have to try to be an ugly half-orc. Moqing can't kill him, beauty is justice. In this face-conscious society, good-looking is also an advantage. The right way is to know the hero and value the hero, so why should a handsome guy embarrass a handsome guy?" So Moqing forgave the elves for their unintentional mistakes this time. "Is this dragon your partner?" Legolas looked at Moqing incredulously. Thorin looked at the stunned look of the elves and said proudly, "Suki is a great dragon knight, you ignorant elves, dare to be disrespectful to the dragon knight, you are so courageous." Look at Sony's contemptuous fart as if the dragon knight was him. In fact, Dwarf Prince Thorin is usually easy to talk about, but when he targets elves, Thorin appears aggressive. "Forget it, everyone is not acquainted with each other, we have to hurry, if there is nothing else, please ask the friends of the elves to make it easier." Moqing is speechless for these dwarf who have not succeeded or failed. Although he is not afraid of elves, it is better to do more than less. If it is not necessary, he does not want to be an enemy of elves. If Thorin is not his target, Moqing doesn't want to take dwarf on the road at all. With the existence of the fake dragon knight Moqing, the elves are not as embarrassed as the original plot dwarf. If you don't look at the face of the monk and the face of the Buddha, the elves are not stupid. For a few dwarf, offending a powerful dragon knight, this business is obviously not worth it. Rejecting Legolas's invitation to go to the elf kingdom, Moqing and Thorin continued to set off. Being dragged down by dwarf's footsteps, it took more than 3 days for a group of people to walk to the edge of the dark, dense forest. On the way, Moqing hunted and killed a lot of monsters, as well as some half-orcs chasing soldiers, and gained a lot of psychic points. The dwarf admired Moqing so much. In the team, Moqing has the absolute right to speak. As long as he doesn't touch the bottom line of dwarf, his words are more effective than Solin. At noon, a group of people walked out of the dark, dense forest and came to the huge amounts of lake. The lonely mountain is in sight. And there is an isolated island in the middle of the lake, which should be Changhu Town. Moqing looked at the empty dock but did not see any ships stopping. "After thinking about it, I thought that it should be the time they came here, earlier than in the original plot, so I didn't meet Bud, who was a boatman." In the original plot, Dwarf is not popular, and it is possible to enter Long Lake Town thanks to Bud's help. But Dwarf's appearance was that he was not authentic, and he was favored by others. In the end, he killed the people in Long Lake Town. Almost all of them were buried under the flames of Smog. In the end, Bud shot Dragon Smog with the black arrow, and went to Dwarf to ask for a part of Dwarf's promise to rebuild his homeland treasure, but was turned away by the obsessed Thorin. Perhaps it is the roots of stupidity, stubbornness, greed, selfishness, recklessness, and so on that caused the destruction of Dwarf. Moqing remembered that in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Dwarf clan was almost extinct. This is also self-inflicted. Aside from this, the power of Dwarf is not as good as before. If Thorin waited for Dwarf to go to Long Lake alone, he would probably be locked up as a coolie. But with Moqing, everything becomes different. Those who have the ability, no matter where they go, will be looked at differently. Especially Moqing's current occupation is a tall dragon knight, although it is a fake, no one else knows it. Just relying on Godola's body length of more than 30 meters, who doesn't give a bit of face. Letting Thorin and the others wait in place, Moqing rode Godola, flew across the lake and stopped in a clearing in Changhu Town. The appearance of Godola immediately caused a riot. Changhu Town was built on a small island in the middle of the lake. The commoners in the town are basically the descendants of Hegu Town who emigrated. Decades ago, Smog launched an attack on the town of River Valley near Gushan in order to occupy Elbor's treasure, causing heavy casualties to the people in River Valley Town. In desperation, the surviving people were transferred to Long River Town. Although many years have passed, many people still remember the tragedy of Smog's attack on River Valley. Smog has been sleeping in the lonely mountain all these years. They can live a stable life. Now seeing Dragon fly down again, although the golden dragon in front of me is much smaller than Smog, these people are still terrified to the extreme. In their eyes, Dragon is an invincible existence. In addition, Godola is also a behemoth over 30 meters long. In terms of appearance alone, it looks more noble than Dragon Smog. The whole body is like gilt scales, fangs, and claws, and you know it's not easy to mess with at a glance. Some of the nearby crowds ran far away and some hid in houses, carefully watching the situation from cracks in doors or windows. Ghidorah dismissed the gaze around him. If it weren't for Moqing's restraint, these people would look like a dish in his eyes. After Su Moqing stopped Godzilla, there was no action. After waiting quietly for a while, two groups of guards in armor ran over. These guards armed with spears stopped more than 50 meters away from Godzilla, watching Su Moqing nervously one by one. To be precise, it was Godzilla. A raging soldier and a raging nest. The mayor of Chang's town is a person who is greedy for life and fear of death, but also greedy for money and incompetent, so the people under him are naturally not capable. These people have better equipment than the dwarf, but in terms of combat power, they can also have an advantage. Just looking at Godzilla, many of these people were trembling, and the standard silver-like wax gun tip was not suitable. If it were not for keeping their hard-won jobs, these people would not dare to stand opposite Ghidorah. Su Moqing jumped from behind Godzilla and looked at the captain of this group of guards. "Where is your mayor? Call him to see me." The captain with the 8-character who hesitation boldly said, This great dragon knight, what can you do with our mayor?" The team leader's tone was very humble, not at all the domineering of Yuru Township. Su Moqing glanced at the captain, almost scared the captain to pee, and said lightly, "My friend needs a boat to cross the river. I would like to ask him for a favor. I will pay." Goo. The captain of the guards swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling that the pressure was great in front of Su Moqing. After hearing that Su Moqing was not going to trouble Changhu Town, the rock hanging in his heart was put down. It turned out to be crossing the river. "I don't know how many friends of Lord Dragon Knight have. The villain can make people prepare boats. Picking up people and crossing the river is just a small matter. The captain of the guard can call the shots by himself." Although Su Moqing looks very approachable, they don't understand and dare not go against the other's wishes. Otherwise, once the other party goes crazy, they can't hold it. Su Moqing said peacefully, 12 dwarf and a hobbit are on the east bank. Who is the best boatman here?" "I." A young man in black, nearly 30 years old, stood up. Su Moqing heard the sound and saw that this man was considered handsome and extraordinary, with sharp eyes and a strong body. Obviously, he had a good foundation. It was Bud the Dragon Slayer who shot Smog in the Battle of the Five Armies. Su Moqing knowingly asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Bud. No one is more familiar with this area of water than I." Bud said, neither humble nor humble, with confidence in his tone and no stage fright at all. "That's fine, it's you. This is the reward." Su Moqing smiled slightly and handed a piece of gold. Gold is a hard currency in many worlds, and Su Moqing also stored some in the psychic space. At the moment just came in handy. "My lord, don't worry, I will bring people here safely." Bud looked at the gold in his hands with an excited smile on his face. He needs money to maintain his family's expenses. Generally, 1 silver coin is enough to carry people across the river. Now the gold in his hand is enough to support his family's expenses for 5.5 years. After a while, Bud punted the dwarf into Long Town. Because of Su Moqing's existence, the mayor of Chang Town didn't dare to put a fart. The reason why Su Moqing came to Changhu Town deliberately was to find a relatively safe place for dwarf. But the most important thing was to get Black Arrow. Dragon Smog, in the evaluation of the original plot, is even higher than the Flame Demon, and it is an existence with the power to destroy the country. Especially a dragon scale that is difficult to enter with swords and guns, it is difficult for ordinary weapons to cause damage to it. As a last resort, Su Moqing did not intend to use King Kong and Godzilla, because he wanted to attract the orcs and goblins. Gushan is an important strategic location. Demon Lord Sauron will not allow Dwarf to successfully recover Gushan and will inevitably send someone to stop it. This is exactly what Su Moqing said. A large number of half-orcs and goblins may be a disaster for others, but for Su Moqing, it is a gluttonous feast. In order not to scare away the army of half-orcs, Su Moqing could not show too much strength. So this time against Smog, Su Moqing and Godzilla were the main forces. If you want to kill Smog, the Black Arrow, specially created for Dragon Slayer, has become the most ideal weapon. That night, the dwarf found a small hotel to stay in Long Lake Town. Although the hotel is very simple, it is much better than sleeping in the wild. After a few words, Su Moqing went to visit Bud's house alone. Bud's home is easy to find. As the heir of the former mayor of River Valley Town and Bud's good character and charisma, many people still respect Bud in Long Lake Town. Su Moqing just asked a few people casually and came to the door of Bud's house. Papa Tilda Su Moqing knocked on the door politely. With a crunch, it was a little lowly who was about 12 years old who opened the door. "Sir, what's the matter with you?" Little Lowly looked at Su Moqing curiously and asked timidly. Su Moqing glanced at the simple room and immediately said, "Is your father Bud home?" "It turned out to be Dragon Knight. What can I do for you?" When Bud heard the movement, he walked down the attic stairs, touched his daughter's head, and asked Su Moqing calmly. Bud had a good impression of the generous Su Moqing, but he was still very vigilant in his heart. The opponent was a superior dragon knight who actually condescended to come to him. He would not think that the opponent was coming to him to talk about the house. In your own home, what can make the other person's eye-catching? When Bud was thinking, Su Moqing was straightforward. I don't want to go around, I want to buy Mr. Bud's black arrow. Black arrow? Bud was slightly startled when he heard the words, and then he thought of the heir of Gushan, Thorin Oak Shield is back. Dwarf was originally the lord of the Lonely Mountain, but now he returned, most likely to regain the Lonely Mountain. If you want to regain the Lonely Mountain, you must defeat Dragon Smog, Black Arrow, as a weapon against Smog. Could it be that the opponent? Bud looked at Su Moqing in shock. You want to kill the dragon? Su Moqing nodded. Yes, I heard that Mr. Bud's ancestor used a black arrow to shoot off a piece of Smog's dragon scale. In order to be more certain, I want to buy the black. Bud was shocked and remembered the legend about Smog. Once Smog wakes up from his sleep and the opponent cannot kill Smog, then Long Lake Town is likely to repeat the mistakes of River Valley Town. No, you can't go to Gushan. Once the dragon awakens, Changhu Town will face an extinction. Bud looked a little panicked. His family are all in Changhu Town, how can he not be nervous? Then you better pray that I can kill Smog, Su Moqing said to Bud earnestly. When Bud heard this, his words were immediately lost, but the opponent was a powerful dragon knight. He couldn't control what he wanted to do. Su Moqing swept around the room, looking at black arrow that was used as a clothespin. Compared with ordinary arrows, the black arrow used to shoot evil dragons is much larger and looks more like a spear. Black arrow has its own glory and mission. You shouldn't stay here as a drying rack. Give it to me. I will use it to slaughter the dragon by myself. Hearing Su Moqing's words, Bud took a deep breath, took off the black arrow, wiped it again, and solemnly handed it over to Su Moqing. Lord Dragon Knight, I will give you the last black arrow. I hope you can give full play to its value. Bud knew that he couldn't stop Su Moqing and the others, and for the present, he could only give Black Arrow to Su Moqing so that he could kill Smog. After all, Su Moqing is a dragon knight and his strength is far superior to ordinary people. Black Arrow can play a better role in the opponent's hands. Su Moqing took Black Arrow and said with a smile, "A wise move, this is what you deserve." While talking, Su Moqing left a bag of gold and then turned and left. Leaving Bud's house, Su Moqing did not meet with Thorin and others, but directly called Ghidorah and flew towards the lonely mountain under the surprised and worried eyes of the residents of Changhu Town. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. To deal with Dragon Smog, Thorin and others will not play a role but will become a drag. Su Moqing would rather just play the dragon instead of these dwarf to give away the head. Su Moqing's task is to give Aiken Gem to Thorin, which is the same as Dwarf's goal, but he will not use Dwarf's method. Real men just want to use the front bar. He didn't intend to steal gems from the secret road, nor was he afraid of confronting Smog head-on. It really couldn't, and he would release Godzilla and King Kong in a gang fight. And placing the dwarf in Long Lake Town can ensure their temporary safety and avoid worries. Ghidorah flew to the lonely mountain, and Su Moqing looked at the castle built on the mountain below condescendingly and threw a flying darts bomb, nailing it to the gate of the castle. Boom tilde, with an explosion, the stone gate of the old castle was blown into many cracks. Ang tilde. The next moment, a dragon chant came from the inside of the castle, and the lonely mountain seemed to shake slightly, and then a western dragon smashed the door of the castle and flew out of it. Dragon is more than 140 meters long, and the whole body is shining with pale golden light. With its wings spread out, covering the sky and sun, even if Kido pulls in front of it, it seems to be extraordinarily petite. Dragon Smog looked at Ghidorah, who looked like Dragon with a puzzled and excited look in his eyes. I can't think that there is a mother dragon in this world. It's great. As the last dragon on the Middle-earth continent, Smog is very special and can speak out. It looked at Ghidorah in amazement, as if a strange bird saw little Loli with bright lights in its eyes. Smog is evil and lonely. As the last dragon in Middle-earth, its dragon lives as lonely as snow, long life just waiting for death. The emptiness of this kind of independence is difficult for ordinary people to understand, but when he saw Ghidorah, Smog felt that the dragon's life became brighter. It has made a great decision to reproduce the glory of the dragon clan together with the golden dragon in front of it. To put it simply, Smog wanted Ghidorah to have a child for him. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep Golden Scales have won my heart. It is God's favor for me. Please have a baby with me and let us contribute to the prosperity of the dragon clan. Smog looked straight at Godzilla, a pair of old men, the look of a rogue. Hearing Smog's words, Moqing felt very surprised. Godzilla looked mighty and majestic, and he always thought Godzilla was a male. Moreover, listening to Smog's implication, it seems that if Godzilla refuses, he intends to forcibly snatch it back and become the mother of the dragon. Regarding this, Moqing didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Roar tilde. Godzilla let out a roar. It couldn't speak, but it could also understand Smog's words and immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Smog. I have personality, I like it, hehe. Smog flapped his wings, avoided Godzilla's pounce and flew in the air with a loud and wretched grin. Moqing had goosebumps. Without waiting for Smog to speak again, Moqing raised his hand to condense the flame spear and threw it directly at Smog's head. Boom tilde. The flame spear bombarded Smog's eyebrows, and the sound of gold and iron cried out, bursting into flames. The flames condensed through flame arms are as hard as fine iron, and with Moqing's power, with a single blow, it can be as powerful as a rocket launcher. But this kind of attack only stirred up a spark of light on Smog's body, and even the dragon scales did not break open. The defense is really strong. Moqing's attack did not cause substantial damage to Smog, but it angered Smog. Wow tilde. Smog roared, his wings brought a violent whirlwind, and his pale golden vertical pupils stared at Moqing on Godzilla's back and said fiercely, "Stupid human beings, how dare you attack the great king of the mountain? Smog, I want to have it. There is no burial place for death. If you hit you, do you still have to pick a day?" While Moqing was talking, the hellfire that rose up in his hand turned into a big fireball, and it flew towards Smog's huge amounts of dragon head. As a fire dragon, Smog has high resistance to both fire and magical attacks. Even if the hellfire has the effect of burning the soul at the same time, it will not be able to help Smog's tough dragon soul for a while. Moqing didn't report much hope for this. If Smog was so easy to kill, he would have been killed a long time ago. The fireball is just a blindfold. At the moment the fireball burst, Smog instinctively closed his eyes. At this moment, Moqing flew up, plucking his full strength and hitting Smog's head with a heavy punch. Boom tilde, wow tilde. Only a loud roar was heard, followed by a scream from Smog's mouth, and his huge figure plunged into the ground below, smashing the hard rock into a huge amounts of pit. Moqing, who possesses mid-disaster strength, has a mighty power in every move. Smog is surrounded by copper skin and iron bones. When Moqing hits him with all his strength, he feels dizzy and even confused. It is unforgivable for a tiny human being to drive it into the dust. Smog came back to his senses, raging into the sky, and sprayed out a fiery dragon's breath, instantly shrouding Moqing in midair in a sea of flames. The flames soared into the sky, rendering the high-altitude clouds into fiery red. Even if they were hundreds of miles away, you could see the magnificent burning clouds. At the same time, Godzilla, who was ready to go, swooped forward and bit her mouth on Smog's neck. Roar tilde. Smog was pounced by Kido and immediately stopped spraying the dragon's breath. His huge figure shook slightly, and then he waved his claws, trying to pull Kido off his body. But when Smog's dragon claw touched Godzilla, the dragon claw passed through without resistance. Is this the case? Smog, who had lived for thousands of years, had encountered such a weird thing for the first time. It seems that Godzilla biting its throat is just a phantom, but it really feels the pressure on its neck. Fortunately, its skin is thick enough that Godzilla did not bite its dragon skin. With his throat locked by Kido, the careful Smog did not care about lying Xiangziyu. His body exuded amazing heat, his long neck turned red gold. His mouth exhaled hot dragon breath, turning his body into a sea of fire. It seemed that he wanted to use the high temperature to push Godzilla back, but Godzilla, who was in the state of blurred, was not affected in any way. She bit Smog's throat and didn't let it go, making Smog feel suffocated. When Smog was at a loss, Moqing descended from the sky, covered with a layer of hellfire, flashed above Smog's head and stepped down vigorously. Bang tilde. Smog's head sank and hit the ground, and Godzilla's body sank into the ground, but it did not cause any impact on the ground, which seemed rather strange. Damn reptile, you're looking for death. Smog's vertical pupil was locked to Moqing, who jumped in front of him, and the huge amounts of forelimbs set off a fierce gust of wind and slammed them towards Moqing. In terms of body size, Moqing's body was still not as good as a dragon claw of Smog. Moqing's extremely disparity in size, but Moqing did not persuade him. The flame giant condensed in his hand, and the dragon claws shot by the fierce turn. Boom tilde. The flame exploded, illuminating the sky, and Moqing's figure flew out, hitting the distant city wall, directly knocking out a big hole in the city wall. Smog was also uncomfortable. One paw was dislocated and howling in pain, and Godzilla kept biting his neck, making Smog almost crazy, slapped around indiscriminately, and the power of terror caused the earth to crack like an earthquake. Generally, Changhu Town, the dragon is awake, run for your life. Smog is here, leave now. The Dragon Knight is fighting the dragon, can he defeat the dragon? The residents of Long Lake Town looked at the large flames on the lone mountain and the violent smog in the flames, all of them trembled. Some people directly moved their belongings to the boat, preparing to flee the town of Long Lake so as not to be affected by the pond fish. Some people are praying, hoping that Moqing can defeat Smog. The dwarf Prince Thorin watched Smog being restrained, his eyes gleaming, and he turned to the crowd of dwarf beside him and said, "We rush to the lonely mountain. Are you going to slay the dragon?" Philip took the battle axe, eager to try. Thorin looked at this careless nephew, shook his head and said, "No, we take the opportunity to enter Elbor and find Achen gems. But Sue is still fighting the dragon, we should help him." Bilbo is still loyal, even if he knows he is not Smog's opponent, he still dares to go desperately for the sake of his friends. Thorin shouted, "He didn't tell us, so he acted alone and broke our original plan, so he should bear the consequences. What's more, even if we go, how can we help? Lonely Mountain, Elbor Dwarf King City." Wow, tilde, the rubble flew horizontally and Moqing crawled out of the pile of rocks. The armor on his body broke into cracks as large as his palms. The skin on his chest was blue and hot. Ahem, this dragon is really exciting. Moqing coughed twice, waved away the splashed smoke and dust, and then tore off the armor on his body, revealing the upper body covered by hellfire. The bruises from the previous collision recovered with a speed visible to the naked eye. In terms of self-healing power, Moqing, who has Godzilla's monster physique, is not weaker than Wolverine and even stronger. Stepping out of the broken city gate, not far away, Smog was entangled by Godzilla, a frantic saboteur. Smog tried his best to get rid of Godzilla, but the two beasts were not in the same dimension at all. What Smog the fire dragon did was useless. And Godzilla couldn't break the dragon's skin in a short time, causing damage to Smog. Smog wanted to play with Godzilla, but this is not the way to play. We are all dragons, why do you want to help a human to deal with the same kind? Let go. What? Smog roared in anger, his wing claws constantly slapped the ground around him, and his mouth spewed out dragon breath from time to time. But whether it was the dragon teeth like a sword or the claws like a spear, he couldn't even touch Ghidorah even if he touched it. Not to mention hurt, this feeling of being beaten passively made Smog vomit blood in depression. Just when Smog was thinking about how to let Ghidorah pull his mouth, he felt his neck suddenly loosen, and Roar felt a lot more relaxed after sucking. Smog looked at the retreating Godzilla in doubt and said in his heart, could it be that the other party was shocked by his own overlord's aura, ready to abandon the dark? Obviously, Smog thinks too much. At the moment when Godzilla let go, Moqing rushed towards Smog, and when he was 3 meters away, Moqing jumped up and kicked vigorously against Smog's abdomen. There is a saying that vigorously produces miracles. Moqing's strength is weaker than Smog, but it is not much worse. With a full kick, Smog's abdomen suddenly dents a large part and his huge body is kicked out, many meters rolling down the mountain. Rumble. Smog was full of flames, and when it rolled, it looked like a huge amounts of fireball. It rolled more than 10 times before Smog pierced the rock with his dragon claws to stabilize his figure. Without waiting for Smog to distinguish between the southeast and the northwest, Moqing's attacks came one after another. Hundreds of flame spears shot at Smog one after another, knocking it down for a certain distance. More than 1,000 meters below, there is a wide, long lake. As long as Smog is knocked down into the water, Smog's combat power will at least be reduced by half, and Moqing will occupy the ground by then, and it will be easier to deal with Smog. Godzilla and Moqing were connected with each other, waving their wings and flying towards Smog, knocking Smog's unstable footing into the sky. Although the appearance of Ghidorah and Dragon in this world is very similar, there is a fundamental difference between Ghidorah and Dragon. Naturally, he will not show mercy to Smog's men. In the long lake, sparkling and mist filled the water, a dozen dwarf were rowing hard on a small boat, and they had just rowed out a few hundred meters from the shore of the lake. I saw Smog being knocked down on the shore of the lake, howling in pain. Oh my god, Sue is so good, he can actually defeat Smog, maybe he can really kill the dragon. Good job, kill the dragon. Slaying the dragon, slaying the dragon, slaying the dragon. I don't know what the structure of Dwarf's brain is. Except for Thorin's unsettled expression, the other dwarf all yelled roar when Smog fell to the ground, as if they were cheering for Moqing. Bilbo was a little nervous and said, guys, I think we should stay away from here. He knows himself well, but he doesn't want to become a charcoal hobbit. Unfortunately, it was too late, and Smog discovered the existence of Dwarf with a ferocious look in his eyes. Damn Dwarf, you found this dragon knight wanting to take back the lonely mountain, dreaming, I want you all to die under the flames. Seeing the dwarf, Smog immediately became angry and immediately flapped his wings and flew to the boat where Dwarf was riding. At the same time, the dragon's breath was brewing, and he was ready to turn all these disgusting dwarf into ashes and let out a bad breath. Why do these idiots get here? The battle was fierce just now. Moqing didn't have the time to pay attention to the surrounding situation, and the sky was dim and the long lake was filled with fog. He did not notice the existence of Thorin and others. To be honest, Moqing doesn't have a lot of favor with these dwarfs, and sometimes even has the urge to give them a meal. But in order to complete the task, he can't just watch the dwarf of these bad things die. Anti-gravity field. Moqing operated the gravity field in reverse to reduce her weight, speed up, and rush to the low altitude, grabbing the tail of Smog's dragon. Gravity field, 10 times. At the moment when Smog's breath was ejected, Moqing changed the gravity field and applied 10 times the gravity to Smog's body. Wow tilde, even Smog couldn't stand the sudden increase in weight by 10 times. The open dragon wings almost broke because they couldn't withstand the surge of gravity. He squatted and fell from the air. With a puff, he fell into the long lake, middle. As a result, the dragon's breath deviated, missed the boat for a few meters, and sprayed on the lake. Even so, the heat wave brought by the dragon's breath scorched the beards and hairs of many dwarf. The dwarf who had survived the catastrophe before he had time to rejoice, Thorin saw Smog's huge body falling into the water, splashing huge waves, and hurriedly shouted, "Hold on." Before the words were finished, the surging lake had overturned the boat the dwarf was riding in, and all the dwarf fell into the lake. At the same time, the hot Smog was like a hot red soldering iron. Whenever it encounters water, it will make a boom sound. The lake water in the range of more than 100 meters quickly heats up, and a lot of bubbles and water vapor emerge. In other words, the dwarfs are far away, otherwise they will peel off even if they are not scalded to death. Moqing flew out from the hot lake water, removed the hellfire from her body, glanced at Thorin swimming towards the shore of the lake, and then looked at Smog who was struggling in the lake. Smog was tumbling in the lake, revealing his heart missing a dragon scale. Moqing promptly took out Black Arrow and threw it vigorously at a position without dragon scale protection. Moqing's strength is extremely strong, and his head is also very high. He doesn't need to use the power of the crossbow arrow. After the black arrow is released, it turns into a black streamer. Black Arrow, Smog's heart with his body upright on the middle of the lake, was shot into Smog's body when it was close to 2 meters from the black arrows. Wow tilde. Smog uttered a desperate and painful scream of pain in his heart, struggling for a few times, and finally lying helpless in the lake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Smog and rewarding 15,000 points. In the darkness, Thorin, Philip, and other dwarfs swam desperately to the shore of the lake. When they all went ashore, they all looked into the long lake with lingering fears. Moqing stepped on the water, dragged Smog's huge corpse, and slowly approached the shore. Smog is dead, Mr. Su really killed the dragon. Upon seeing this, Dwarf was surprised and almost jumped up happily. Mr. Su is too good, I know he can do it. As expected to be a powerful dragon knight, his strength is extraordinary. I actually witnessed the dragon slaying with my own eyes. It's incredible. The other dwarf also sound high roar. Dragon Smog once drove the dwarf out of their kingdom, occupied the dwarf's treasure, and made the dwarf stray and unable to return home. Every dwarf has cursed Smog countless times. Now Smog is dead. It means that they can return directly to the lonely mountain, and then summon other dwarf compatriots to return and reproduce the glory of the dwarf family. Moqing had his upper body naked, clutching Smog's tail blankly, and dragging his huge body to the shore. Thorin shook his wet hair and smiled. Mr. Su, on behalf of the dwarf of the Durin clan, I would like to express my most sincere thanks to you. We will go to Gushan now. I will honor my promise. One of the 15th of the treasure of Erbal is given to you. Sauron was dissatisfied with Moqing's unauthorized actions before. After all, he is the leader of the team and the prince of the dwarf clan. As a natural superior, Thorin hates that others go against his will. But right now, Moqing killed Smog. From Thorin's point of view, the other party had relieved Gushan's distress, which was considered to have made up for it, so he forgave the other party graciously. You go up the mountain first, I have to deal with Smog's body and meet on the mountain later. Moqing did not refuse to share the treasure. These are the rewards he deserves. In the original plot, if Thorin and the others hadn't been lucky, plus Smog's tuberculosis and neurotic stinks, these people would have died long ago. In the end, Smog's brain convulsed, and the dwarf that was placed in front of him did not kill and ran to harm Long Lake Town. If it weren't for the archer Bud to shoot Smog, not many residents of Long Lake Town would survive. Bud shoots Smog, which is equivalent to saving Thorin and others in disguise. Otherwise, even if Thorin gets Aikengem and summons the seven-veined dwarf to fight against Smog, let alone whether he can defeat Smog, even if he can win in the end, the dwarf clan will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. However, Thorin was not grateful for it, but felt that it was absolutely right, and even abandoned his promise, turning a blind eye to the homeless residents of Changhu Town and letting them fend for themselves. The greed and ignorance of the residents of Changhu Town is one reason, but the selfishness of Dwarf can also be seen. It can be said that both in the original plot and now, Thorin and others are doing things and letting others clean up the mess for them. If it wasn't for the task to complete the task, Thorin's a *** and incompetent, but he likes to force his face. Su Moqing slapped him to the wall early. After hearing Su Moqing's words, Thorin didn't think so much and was impatient, since Mr. Su still has something to deal with, then we will take the first step and wait for the driver in Gushan. After all the dwarf left, Su Moqing collected Smog's body into the psychic space. Smog is also the head dragon anyway, the whole body is treasure. Dragon scales can be made into armor, dragon teeth, dragon claws, dragon bones, and dragon horns can be made into weapons. Dragon blood and dragon meat are high-end ingredients. When dealing with the body of Smog's dragon, Su Moqing dug out a red dragon crystal with the size of a fist not far from its heart. This dragon crystal contains huge fire energy. Su Moqing used the ability of swallowing evolution to absorb it. Although he failed to break through the late disaster stage, his strength still improved significantly. Before absorbing the dragon crystals, Su Moqing had already instructed King Kong, Ghidorah, and Godzilla to pull down Smog's dragon scales one by one. These dragon scales are very hard and have certain magic resistance, which is considered a good material. After Su Moqing absorbed dragon crystals' energy, the sky outside was bright and wide. After spending a lot of effort, Su Moqing cut off Smog's head and then rode on Ghidorah's back, allowing Ghidorah to grab Smog's huge dragon head and fly directly out of the psychic space. But for a moment, Ghidorah flew over the town of Long Lake, flew 2 times in full view, and then flew towards the Lonely Mountain. I believe it will not be long before the news of Smog's death will be passed on in Middle-earth. A few minutes later, Ghidorah fell outside the city of Elbor. Su Moqing took back Smog's dragon head, let Ghidorah stay outside, strode into the original dwarf kingdom through the broken gate. Because he had to concentrate on serving Smog before, Su Moqing did not carefully look at the dwarf king city. Now it seems that the style is indeed extraordinary. Speaking of which, dwarf is obviously not tall, but the buildings he built are extremely tall. Imagine that Smog, which is more than 100 meters away, can travel in it, showing how majestic the royal city is. After walking through the royal city hall, Su Moqing came to the treasure room where the gold and gemstones were stored. In the treasure room, gold coins and gems are piled up like a mountain, a piece of golden, uncountable, and the wealth in it is enough to make many people crazy. At the moment, Thorin et al., dwarf is still looking for Aiken gem in the Golden Mountain. Because there are too many gold coins, it is not easy to find a fist-big gem among them. Killy, Philly, Bilbo, and others, just moving gold coins will make their hands weak. 12 dwarf plus a hobbit only cleared out 1/10 of the area after busying most of the night, which shows how amazing this wealth is. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, Su Moqing also joined the ranks of the treasure hunt. After busying for more than half an hour, the old dwarf Bahrain surprised roar and said, "I found it, I found it." Hearing the words, Thorin hurriedly ran over, staring straight at the brilliant gems exuding old Bahrain's hands with an obsessive look on his face. "Aiken gem, I finally got you." Only Aiken gem remained in Thorin's eyes, and it seemed that the soul was attracted by the gem. The other dwarf feel that Thorin seems to have changed. That kind of expression is simply a greedy miser. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of Lonely Mountain, rewarding 5,000 psychic points, Thorin Oak Shield's allegiance. The moment Thorin came into contact with Aiken gem, Su Moqing's system mission had already been completed. Su Moqing is not optimistic about Thorin and even a little dislikes this psychic beast, but after another thought, the other party is also the future king of the mountain, and there is always a little use value. Controlling Thorin is relative to controlling the kingdom of Dwarf. As for whether Dwarf will continue to do things, it's up to them. If Dwarf still likes to die as always, the big deal is to let them fend for themselves. In the dim treasure room, after Su Moqing completed the task of Gushan, the system prompt sounded. Does the host extract the ability of Thorin Oak Shield? Hearing the system prompt, Moqing thought and checked Thorin's attribute list. Psychic Beast Thorin, Oak Shield category, Dwarf status, complete body potential, elite current level, early elite ability, King's Breath, close combat, casting. Narrative, King of the King, passive skills, can make the owner have a unique charisma, can invigorate the military spirit through words and actions, improve the fighting will of one's fighters, and make them burst out stronger combat power. Thorin's comprehensive ability is not strong, but the King's Heir ability is somewhat interesting. Not extract for now. Now there are other dwarf, Moqing is not convenient to directly extract Thorin's ability, so it is postponed. After reaching a contract with Moqing, Thorin's subconscious has changed and he began to focus on Moqing. Moqing doesn't know how the system changes the mind of the psychic beast, but after knowing that he becomes his psychic beast, he will be absolutely loyal. It may be unfair to these psychic beasts, but there will be absolutely fair existence in the world. Among other things, if there is no Moqing, few psychic beasts with these system tasks will end up well in the end. Moqing changed the tragic fate of the psychic beast in exchange for the power to control the psychic beast, which was already a relatively good result. What's more, under normal circumstances, Moqing still took good care of the psychic beasts and gave them relative freedom. Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Without you, we would definitely not be so easy to regain Gushan. The treasures here are up to you. After establishing the psychic relationship, Thorin's attitude towards Moqing changed and his tone was more respectful. Moqing was not polite and collected 1/15 of the treasure. To be honest, in the Marvel world, Moqing's financial resources are comparable to that of a country, but it is the first time that he has seen so many gold coins. Compared with the series of numbers in the bank, the scene in front of him has a more visual impact. The other dwarf were all convinced, and no one objected. At noon, Thorin used the returning jackdaw to convey a message and summon the dwarf scattered in the 7 tribes of Middle-earth to return to Albor. This is a top priority for Thorin, and Moqing has no intention of blocking it. Anyway, as the master of Thorin, the dwarf clan will become his subordinates. Naturally, the more the better. Thorin placed Akin Gem next to his body, and at the same time asked Bahrain, Philip and other dwarf to repair the damaged city wall to prevent someone from taking advantage of the fire. When the other dwarf and Bilbo were busy, Moqing and Thorin entered the secret room together. No outsiders existed, Moqing said directly, "Extract the heir of the king." After the words fell, a colorless light burst out from Moqing's body and entered Moqing's body. After more than 10 seconds, the light dissipated. Moqing has not changed but has a unique temperament. If ordinary people see it, it is easy to be attracted to him and follow Moqing. Aura of the King, in the case of Heads Up, it has no effect, but in a group battle it is a very strong ability. A few days in a flash. News of Smaug's death has spread in Middle-earth. This makes many people eager to move. The treasures in the Lonely Mountain are very attractive to many huge races. Because of Smaug's existence in the past, these people were afraid to come to Gushan. But now that Smaug is dead, they naturally have no scruples. Although Moqing killed Smaug, in the eyes of these people, the reason why Moqing, a dragon knight with a mysterious origin, was able to kill Smaug was just a trick. This is what Moqing deliberately did. He claimed in Changhu Town 2 days ago that he could kill Smaug, thanks to the black arrow of the Bud family. The reason why he said so was to confuse outsiders. Otherwise, Moqing psyched up King Kong, Balrog, and Godzilla to help out, and he could sling Smaug. Inside another mountain not far from the Lonely Mountain, it looks weird, like a giant earthworm magic snake digging a hole. The hard rock is like soft tofu to their sharp mouths. Behind the devil's snake, there are tens of thousands of half-orcs, constantly marching in the direction of the Lonely Mountain in the dark cave, on the peak opposite to the Lonely Mountain. A half-orc riding a wolf came to the pale half-orc Azog, who was more than 2 meters high, and reported the situation. "Master, those stupid dwarf and the dragon knight named Moqing have been staying in Albor. There is no special situation." Damn dwarf got help from the dragon knight. Azog looked at the city in the Lone Mountain with hatred in his eyes and then murmured, "Dragon Smaug has been killed by the mysterious dragon knight." Today, there is only one dragon knight and more than a dozen dwarf scum in the Lone Mountain. It is a good opportunity to win the Lonely Mountain, otherwise it will be troublesome to let other dwarf come here. Thinking of this, Azog said to the messenger, "Let the army of orcs speed up." "Yes, my master." The messenger rode away on the wolf. Azog raised the left arm inlaid with the long knife and said viciously, "Solin Oak Shield, this time I want you to die without a place to be buried." Azog, also known as the Blasphemer or Butcher, is the king of half-orcs. Once killed the king of dwarf Thor in the battle for Moria, he was chopped off by Thorin Oak's shield and retreated and fled. As for Thorin, Azog has always held a grudge, and now he is recognized as a commander by the demon Lord Sauron and has captured Gushan. Just to understand the new hatred and the old hatred together. The only thing that worries Azog a little is the Dragon Knight who killed Smaug. According to the rumors, the opponent used Black Arrow to kill Smaug. But the Dragon Knight is the top combat power after all. If you don't try to contain it, it will cause a lot of trouble to the Orcs' army. Perhaps we should ask the owner for some help. One day. The sun was shining early in the morning, and a group of uninvited guests were welcomed in front of the magnificent King Albor city. The people here are 5,000 well-equipped elven warriors and hundreds of fully armed human warriors. At the forefront are the elf King Thranduil riding a giant deer, Gandalf in a black robe, and the mayor of Long Lake Town. Su Moqing and Su Lin and other dwarf are standing on the wall, looking down from a condescending position. Just listen to Thranduil, who is riding a giant deer, said loudly, "I'm here to get back what belongs to me." Thorin, who has always hated elves, immediately wanted to laugh at it. Su Moqing waved his hand to stop and then said to the elf king under the city, "I know your intentions, maybe we don't need to be arrogant." While speaking, Su Moqing jumped off the city wall, walked directly in front of Thranduil and took out a string of white gemstone necklaces. It can return to its original owner. The moment he saw the white gemstone necklace, the elf king Thranduil's roar was eager to suck, and some did not dare to believe. "You will give it to me." Thranduil knew dwarfs' greed, stupidity, and stubbornness, and planned to launch a war this time to retake the white gemstone necklace. He didn't expect to get it all effortless, which was beyond his expectation. Under the city of Elbor, Su Moqing handed the white gemstone necklace to the elf king. This gem originally belonged to the elf, but now it returns to the original owner, hoping to quell the grievances between dwarf and the elf. In Su Moqing's eyes, the white gemstone necklace is very beautiful, but nothing more. He is not a miser. He can distinguish the lighter and the heavier. With the sense of the elves, he will return the things to the original owner and resolve the conflict. Why not? Thranduil excitedly accepted the white gemstone necklace. The white gemstone necklace was originally invaluable, but the most important thing is that it is a token of love between him and his dead wife, which has a special meaning. If this weren't the case, as the elf king of the deepest house, how could he lead an army of elves out of the dark, dense forest? To calm down a bit, Thranduil put away the white gem, then jumped off the giant deer and performed an elf etiquette to Su Moqing. "Thank you for your politeness. From now on, you will be the guest of the elf family, as for dwarf. As long as they don't offend the elves, all their past grievances will be wiped out." Gandalf on the side stepped forward, took off his pointed hat, and solemnly performed a courtesy to Su Moqing, then smiled and said, "You must be the Dragon Knight Su Moqing who killed Smaug. I am Necromancer Gandalf, thank you for your help. Everything dwarf does." Then Gandalf changed his words and said solemnly, "In addition, I have brought a bad news, the army of half-orcs. Old man, get out of the way to the mayor." The mayor of Long Lake Town stepped away from Gandalf, then rubbed his hands and said with a wretched smile, "Lord Dragon Knight, I have a small request. I hope you can agree to it." Gandalf was almost pushed by the mayor. Su Moqing held him up and then looked at the mayor with a fat brain. "Tell me, it's like this. We were originally descendants of the residents of River Valley Town, but because of the wealth of dwarf, Smaug the evil dragon was brought in. Our ancestors suffered from unsuspecting disasters, so we wanted to take some of the treasure from the Lone Mountain to make up for the loss." The mayor said with a righteous expression. Su Moqing looked at the mayor with a smile. "Why don't you ask him for the losses caused by Smaug while Smaug is alive? Or do you think I have a good temper so you want to step on my head? Lord Dragon Knight is serious. We just want a little compensation. There are so many treasures in the Lonely Mountain. As long as we separate a little, we will be satisfied. Otherwise, if these people under me offend you, it will be no good," the mayor said without a smile. The wages of avarice is death. Perhaps in the mayor's view, dealing with the Dragon Knight Su Moqing is much easier than dealing with Smaug. For the treasure of Gushan, he does not hesitate. Greedy people can easily be blinded by immediate benefits and ignore potential dangers. At the moment, the mayor was determined to get the treasure of Gushan. As for how many people would die because of it, he didn't care, as long as the person who died is not him. Hundreds of human warriors gathered around, their eyes were scorching hot, and they were obviously dazzled, just thinking about how to seize the treasure. If it weren't for many elves around, plus the scrutiny of Su Mo's identity as the Azure Dragon Knight, these people would have rushed into Elbor to snatch it. Su Moqing is not right to people. Even though they are both humans, the faces of some people are still disgusting. For example, the mayor in front of you and the residents who live and die. Speaking of it, Su Moqing's killing of Smog was considered to have eliminated the great troubles of these people, but the other party didn't know how to be grateful and instead prepared to avenge revenge. Okay, really good. Since these people have no face and skin, Su Moqing didn't need to give them a good face and said coldly, "Dead pig, are you threatening me?" Seeing the tension in the atmosphere, Gandalf said, "Calm down, everyone, the army of half-orcs is advancing here." "Dead old man, there is no place for you to speak. Where are you chirping? Otherwise the mayor won't mind hanging your head on the tower." I don't know where the courage and confidence of the mayor came from. Even Su Moqing maintained the respect and guard against Gandalf, but he was a dead old man. The ignorant are really fearless. Gandalf was originally Maya, similar to the existence of the second god, and the power demon Sauron was comparable. But because of the power of the rule of the world wearing a human body, he could not exert his full strength. But even so, if Gandalf really wants to clean up an ordinary person, it is definitely a breeze. Quack, at the moment, a jackdaw flew through the air and landed on Thorin's shoulder. Solon, standing on the city wall, nodded to Su Moqing, and then on the eastern slope of Gushan, a group of dwarf in iron armor appeared in his sight. The leading dwarf, carrying a warhammer and riding a strong wild boar, looked quite arrogant. Damn, where did so many dwarf pop up? The mayor and the soldiers of Longhu Town were shocked when they saw there were about 3,000 ironclad dwarf units. They thought that Lonely Mountain only had more than a dozen dwarf and a dragon knight. Originally, I heard that the elves were going to conquer dwarf, so the mayor brought some people to come, wanting to get a share of the pie. But when things came to an end, after the elf got the white gems, he had no plans to make a move. If this is the case, they think they can do it themselves. But in a blink of an eye, there were thousands of dwarf, depending on the number of people, equipment, momentum. There is a huge gap between the two. How to fight this? Too annoying. Rumbling. Just when the mayor wanted to take people off the road, Su Moqing keenly felt a slight tremor from the ground, and suddenly looked towards the hillside in the northwest direction and said in his heart, "Come." After a while, thunder-like noises came from the hillside thousands of meters away, and the howls of giant beasts. It seemed that there was something huge moving underground. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations became more intense, and the elves, dwarf, and humans all looked up. On the hillside, a few huge amounts of magic snakes sprang out of the mountain wall and then burrowed into the ground. The heads of these demon snakes are different from common snakes. They have four-petaled lips with sharp teeth which are about 10 meters in diameter, and they look terrifying. Gandalf surprised roar and said, "It's the devil's snake, the half-orc is here." The mayor's face changed drastically and he cursed, "Damn, I shouldn't have come to this ghost place." Half-orcs? The elf king showed a solemn face watching the huge burrows created by the demon snake. Su Moqing has eagle eyes and has sharper eyesight than elves and can see tide-like half-orcs swarming out of these huge amounts of underground caves. Looking at the army of thousands of half-orcs and some of the tall ogres, the faces of dwarf, elves, and humans are quite ugly. Only Su Moqing smiled at the corner of his mouth, on the mountain opposite to the Gushan Mountain. Azog saw the magic snake digging through the Gushan Mountain, and a large army of orcs rushed out from the cave and shouted to the messenger, "My army is here, blow the horn, and the whole army will attack the mountain becomes a tomb for dwarf, elves, and humans." Wu, hearing Azog's order, the messenger blew the long horn, and at the same time raised the battle flag of the orcs and issued the command to charge. With the sound of the horn echoing on the high ground, the army of orcs who walked out of the hole sharpened their knives and charged Elbor aggressively. "Damn, so many orcs, let's get out of this ghost place." The mayor of Chenghu Town saw the half-orcs rushing like a black torrent and almost freaked out, and immediately ignored him, leading the human warriors under him and fleeing towards River Valley Town. He just wanted to seize the treasure on the Lonely Mountain, but he didn't have the idea of smashing with the army of half-orcs. Now seeing that there is no hope of seizing the treasure, he naturally slipped away. Su Moqing didn't care about these people. His eyes swept across the army of half-orcs, and there were about 20,000 people. This is exactly the moment he is looking forward to, and it is also his harvest moment. Thranduil, the elf king of the Woodland Kingdom, raised his head to look at Su Moqing and solemnly said, "My friend, the elves are willing to participate in the war and fight against the orcs legion together. HMPH, you treachery woodland elves, I can't be trusted." Before Su Moqing could reply, Dan, the dwarf king of the Taikyu clan, began to vomit. He was a violent temper, and he became very angry when he saw the elf. If it weren't for the appearance of an army of half-orcs, he even wanted to overwhelm the group of elves directly here. Thranduil kept a polite smile on his face when he heard the words. As for whether he was cursing his mother in his heart, it is unclear. He didn't think he was wrong in the past. At the beginning, Dwarf occupied the white gem and refused to return it. It wasn't until Dwarf was attacked by Smog that these rude and unreasonable beards thought of the ally of the elves and wanted to ask for help. This kind of friend who has nothing to borrow money and doesn't pay it back, and asks you to go desperately for him if something happens, is it you, can you help? However, they have different positions and different opinions. Many dwarf have no self-knowledge and cannot see their own faults. Only knowing that at the juncture of the life and death of the dwarf clan, this cute friend of the elven clan sits idly by, so he always bears grudges. As the orcs approached, Dan, who was writing page, looked at Thranduil with a smile on his face and cursed, "What a fool, now I don't have the time to care about you. It's better to F***K me." Thranduil almost couldn't help but drew a knife and hacked this stinky short man to death. Seeing this, Moqing held his forehead helplessly. The pig teammates really can't help. This King Iron Hill dwarf looks even worse than Thorin. With such a temperament, it is straightforward to say that it sounds good, but it is not a bit hard to say in his heart. Fortunately, Moqing had never counted on dwarf. Looking at the army of half-orcs who were still about 2 kilometers away, he smiled at Thranduil. "Don't bother with the elf king. There are tens of thousands of half-orcs, so I can barely be enough for me, toss." What a mad tone. Thranduil looked at Moqing in surprise. Judging from the previous contacts, Thranduil thought that Moqing was a modest and reasonable person, but he did not expect the other party to have such an arrogant and unruly side. Taikiu dwarf Wang Danon opened his mouth slightly when he heard the words. From the information transmitted by Thorin, Dan knows a series of deeds of Moqing helping dwarf and beheading Smog. I still have a good opinion of it. Gandalf worried, "Don't be impulsive, mister. There are so many half-orcs, it is better to unite the power of everyone to fight with them." Thranduil admired Moqing's courage but still persuaded, "Mr. Su, I admit that you are superb, but there are too many half-orcs. Let us fight side by side with you." Moqing identified the half-orcs as something in the bag, and definitely will not let these people rob monsters. Immediately shook his head and said with a firm face, "Needless to say, Moqing is going to fight these evil half-orcs to the end today. Only after bloody battles and hardships can I become stronger." Moqing said it sonorously and powerfully, with a spirit of thousands of people will go for it. At this moment, Moqing exuded the invisible king of the air, and some of the female elven warriors in the elven army were instantly shocked by his aura, and they simply forgot about Moqing, who was pulled up by Kido. Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes, and Moqing's appearance is in line with their aesthetics, and there is a female elf that even has an admiration for it. Thranduil, Gandalf, Dan, and others were shocked and respected. The unwavering heart of the strong, even in the face of tens of thousands of orcs, still fearless, this is the style of the Dragon Knight. Thranduil looked at Moqing admiringly, so proud not to be a Dragon Knight, and only such a man can surrender the proud dragon. With this delay, the orcs advanced another 1 kilometer away, only 2 miles away from Elbor. Dwarf and the elves reorganized their formation, leaving a wide passage for Moqing, ready to witness the heroic spirit of the Dragon Knight. Moqing walked towards the army of half-orcs head-on under the attention of all the people. At the same time, in the direction of Hegu town, the mayor had just fled under the dilapidated city with hundreds of human soldiers, but he encountered 5,000 and a half-orc wolf cavalry from the other side. This time the half-orcs almost came out, as the minions of the demon lord Sauron, whether they are elves, dwarf, or humans, they are the targets of their killing. Originally, these half-orcs and wolf cavalry were going to detour the valley town to encircle the solitary mountain and cut off the retreat of dwarf and elves. They wanted to wipe out the 3 armies, but they did not expect these people to run into it head-on. Kill them all. Orcs charge, both sides were slightly surprised, and then the orcs' wolf cavalry howled and launched a charge at hundreds of human soldiers. "Kill me all these dirty orcs." The mayor's eyes stared like copper bells and he roared. The bewildered human warrior heard the sound and rushed forward blindly. And before and after the human miscellaneous soldiers rushed forward, the fat mayor turned his horse's head and ran in the opposite direction. The human soldiers and the orc wolf cavalry fought together. In terms of humans, both the number and equipment and the will to fight are not as good as the orc wolf cavalry. Hundreds of people died in one charge, and some people saw the mayor run away, and the military was in disarray. Unintentionally loved to fight fled in all directions, but this run accelerated death instead. The orc wolf cavalry stepped forward and swung the butcher knife at the back of the human, but for a moment, the human soldiers who blindly obeyed and were pitted suffered most of the casualties. Not to mention those greedy and ignorant people who were killed by the orcs and wolf cavalry crying father and mother. Under the city of Elbor, seeing Su Moqing arrogantly greet the tens of thousands of orcs' army, the faces of the elves and dwarf all showed infinite reverence, shouting for them. The Dragon Knight will win. The Dragon Knight will win. The elf king Thranduil riding on the giant deer, holding the handle of the knife, silently staring at Su Moqing, who is moving forward, asking himself if he is himself. He will definitely not have the courage and strength to stand alone against the army. He had no problem dealing with hundreds of half-orcs. With the help of the terrain, thousands of them could also fight a battle, but even more, Thranduil had no chance of winning at all. This is still considering that the half-orcs do not use long-range arms such as archers. Holding the magic wand, Gandalf also watched Su Moqing's every move. He has been in this world for hundreds of years, and he has seen many people and many things. He has made beautiful firework for kind people and used magic wands to beat evil people's heads crooked. It can be said that he has rich experience, but he can't see through the mysterious Dragon Knight who claims to be from the east. On the other side, the dwarf of Thorin, Bahrain, Philip, etc. walked out of the gate of the city wall of Albor and merged with the dwarf of Iron Hill. Sean gave Thorin a warm hug. "Man, it's so nice to see you." Then he turned his head to look in Su Moqing's direction. "Speaking of which, do we really look at it like this? Trust him, he can do it," Thorin said powerfully, showing full confidence in Su Moqing. At Dwarf, when the elves had different minds, the distance between Su Moqing and the army of half-orcs was already less than 30 feet. Kill tilde, destroy, destroy, destroy. More than 20,000 orc infantrymen armed with spears, swords, and axes howling menacingly. At the forefront of the half-orc army was a row of spearmen. They erected their spears more than 2 meters long and rushed towards Su Moqing quickly. There were bloodthirsty colors in their eyes, as if they had seen Su Moqing being stabbed into quill. Picture, today just kill it. Just when the spear stabbed 1 meter in front of Su Moqing, a dazzling fire flared in Su Moqing's palm, and a 5-meter-long flame giant scythe was condensed in a blink of an eye, half-turned, and the giant scythe swung horizontally. Tilde. Under the powerful blessing, the giant flame sickle brought a dazzling fire and blood. Just like cutting wheat, the 30-odd orcs in the front separated their heads instantly, blood was splashing from the corpses, and their bodies were powerless to rush to the ground. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and reward 33 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewards 34 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewards 31 psychic points. System prompts sounded one after another. Su Moqing's figure flashed and he rushed directly into the army of half-orcs. He raised his sword and fell. There were no fancy moves. Only by virtue of his intrepid physical strength, every time he rotated the giant fire scythe, there would be dozens of them. The orc died by the sword. In just 10 seconds, Su Moqing killed the army of half-orcs. Hundreds of orcs lay in a pool of blood, paved a bloody road. Impressive. Without the use of dragon, Mr. Su can actually rush through the formation of the orc army. It's really invincible. Seeing Su Moqing holding the giant flame scythe in the army of half-orcs, the eyes of the dwarf elves were full of shock. Then seeing the other half-orcs continue to rush towards Elbor, Thranduil and Thorin ordered the elves and dwarf fighters to form a defensive formation. Dwarf's iron-footed army was in front, erected a group of iron-shielded spears, and the elves' archers were behind, shooting bows and arrows. Once the orcs were in range, they would release arrows. The battlefield is not the same. Although I admire Su Moqing's pride and strength, the elves and dwarf will not make fun of their lives. Although Su Moqing is very tough, he has made 3 in and 3 outs in the army of half-orcs in a short period of time, and there is no enemy under him. But after all, there were tens of thousands of half-orcs, and the battle formation was nearly 1,000 meters long. Su Moqing made a few gaps in the half-orcs but couldn't stop all the half-orcs. Seeing that the army of half-orcs was only a few hundred meters away from the allied forces of elves and dwarf, Su Moqing threw the giant flame scythe away, beheading nearly 100 half-orcs. Immediately psychic out of Godzilla so that it flew to the front line of the orcs' army to block. Ghidorah took a dive, spreading his teeth and claws, culling and killing dozens of half-orcs. Su Moqing waved the condensed fire whip and beat the surrounding half-orcs. One person and one beast, like a tiger entering a flock, completely disrupts the formation of the half-orcs. The distance of hundreds of meters seems to be an insurmountable death line. After several rounds of rushing, more than 3,000 orcs have died in the hands of Su Moqing and Godzilla. During the period, some half-orcs threw spears and axes or shot arrows against Su Moqing and Godzilla. They may not hit many. Even if there were sporadic attacks, they could not break the defense. Now Su Moqing's defensive power is not much worse than Dragon Smog. With the power of a half-orc and ordinary iron weapons, Su Moqing stood and let them chop, and they couldn't wipe a piece of his skin. Ghidorah's body is protected by scale armor. Even if he does not use the Void ability, he still has a strong defense power and ordinary orcs can't help it. Damn Dragon Knights, it seems that they can only ask them to take action. Seeing that the army of half-orcs had not yet met the dwarf elves, they were suffering heavy casualties, and Azog was frightened and ordered immediately. Woo! The trumpet sounded again, and the flag ordered the soldiers to pull the flag and send a signal. At the same time, the sky was overcast with clouds and a dark atmosphere enveloped the world. Gandalf seemed to be surprised, and Roar said, "They are here." "Who are they?" Bilbo wondered. Thranduil frowned slightly. "A bunch of fallen monsters. Hold head high." Then Thranduil's words fell, and the sound of several dragons resounded through the lonely mountain. Su Moqing, who was beheading half-orcs, heard the movement and looked for fame. "I saw 9 black Yolongs over 20 meters long, leaping out from the peak opposite the Gushan mountain, rushing towards their own direction. Yolong is a monster born by dragon and other monsters. It looks similar to dragon. It has wings on its back, but it has no dragon horns. It does not breathe dragon's breath. It is different from dragon in terms of attack power and defense power. However, because of the dragon bloodline and the huge size of the original, it can be regarded as a high-level monster in this world, and it cannot be surrendered by ordinary people." Behind the 9 Yolongs, there was a translucent figure sitting, and their bodies exuded a cold and decadent breath of death. It is the 9 ring spirits. Seeing the 9 figures, Su Moqing immediately recognized their identities. In the Second Age 1500, the elves of Irigen were deceived by the demon Lord Sauron and made 19 Lord of the Rings. 9 of which belonged to humans, 7 belonged to dwarf, and 3 belonged to elves, claiming to balance the 3 races. The power gap keeps the Middle-earth world at peace forever. During the manufacturing process of the 16 Lord of the Rings of humans and dwarf, Sauron's technology was used, and they were contaminated by Sauron's finger. Only the 3 rings of the elves are being manufactured, and they are not contaminated by Sauron. Later in 1600, Sauron secretly created the 20th ring in the Doomsday Volcano of Mordor. This ring is the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Supreme Lord of the Rings is personally worn by Sauron. Through Supreme Lord of the Rings, Sauron can dominate the other 19 rings, so that Sauron can easily rule the entire Middle-earth world. It is a pity that the 3 precepts of the elves have not been contaminated. Dwarf has a tough character, a tendon, and the 7 precepts have little effect on them. Only human beings who are relatively weak in nature and more susceptible to power and wealth are controlled by Sauron and become ring spirits. Clouds are overwhelming, darkness covers the land of Lonely Mountain. The 9 ring spirit dragons are in the sky, making their debut. These ring spirits were originally 9 powerful and intelligent human kings, warriors, necromancers, etc. in the human world, among which the most powerful 3 were once kings in the kingdom of Numano. The 9 rings of power, given by the demon Lord Sauron at the beginning, have corrupted their minds. These people have been controlled by Sauron Invisible since then. After their physical deaths, they have become terrifying ghosts with endless lives. Because it is accompanied by darkness all the year round, coupled with the influence of black magic, the roar inhalation of the 9 precepts contains deadly poison. The terrible howling will cause fear and despair in the deepest part of our hearts. It is Sauron's eradication of dissidents, killing weapons. Moreover, the figures of the 9 great ring spirits are almost transparent, and they can walk between reality and shadows. It is difficult for ordinary people to see their figures with the naked eye. Only through the black clothes they wear can they see their figures. Through the eyesight bonus of Eagle Eye, Su Moqing was the first to see the face of the 9 ring spirits than everyone else. "I saw the 9 great ring spirits wearing different styles of crowns and coquettish black robes, each of them shaped like withered, and the dazzling scarlet light from their eyes, all riding on a dark Yolong approaching quickly. Even if they are far apart, they can still feel the heavy deadness emanating from them. Howl." The moment the 9 ring spirit rider Yolong screamed across the sky, the dwarf and the elves who heard the screams, there was a sense of fear in their hearts, and the formation seemed a little flustered. Under the shadow of the black dragon's wings, all the grass and wildflowers on the mountains and fields withered, and even many half-orcs were covered with a thin layer of frost, and they could not help but shiver. Su Moqing had previously speculated about the strength of the 9 ring spirits. In the Lord of the Rings trilogy and The Hobbit, the strength of the ring spirits has always been a mystery. They are often slammed by Gandalf and the Elf King, and there is no special record that can be achieved. Now it seems that the strength of the 9 ring spirits is not weak, at least around the elementary level of breaking the army, and individual ring spirits can reach the medium level of breaking the army. In terms of combat power alone, the 9 great ring spirits combined are not as good as Su Moqing, but the ring spirit is a dead person who wanders at the turn of life and death. If you can't destroy the magic ring he has, then you can never really kill the ring spirit. This kind of unbeatable Zioqiang trait is very big. Help tilde. At the gate where the 9 ring spirits came towards River Valley Town, the mayor of Chenghu Town who had fled before, at the moment, he ran back desperately on a horse, and Roar saved his life after a long distance. This human-headed mayor has a strong desire to survive. Su Moqing glanced at the direction of Hegu Town. Behind the mayor, a large number of orcs wolf cavalry followed. At the same time, in the southeast, a large number of giant bats, war beasts, and goblin armies slew out, forming a 3-way encirclement. Obviously, I want to kill all the people here. Since everything that should be here is here, then I don't have to keep my hands. Come out, my psychic beast. Su Moqing was fearless. He only listened to him with a cold drink, raised his hand, and several huge amounts of space cracks flashed. In the shocked eyes of elves, dwarf, orcs, goblins, and a few humans. The huge Godzilla, King Kong, and Balrog took the lead to walk out of the cracks in the space. Roar tilde sizzle, half-orc scum turned to ashes. As soon as the hill-like King Kong and Godzilla stepped out of the space, they lifted their feet and trampled many half-orcs into mud. Boom tilde, the big foot fell, and the ground vibrated violently like an earthquake. The rock formations and ground showed cobweb-like cracks, and the vibration spread, causing the surrounding orcs to stand unstable, fall to the ground, and rush away. The flame demon wielded 2 fire whips that were more than 50 meters long, with flames and thick smoke under his feet. What kind of monster is that? It's scary if you can't win, run. The flame demon is the flame demon. Ah, the orcs were the first to bear the brunt and became the target of 3 giant psychic beasts. Their thin arms and thin legs compared with giants like King Kong, Godzilla, and Balrog looked very small. They were trampled to death by trampling them to death. Ants are no different. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and reward 29 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewards 36 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewards 31 psychic points. King Kong and Kido pulled their legs and stepped on them. They don't even need to use skills. With their own size, they can let these half-orcs know what is unbearable. The flame demon swung the fire whip and kept flying and killing the half-orcs, flames and screams one after another. In a blink of an eye, 3 psychic beasts crushed and killed thousands of half-orcs. This army of half-orcs completely collapsed and began to flee. The 9 ring spirits, the goblins, the war behemoths, and the giant bats that came violently and rushed, all came to a sudden stop, turned around and ran away. I want to run after I'm done, Balrog. Give me Death Ring Spirit. Seeing the 9 ring spirits riding Yalong trying to run, Su Moqing directly asked the flame demon to kill them. To deal with magic, you have to use magic. As a fallen Mephisto, the flame demon has a lot of water, but it is the most suitable to clean up the undead like the ring spirit. Yes, my master. With a respectful salute from the flame demon, the flames behind it condensed into a pair of sky-shielding giant wings, which leapt directly towards the 9 ring spirits to kill. The moment the flame demon flew up and down, the unicorn, the 3-headed hell dog, the Dilu beast, and Costin were also teleported out from the psychic space and joined the battle. Except for the Predator, Omega, Selena, and Thorin, this time Su Moqing sent other psychic beasts to the battlefield. There are not many, but the lineup is gorgeous. Especially Godzilla, King Kong's 2 behemoths nearly 100 meters high, their terrifying size is enough to make half-orcs frightened. Not only the half-orcs were frightened, but even the dwarf elves and Gandalf's expressions changed drastically. Watching Godzilla swept over 100 orcs with his tail, Bilbo swallowed and looked at Gandalf beside him and said in horror, "Are these monsters summoned by Mr. Su?" The 3-headed dog of the hell, the unicorn, the Balrog, and other unknown beasts, how did he do it? Gandalf the Grey was also amazed, and he didn't have the time to answer Bilbo's question. At the moment, Gandalf's hand holding the wand was trembling. Among other things, a single Balrog is not sure to deal with it, and those horrible monsters like monitor lizards and orangutans do not seem to be easier to deal with than Balrog. The 3-headed dog and unicorn are also legendary beasts and holy beasts. As for the giant eagle and the big white cat with the breath of holy spirits, although they are relatively weak, they are also very extraordinary. Moqing didn't have the time to pay attention to the thoughts of Gandalf, Thranduil, and others, and shouted at Godzilla. Red Lotus, face the mountain with the battle flag in front and give an atomic breath. Gulian, against the mountain with the battle flag in front, led an atomic breath. Hearing Moqing's command, Godzilla turned his head and looked at the mountain where Azog was located, moved his thick hind legs, flicked his long tail, facing the mountain 20 miles away, opened his blood basin and opened his mouth, the energy in his body. It runs fast, radiating a powerful biological electric current above the head, flashing a dazzling blue light. Zizzy, in the air there was a staggering, piercing squeak of electric current. What the hell? Azog looked at the blue electric lights that gathered above Godzilla's head and was suddenly startled, and a feeling of extreme anxiety filled his heart. Get out of here. Azog shouted to Roar, his man next to him, and then ran down the mountain desperately riding a wolf. Although I don't know what the other party wants to do, it is definitely not a good thing. Now that the defeat is set, it is still important to hold on to my life. However, after a few seconds of buffering, Ghidorah has gathered the energy required for atomic breath. Wow tilde. Suddenly, a thick blue beam of light spewed out from Godzilla's mouth, breaking through the sound barrier, bringing up a scorching gust of wind, and bombarding the mountain where Azog was located. Boom tilde. Azog, who had just escaped more than 100 meters down, only heard a shocking explosion, and then he felt the sky shake. The body and the seated wolf were shocked to fly. They were in midair and crashed at noon. To Ranchi and his subordinates, without Azog's reaction, the powerful and hot shockwave has swallowed everything around. Wow. Under the bombardment of atomic breath, the top of the mountain was directly shattered, and it was even more explosive than a volcanic eruption. Numerous boulders were blasted into the sky, then crashed down, and the farthest flew out a few miles. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the original towering peaks no longer exist, leaving only a huge gap of several hundred meters. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewarding 136 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and reward 46 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the orcs and rewarding 48 psychic points. The system prompts constantly coming in, and Moqing nodded with satisfaction. The power of atomic breath is indeed shocking, and even his current defensive power can't stand it. The elves, dwarf, orcs, and goblins were all frightened. Godzilla's physique is already terrifying, and he can even speak out. Who can stand it? Especially those half-orcs and goblins. When they saw King Kong, Godzilla, and other psychic beasts, they had scared off half their lives and lost their will to fight. Now that the boss Azog was shot to death by Godzilla, he was even more frightened and began to flee. In order to run faster, he even killed the compatriots in front of him. Naturally, Moqing would not let the cooked duck fly and immediately let King Kong hunt down goblins, war behemoths, and giant bats. Bang, 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 roar tilde. King Kong beat his chest a few times, let out a thunderous roar, used his hands and feet together, and launched a sprint towards the goblin. Boom, boom. Every time King Kong lands, the earth will groan. Wherever it goes, there will be a series of huge amounts of hand and footprints. There are some palm prints and bloody corpses. As for the goblins, they are still behemoths of war. It's already unclear. Speaking of which, the war behemoth is also a kind of giant humanoid monster, with low intelligence, a strong body, and a height of close to 5 meters. In front of ordinary humans, the war beasts are equivalent to the little giants, with trebuchets behind them, and dedicated half-orcs are responsible for loading stone bullets, and they are good at attacking cities. But at their height, in front of the nearly 100-meter King Kong, they have no advantage at all, and King Kong can trample a few to death. King Kong is huge but very flexible. When he runs, the ground shakes and the mountains sway. In a trot sprint, he ran a dozen miles away and entered the center of the goblin army. Roar la la la. In the sky, countless giant bats flew in shock. King Kong screamed up to the sky, aerodynamic mountains and rivers. With a sudden wave of his arms, he shot dozens of giant bats with wings spread nearly 3 meters. Yeah tilde. A brave goblin held a long knife, plucked up his courage, and howled and slashed at King Kong's feet. Clang tilde. The blade slashed on King Kong's big toe, and the blade suddenly rolled over. King Kong felt a little itchy. He looked down at the goblin, bent his big toes, and moved forward a bit, and then suddenly bounced the goblin tens of meters away. Oh, roar, roar, roar tilde. The King Kong monster laughed and then turned on the gravity field. In an instant, with King Kong as the center, the gravity within a radius of 10 miles suddenly increased tenfold, and the giant bats in the sky were like dumplings, rusting and rustling, planted from midair. Down fell to pieces. Those goblins and war behemoths were also squeezed by gravity. Their internal organs and brains were overwhelmed, burst directly, and the 7 orifices bleed to death. On the other side, Ghidorah, Costin, and Hell's three-headed dog rushed to the direction of River Valley Town and launched an attack on thousands of orcs and wolf cavalry. Among the 3 psychic beasts, Costin has the lowest combat power and has no special abilities. He can only slaughter the orcs and wolf cavalry one by relying on his speed and physical advantages. Ghidorah and the Hell three-headed dog are too strong, and they are completely rampant and unscrupulous. While at a high altitude, the Balrog swung the fire whip and pulled the 2 Yalong from the air. The ring spirit did not have the ability of flight. When it fell from the air, it was pinched by the Balrog in the hand, and the demon's flame directly turned it into fly for the ash. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing ring spirit and rewarding 2680 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing ring spirit, reward 2710 psychic points. When the flame demon killed the 2 ring spirits, the other ring spirits began to scatter and flee. Moqing stood on Godzilla's head and looked at the whole situation, and immediately asked the unicorn and the 3-headed hell dog to support him. Unicorns and hell 3-headed dogs are also magic creatures. They have the ability to restrain themselves against strange monsters like the undead. In the previous army of more than 20,000 half-orcs, at the moment the rest is less than 1/10. Meow meow punch. Dilubeast waved the cat's claw and knocked a half-orc flying for more than 10 meters with one punch. Among Moqing's psychic beasts, the Dilubeast is the smallest in size, and its strength is stronger than that of Costin, and he usually raises it as a pet. But anyone who underestimates it will die miserably. Under the city of Elbor, watching the psychic beasts showing their power, Gandalf, Thranduil, Sean, and others are about to become sculptures. Say it's a good one to pick the Wanjun. Did you say that the bloody battle was singled out? It's just like a group of monsters hanging and beating an army of half-orcs. Thranduil looked at Moqing standing on top of Godzilla's head, feeling that his feelings had been cheated. In fact, it is not a deception, because except for Moqing, the other psychic beasts are indeed not humans. It's cool to open it for a while, and it's always cool to open it all the time. Bring a group of psychic beasts of the king rank to fight the bronze half-orcs. Don't bully people too much. Moqing also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. A group of psychic beasts were summoned from Moqing, and within 10 minutes more than 20,000 orcs, as well as thousands of goblins, giant bats, hundreds of war beasts, and the 9 ring spirits all rushed to the street. Even the few magic snakes hiding in the ground were crushed by King Kong's gravity field. Moqing's psychic points soared by more than 1/6 million, which can be described as a bumper harvest. The original battle of the 5 armies became a special show for Moqing and the psychic beasts, but it was beneficial to the elves and the dwarf clan. At least they are not as deadly and injured as the original plot, and now there is no damage, and they have watched a big drama for free. Compared with the tragic situation of the original plot, I don't know how much better. But the soldiers in Changhu Town were a lot of bad luck. They were incompetent and exhausted the 3 armies. Changhu Town was not meant to lead soldiers to fight. Because of greed and selfishness, hundreds of soldiers were nearly extinct, and a dozen of them survived. Basically, there are still lack of arms and legs, and some of them are scared crazy. Poor people must have something hateful. Moqing has no sympathy for these people, and they all asked for it. Greed and ignorance were the main reasons for their defeat. Moqing didn't do the right thing with people. If these people treat Changhu Town honestly, nothing will happen. But Grace avenged his revenge and wanted to take advantage of the fire, but did not directly kill these people. Moqing was already magnanimous. Under the city of Elbor, the whole army was wiped out after seeing the orc coalition for a while. Gandalf, Thranduil, Sean, and others were silent for a long time, looking at Moqing's gaze full of awe. They can't afford this kind of combat power. At the same time, I am fortunate that the other party is on his side. If he is on the side of the dark forces, the consequences will be disastrous. Moqing took the psychic beasts back into the psychic space, stood in the sea of blood on the corpse mountain, and walked towards Elbor calmly. As for the corpses of half-orcs, goblins, and other monsters, Moqing manages to kill them regardless of burying them and let Dwarf deal with them later. The Orc Alliance has been annihilated. I believe Sauron will be honest for a while in a short time. Moqing was walking to Suo Lin and the others, preparing to give a few words, never thought that she suddenly felt Selena's call. Moqing's first reaction was that something went wrong. As a psychic beast, Selena can also psychic Moqing in the opposite direction, but it does not force the psychic, and Moqing's consent is required. Under normal circumstances, Selena will not interfere with Su Moqing's actions unless encountered a particularly difficult situation. Before it was too late to introduce, Su Moqing directly accepted Selena's reverse psychic, teleported through the psychic space, and returned to the Marvel world. After Su Moqing left, the elves who did not agree with Dwarf returned to the dense forest under the leadership of Elf King Thranduil. Iron Hill Dwarf began to protect Elbor and support Thorin. Oak Shield is the king of the mountain. Gandalf is going to take Bilbo to travel through Middle-earth. Thorin had planned to give them 2/15 of the treasure that belonged to the expedition agreement. But Bilbo and Gandalf are both pure-hearted people and don't have much demand for material things. They just took a symbolic souvenir, even if they have completed the original contract. The other side. Su Moqing returned to the Marvel world and appeared directly in the open space of Longtingjuang Courtyard. Selena, Raven, Bao Bao Feng, and Xiao Lalakin are outside. Su Moqing stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" "Su, look at the sky." Selena pointed to the air. Su Moqing looked in the direction pointed by Selena and saw countless nuclear missiles flying into the sky. F***K, is this going to have the world nuclear leveled? The script is wrong. You first enter the psychic space and hide, I will see the situation. While Su Moqing was talking, he opened a crack linking the psychic space, allowing Bao Baifeng and other women to enter the refuge. If a nuclear war really breaks out, as long as it is not in the center of the explosion, Su Moqing will have no problem. It really doesn't work, the big deal is to use time reset. Are you wondering? Just as Su Moqing watched the nuclear bomb lift off, a circle of golden sparks suddenly flickered in front of him. The golden sparkle circle expanded rapidly, forming a circular portal about 2 meters high in a blink of an eye. Through the portal, Su Moqing could see a person standing opposite, wearing a beige monk uniform, a big hood, and a small folding fan in his hand, looking at him with a smile on his face. Su Moqing glanced at it and knew that the person who came was the Supreme Magician Ancient One. Meeting for the first time, hello, outsider. Ancient One calmly walked out of the portal, stepped into the boundary of Longtingjuang Courtyard, reached out and took off the hood, revealing a bright and shiny big bald head. The Supreme Magician is coming and there is a long way to go. Su Moqing looked at Ancient One Magician with a smile, but he was on guard. Ancient One looks very thin and weak, but Su Moqing knows that the other party can fight against the powerful existence of the Lord of the Dark Latitude Dormammu. There is a strange setting in the Marvel world that is, bald equals strong. Anyone with a big bald head is nothing to provoke. For example, Thanos, old Professor X, Apocalypse, and Ancient One in front of them all have big bald heads. The Supreme Magician Ancient One has many great achievements. With its own power, it has guarded the Earth for thousands of years, and has shut out countless monsters of other dimensions, including the Lord of the Dark Dimension Dormammu. All this was done in obscurity, and he was simply a tall saint without a name, no prophet. Su Moqing doesn't want to be such a person, he is not that great, he just wants to live a chic life, he usually stays away from such a person. Su Moqing was not surprised that Ancient One revealed his identity as a traveler. Ancient One Magician has Eye of Agamotto, you can see the past and the future. He has caused a lot of things with this foreign variable and brought about a series of chain reactions. It would be strange if Ancient One couldn't find it like this. Su Moqing knew that he would meet Ancient one day sooner or later, but he didn't expect it would come so soon. To be honest, today's Su Moqing is not sure about Ancient One. The strength of the Supreme Magician Ancient One is unfathomable, although it looks very crispy in Doctor Strange. But Su Moqing felt that the other party just didn't want to play, and killed himself otherwise. As long as the power of Eye of Agamotto was used, Caecilius, the traitor, could be played to death. The reason why Ancient One chose to die might be to temper Doctor Strange or have other plans. A magician who has lived for thousands of years, Su Moqing doesn't believe that the opponent doesn't have a few cards at the bottom of the box. Su Moqing still knows a little about Ancient One. This bald guy generally lives in the Himalayas and lives and practices with the monks of Kamar-Taj. When aged Genghis held the Necromancer Conference, many necromancers in the world competed against each other. Ancient One participated in the battle and finally won, and since then won the prestigious title of the Supreme Demon Magician. It's a tough guy. In particular, the ability of the opponent to use Eye of Agamotto is taller than Su Moqing's time reset. According to Su Moqing's estimation, the opponent is at least a powerhouse of the Heavenly Father universal rank. And it really fights. Even if Su Moqing pulls out all the psychic beasts, he is not sure to defeat the opponent. Su Moqing thought about many things for a moment, but Ancient One could not read Su Moqing's thinking. After hearing Su Moqing's words, he looked at Su Moqing with plain eyes and said, "If I remember correctly, this is our number one. We met outsider, how did you know my identity? Everyone has some secrets, don't they?" Su Moqing smiled on his face and MMP in his heart. Since the appearance of Ancient One, he has felt uncomfortable. The opponent's age, strength, and knowledge are better than Su Moqing in all aspects. In front of such a person, it is inevitable to feel pressure. Strength needs to be compared. Su Moqing has lived for more than 40 years, and in front of this supreme magician who has not known how long he has lived, he is still too tender. That's what I said. Ancient One replied with a sigh, and then looked at the nuclear missile that burst out of the atmosphere and slowly said, "Outsiders, your appearance has changed a lot of the future, and you are very special. You can't see your future from the fragments of time. Even those who are affected by you will have their future blurred. I don't know if this is good or bad. What is certain is that the butterfly effect has already occurred. If the chaos is not set aside, then this world and even the entire universe may be ruined." "Hee hee, so what?" Su Moqing smiled disdainfully and looked at Ancient One with some disgust. Perhaps the other party worked hard to make the future develop in the best direction, but this so-called good is just wishful thinking of the other party. If you can choose, who would want a master of fate on your head like a puppet, planning your own future? If the future is doomed, what is the meaning of such a life? Ancient One didn't care about Su Moqing's mocking smile. He once made a move to change the fate of others, but in the end, it caused even greater disaster. Because I have experienced so many things, now Ancient One's heart has stopped, and all I think about is to protect this side of the world. And Su Moqing, who interferes with the normal operation of the world's trajectory, is the object he wants to eliminate. Just listen to Ancient One saying indifferently, "I want to ask you to leave this world, what's your opinion?" The tone was flat without a trace of smoke. Although he was asking, he did not give Su Moqing room to choose. It was almost impossible to say disagree and you agreed. This is my opinion. With a thought, Su Moqing's right fist suddenly rose hellfire, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ancient One, raised his hand, and hit the Ancient One's front door. Ancient One's response was extremely fast, calmly condensing a golden magic shield in front of him. Boom tilde. The power of Su Moqing's full punch is enough to beat a small mountain. But the seemingly weak magic shield actually blocked Su Moqing's fist, giving Su Moqing an indestructible feeling. "Since you don't want to leave, then I can only expel you forcibly." Ancient One said indifferently and activated the spell in an instant. Cracking. Su Moqing only felt that the space around him had become a broken glass mirror, and he felt the world spin around and entered a strange space. Su Moqing stood upside down on a 2-meter-wide lawn. He could emotionally see the familiar scenery around Longtingjungyuan, but these things were divided into countless pieces. This is a mirrored space. In the gap between reality and other latitudes, ordinary people cannot perceive. What happens here will not affect the real world of the outside world, but if you die here, it is real death. NS. Perhaps it was an occupational disease criminal, and Ancient One standing on another lawn was habitually preaching, but his hands did not slow down. With his special gesture, the surrounding scenery was alive, and a villa rolled and smashed towards Su Moqing's position. "Drive me." Using flame arms, Su Moqing condensed hellfire into a big sword, leaped into the air and turned into flames and smashed the villa into 2 halves. Standing in the air, Su Moqing immediately condensed dozens of flame spears and shot away at Ancient One. Ancient One's magic is unparalleled in the world, but the body is still in the human range, and it will be injured or even killed. In the face of Su Moqing's attack, Ancient One would not resist stupidly, and the small fan danced, condensing a magic shield in front of him. Rumble. The flame spear bombarded the magic shield, blowing up a fiery flame, but it was impossible to break through. Su Moqing didn't expect the flame spear to hurt Ancient One. The effect of the flame spear was nothing more than interference and containment. The real killer was Godzilla. Gulian, the atom breathes. When Su Moqing shouted, Godzilla, who had a close connection with Su Moqing, had already completed the energy buffer in the psychic space. The moment Su Moqing opened the space channel and revealed Godzilla's head, Godzilla opened his mouth and ejected a devastating beam of light as thick as a bucket. Hut tilde, the dazzling light instantly filled the entire mirrored space. The split houses and lawns were directly vaporized by the high temperature when they touched atomic breath. Ancient One's calm face showed surprise for the first time. Atomic breath, as Godzilla's unique trick, its power is extraordinary. Its accompanying high temperature is no worse than the core temperature of a nuclear bomb explosion, and its energy is more concentrated, with strong penetrating power. As the supreme magician who has experienced many battles, Ancient One used the magic of telemoving in front of him to open a portal at the moment Godzilla opened his mouth. Teleport is a very buggy skill. It can open a portal from one place and appear in a very distant place instantly, such as moving from Camertage to the holy place in New York. It only needs a portal. Moreover, the portal has both offensive and defensive capabilities. For example, in Avengers Alliance 3, Doctor Strange and Wang build a two-way portal, which can cleverly reflect Ebony Maw's attack back. Wow tilde atomic breath is extremely fast, 10 times the speed of sound. It flew in front of Ancient One in the blink of an eye, but was intercepted by an instantaneous portal and refracted to other spaces. Opposite the portal is a weird dark world. The Dark Lord Dormammu is dozing off idly, not wanting anyone to sit at home. The disaster is coming from the sky, and he is baffled by the atomic breath. Boom tilde, there was a violent explosion and Dormammu was like a planet. The huge amounts of head was blown out of a big pit, shaken twice and quickly recovered. Who did it? Dormammu, who was shot in the face for no reason, was furious. An attack of this level didn't hurt or itchy to him, but he didn't want face. In the blink of an eye, Dormammu saw a portal with golden light, and from the rapidly shrinking portal, Dormammu saw the heads of Su Moqing and Godzilla. I can't kill you, little crouch. Dormammu flew violently towards the portal, and at the very moment the portal was completely closed. Ancient One tilde 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 Dormammu threw out an angry roar, and the entire dark latitude shook violently. In the mirrored space, Su Moqing could not hear Dormammu's roar, but the big face and angry eyes that Dormammu had seen just now made it feel bad. I originally thought that Ancient One used the portal to reflect atomic breath at most. Actually directly teleported atomic breath to the dark latitude to attack Dormammu. You are so skinny, does your family know? Dormammu is the lord of the dark latitude, so it is extremely risky to play. If there is a little mistake, the opponent may catch the gap and cross the border to fight back. It can be seen that Ancient One's calm and unhurried appearance is obviously full of confidence, as if everything is under control. Should you say that you are a supreme magician? Ancient One revoked the portal and looked at Su Moqing with a smile. You seem to have caused a big trouble, thanks to the blessing of the supreme magician. Su Moqing looked at Ancient One with a gloomy face. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Godzilla's atomic breath is considered to be a bond with Dormammu. With Dormammu's arrogant personality, if he meets in the future, the other party will definitely not. We'll let them go easily. I hit your lungs. It turned out that it was digging a hole to make Lao Tzu jump. Ancient One meant to point out, there is no way to good or bad, you can do it yourself. If you plant a cause, you will have an effect. It also depends on how outsiders deal with themselves. How can I deal with myself? I won't bother you. On the contrary, you are the supreme magician. You have the ability to predict the future, but you have been living in fear of the future. This kind of feeling must be uncomfortable. Su Moqing ran out of words. Ancient One always kept a smile and said seriously, this is a disaster-ridden world. There is always someone who needs to move forward and bear the pain for others. Are you so great that you meow me like this? Su Moqing murmured in his heart. He really couldn't guess what Ancient One was thinking in his mind. This powerful Madonna is sometimes the most terrifying. Although Ancient One's mouth cannon does not carry physical damage like Godzilla, it has a great impact on the spiritual level and easily affects the spiritual will of others. And the other party has always stood on the commanding heights of morality, using a moral stick to teach you how to behave. The key is that the fist is still very hard. Double attack, who can stand it? Facing the Ancient One that exudes the glory of the Virgin, Su Moqing seemed a little irritable. You want to be the Virgin without any care, but you can't force others to be with you. Su Moqing did not have such great feelings and was about to summon all the psychic beasts when he could not help but fight Ancient One. Ancient One said calmly, today's battle ends here, outsider. Do you want to learn magic? Nanny. Hearing Ancient One's thoughtless words, Su Moqing had a dumbfounded expression. Just now he said he would be expelled. Then he cheated himself and asked if he wanted to learn magic. Does your brain circuit keep jumping like this? Seeing Su Moqing looking at herself suspiciously, Ancient One smiled and said, just now I just wanted to test your ability. I found that besides your physical strength, your mental strength is far beyond ordinary people. You have the ability to practice magic. If you follow me, learning magic will inevitably have higher achievements in the future. Maybe you can inherit the Supreme Magician and inherit my mantle. The Supreme Magician seems to be very promising indeed. Hearing the words of Ancient One, Su Moqing's mind flashed through the part of Kung Fu where the old beggar sold to Tagada Palm. That's terrible, brother, do you know? You have a ray of aura shining from the sky spirit cover. You have such a strong mental power at a young age. You are a rare magical wizard in 1,000 years. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell and whoever goes to hell, you will learn magic in the future. Inherit the position of the supreme magician, cut off evil, and the responsibility of safeguarding world peace is left to you. Thinking of this and looking at Ancient One's insightful eyes, Moqing still resolutely said, "No, I don't want to have another nagging master." Moqing is actually interested in the magic of the supreme magician, but he doesn't want to live under the eyelids of Ancient One. If he is influenced by the other's mother's halo, he will become a saint who sacrifices himself for others. Is he still himself like that? Ancient One sighed slightly, seemingly lost. That's really a pity. The reason why he wants Moqing to learn magic with him is because Moqing does have a high magic ability. Second, I want to keep Moqing an outsider and educate him, hoping to change Moqing through teaching so that Moqing can be on the right track. As for Moqing's identity as an outsider, Ancient One doesn't mind. He is not a narrow-minded person. As long as it can make this world better, it doesn't matter whether it belongs to this world. Now rejected, Ancient One did not get angry, and while waving his hand, he threw Moqing out of the mirror space. Moqing's figure shook, and she was already standing on the lawn of Longteng Manor. At the same time, countless nuclear bombs rose straight up, rushing out of the atmosphere and into outer space. However, these nuclear bombs did not explode. After flying into outer space, they ran out of fuel and floated in space like dead wood. Many people on the Earth breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the nuclear bomb did not explode. If so many nuclear bombs were to bloom on the Earth Lord, even if humans were not extinct, they would not be better there. Moqing thoughtfully felt that this scene seemed familiar. Ancient One walked out of the mirrored space, looked into the distance, and said leisurely, "Because of your appearance, the world has begun to change and Apocalypse has recovered ahead of schedule. Just now, the global nuclear bomb was launched by him. Fortunately, he just wanted to rule Earth, not for destruction, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Now only you can stop him. Apocalypse." Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Moqing suddenly remembered ancient Egypt, the Nile River Valley. In this land of yellow sand, the earliest mutant Apocalypse was born. His real name is En-Saba-Nur, born in the first dynasty of Egypt in 3000 BC, and one of the long-lived mutants in the history of the Earth. Because he was born with weird gray skin and blue lips, he was regarded as a monster by his parents, so he was abandoned at birth. Later, Saba-Nur was adopted by a group of wanderers in the desert and grew up. Saba-Nur gradually showed a unique ability. With its power, he even overthrew the rule of the pharaoh and was taken by the Egyptians at that time. Worship God. But Apocalypse is not a true god after all, his body will also age and die. In order to survive, Apocalypse uses a method of transforming soul and ability into other bodies. This method is similar to possessing others' body, but it is stronger because every time Apocalypse reincarnates, the object is mutant, so after reincarnation, Apocalypse will get one or even multiple kinds of super abilities. Before 2600 AD. Apocalypse has ruled Egypt for hundreds of years, during which time he changed dozens of bodies. He doesn't know how much ability he has. Treating ordinary humans, Apocalypse has always dismissed them as slaves and has been adopting high-pressure policies to make humans miserable. In these long years, it is not that no one tried to overthrow Apocalypse's rule, but in the end it was the mayfly that shook the tree and was easily suppressed by Apocalypse. This day is the day of Apocalypse's rebirth. On both sides of the streets surrounding the tall and magnificent pyramids, a group of believers and civilians stood facing Apocalypse. En-Saba-Nur, En-Saba-Nur, En-Saba-Nur. The sound is loud and the road is like this. After walking through the long guard of honor, the old Apocalypse wears the sun god, pulls to the golden mask and sits on the golden ship carried by the 24 people, while the four most loyal horsemen of Apocalypse, the guards, are on both sides of Apocalypse. Apocalypse, who enjoys the feeling of holding the moon and the stars, does not know that a carefully planned, god-killing operation has quietly begun. The more powerful people are, the more they are usually afraid of death. Over the years, Apocalypse has been looking for a body that can withstand the loss of time and is not afraid of swords. Until not long ago, his men finally found and arrested such a decedent. When I think that I can have such a regenerative healing factor right away, even Apocalypse, who has lived for hundreds of years, can't help but feel a little excited. When Apocalypse's heart was surging, he did not notice that some guards around him were communicating with eyes and gestures. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. In the hundreds of years under the rule of Apocalypse, human beings who were unwilling to be enslaved have always tried every means to kill Apocalypse. However, the power of Apocalypse is too powerful for ordinary people. Under the blood and tears of countless pioneers, the resistance among humans the person hides and penetrates into the enemy's interior. With constant contact and temptation, the rebels finally found Apocalypse's Achilles heel. That is, when Apocalypse is reincarnated, he will fall into the weakest state, and this God-killing action will be their only and last chance. Because once Apocalypse gets a decedent body, they will no longer be able to kill Apocalypse. When the Guard of Honor entered the pyramids, the 4 Apocalypse Knights dismounted one after another, guarding around Apocalypse and walking into the front of the reincarnation altar together. The 4 knights took off the heavy Anubis golden mask on their heads, revealing their true faces. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse are all mutants, 2 men and 2 women. They are Famine Knight Mona ability Control the Flames, War Knight Tulu ability Super Strength, Plague Knight Doll ability Death Shockwave, Death Knight Tuna ability Psychokinesis, Hypnotic ability Energy Transformation. After the Apocalypse 4 horsemen took off their masks, they stood aside respectfully. Pyramids was originally a huge amounts of energy converter. The surrounding walls are carved with complicated patterns and filled with mysterious colors. On the 2 altarpieces in the center, one of them is empty and the other is tied to it. The bald man, this brawny bald man just doesn't decedent. The 2 monks took off the masks for Apocalypse, revealing Apocalypse's old face, and the Death Knight Yuna winked at a monk. The monk knowingly, holding a sharp dagger, walked to the altar where the decedent was tied and made a 1-foot-long wound on the belly of the decedent with the knife. However, after the decedent's skin was cut, there was no blood flow out. In less than 2 seconds, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye without leaving a trace of scar. Upon seeing this, Apocalypse nodded in satisfaction. Such an immortal body is exactly what he has been longing for. Death Knight Yuna respectfully said to Apocalypse, "You will rule this world forever, my master." In this era, there is no mutant statement. Those mutants with X genes have normal appearance. If they have a sudden appearance, they will be regarded as aliens, and even demons will be reincarnated. Maybe they will be killed directly in the infancy or directly abandoned. Some mutant awakening is relatively late, and they are only awakening when they are more than 10 or 20 years old. Some of these people will be worshipped, but more will be killed by people as monsters. The appearance of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse is different from ordinary people, and they are regarded as aliens, and they have received the cold eyes of the world. When they were desperate and helpless, it was Apocalypse who saved them and allowed them to enjoy unprecedented glory. So the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse swear allegiance to Apocalypse. Upon hearing the Death Knight Yuna, Apocalypse was silent, strode up to the altar and lay down on the stone platform impatiently. Sleep. Death Knight Yuna walked to the decedent, looked at the opponent's eyes, and used the ability of Hypnotic ability. Under Yuna's Hypnotic ability, no decedent quickly fell asleep. After decedent Hypnotic ability, Yuna turned and said to the old priest in white clothes, "Start to transfer." Hearing the words, the old priest opened his hands and began to chant. And outside the pyramids, around the magnificent pyramids, countless believers pull the rope of thought together, and under the pointed curtain of the pyramids, the golden spires with countless patterns are exposed. Under the sunlight, the golden spire absorbs the energy of the sunlight and immediately emits a golden brilliance. The strange golden energy flows down through the lines on the golden spire and enters the interior of the pyramids. When the golden energy flows to the golden pool under the altar, the liquid gold in the golden pool follows the lines of the altar and rushes to the altar where Apocalypse is. When everyone chanted, the altar where Apocalypse was located was lifted by liquid gold and flew into the air. The reincarnation ceremony officially began. A wave of blue energy emerged from Apocalypse. This energy is the soul of Apocalypse and various abilities, the collection. As the altar fell again, the liquid gold carried Apocalypse's soul and various abilities, slowly poured into the altar where the decedent was. With the transformation of the blue energy, the altar is a body that is not decedent, and gradually turns into the same gray as Apocalypse. At the critical moment of rebirth, the rebels seized the opportunity and started to act. Outside the pyramids, after receiving the secret signal from their companions, several rebels who were ready to go swiftly acted. The plan to kill Apocalypse has been deployed and implemented a long time ago, and pyramids is the key to it. Apocalypse's ability can be defeated by non-manpower, so the rebels can only rely on external forces. When the pyramids were built, The rebels deliberately made pyramids into a tofu project and placed 4 stone bars weighing tens of tons in key positions to achieve the purpose of destroying pyramids and killing Apocalypse. The 8 guards around the pyramids, after receiving the signal, quickly pulled open the canvas in front of each of them, revealing 4 stone bars supported by wood in pairs, and at the same time use a sledgehammer to break the 2 wooden stakes supporting the stone bars. Boom tilde. The moment the wooden pile broke, the 4 heavy stone bars that lost their support immediately washed down the smooth passage, breaking the countless stone piles supporting the key points of the pyramids one by one. Rumble. As the fragile supporting point was broken by the stone, the pyramids of the Tofu Dregs project began to shake violently. At the same time, the rebels within the pyramids also launched an assassination operation. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate smashed the mechanism on the gate with sledgehammers, and the huge amounts of the stone gate fell, sealing the way back, and then rushed towards Apocalypse Forgotten. Pseudo-god die. The surrounding guards rushed to the altar with a drink and wanted to take the opportunity to kill Apocalypse and end Apocalypse's cruel era of rule. Protect the master. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse saw sudden changes, and the first thing they thought of was to protect the safety of Apocalypse. Plague Knight Doll slapped his palms, and the death of invisible shockwave shot out. The 2 guards who had smashed the gate mechanism were the first to bear the brunt. They instantly separated their flesh and blood and turned into 2 bones. The other rebels slew towards the altar from another direction. When the Famine Knight Mona saw this, she immediately controlled the flames in the surrounding brazier, turned into several fire snakes, and instantly turned the 8 sneak attackers into ashes. The power of ordinary people seemed vulnerable to the 4 knights carefully selected by Apocalypse. These rebels also know, but in order to get more people out of the fate of being enslaved by Apocalypse, they have given up everything. They entered pyramids and never thought of going out alive. Wow. With the violent shaking, the boulder above the pyramids began to collapse, and a boulder weighing tens of tons hit Apocalypse's turned body. Upon seeing this, the War Knight Ulu hurried over and took the boulder with super strength. Bang tilde. A huge boulder weighing tens of tons, coupled with the force of the fall, has an extremely terrifying impact. Even the War Knight Ulu, who possesses super strength, it takes a lot of effort to take a boulder, and the ground under his feet is shaken out. A cobweb-like crack. The Famine Knight Mona and the Plague Knight Doll didn't have such power, they couldn't dodge, and they were directly smashed into meat sauce by the boulder that fell from the sky. At the moment, the rebirth of Apocalypse has reached the most critical moment. The original body has completely decayed, and the new body has been completely transformed into gray. The War Knight Ulu just dropped the boulder and was on the stone steps not far from the altar. Seeing an opportunity, a resistor raised his dagger and jumped off the stone steps. The dagger in his hand stabbed Apocalypse's new body fiercely. The rebel was in the air, but the Death Knight Yuna held her body with the invisible psychokinesis. Damn traitor. The Death Knight Yuna shouted angrily, then used psychokinesis to crush the rebel's body and then threw it aside. The rebels in the pyramids have died, but the crisis has not been resolved. The pyramid's tremors continue and the heavy boulders fall like rain. In order to protect Apocalypse, the War Knight Ulu desperately knocked the falling boulder into the air. But when he was poor, he was smashed into flesh by a falling boulder the moment he rested. In the end, the fallen stones broke the beams supporting the pyramids, and the pyramids that cut corners completely collapsed. Apocalypse and the last surviving Death Knight Yuna fell down together. During the fall, the loyal Death Knight Yuna still did not give up the duty of protecting Apocalypse, risking death to protect Apocalypse's body with psychokinesis, to prevent Apocalypse from being injured by falling rocks. At the same time, use psychokinesis to put the armor on Apocalypse's original body onto Apocalypse's new body. Then use the ability of energy transformation to try to wake up Apocalypse. However, Apocalypse had not yet awakened, and the Death Knight Yuna, who had fallen several tens of meters, smashed on the stone pillar below the pyramids. Because there was no psychokinesis protection, the force of the fall instantly shattered her ribs, and her internal organs also ruptured at the same time. With such a serious injury, Death Knight Yuna still endured the pain, exhausted her last strength, put up a defensive shield for Apocalypse, and did not stop until she was hit by a boulder. The pyramids collapsed completely, burying Apocalypse and his dynasty together. Mankind used their wisdom and courage to defeat the unbeatable Apocalypse. If nothing happens, Apocalypse may be buried in the bottom of the Goodbye Day forever. But in the Marvel world, there is no shortage of surprises. It was 1973 in a flash. It was the second week that Moqing entered the world of The Lord of the Rings. Cairo, Egypt. In a small courtyard that looks like a residence because of an earthquake, a tunnel collapsed in the small courtyard. This is the ruins of pyramids that collapsed when Apocalypse was reincarnated. The residents of the small courtyard thought there was some treasure in it, so they secretly dig it up. In the afternoon 3 days later, a few residents expanded the hole, and quietly the sunlight passed through the tunnel, again shining on the golden spire. In the shocked and flustered eyes of the residents, the golden pattern was once again activated, bursting out a mysterious brilliance. With the power transformed by the sunlight, liquid gold spread on the ancient altar, and Apocalypse, which has been sleeping for thousands of years, received new energy injection, opening the eyes that had been sealed for a long time. Roar tilde. After taking 2 deep breaths, Apocalypse began to control his numb body due to long periods of inactivity. With a thought, Apocalypse released powerful blue energy, photographing countless boulders on the body into the air. As Apocalypse released the energy shockwave, the entire ruins suddenly collapsed, bursting into a tunnel, and the small courtyard above and dozens of streets at noon were instantly swallowed by blue energy, which caused a global shock. Mountain collapses or tsunamis occurred in some places, as well as various incidental disasters. Tens of thousands of innocent people have become victims of Apocalypse after the resurrection. Apocalypse walked out of the ruins and soon disappeared among the panicked crowd. He doesn't know how long he has been asleep, and he needs to understand the world again. Within a few days, many countries defined the disaster caused by the resurrection of Apocalypse as a natural disaster. And Apocalypse obtained the information he wanted to know through the radio wave, ability that he did not know from whom. After understanding the current social situation, Apocalypse, who is the boss, is ready to rule the world again. Apocalypse's thinking is very old and still stays in the ancient Egyptian era. He has never forgotten the Supreme Five-Man group thousands of years ago, so he plans to recruit the Apocalypse 4 Horsemen again and create the Apocalypse dynasty. The information obtained through radio waves, Magneto. Eric, who was recently wanted again, came into the site of Apocalypse, Netherlands. After Magneto, Eric was rescued by Moqing. The Brotherhood members suffered heavy casualties and were a little frustrated, so he began to try to live the lives of ordinary people. And soon got acquainted with a woman he likes. However, just when Eric and his Flash-married wife made firewood, it was like glue. Apocalypse appeared. He also expressed his intention to take Eric as a younger brother. At first, Eric refused, but his arms couldn't twist his thighs. After seeing the power of Apocalypse in order not to hurt his wife, and he really wanted mutant to rise in his heart, Eric became the top horse of Apocalypse and became the war knight among the 4 knights. Then Apocalypse found Sabertooth Victor, who was running in the jungle of the Vietnam War, and made him one of the 4 knights, the Famine Knight. Another day later, Apocalypse found Li Jai, an overseas Huxia who had settled in Ireland. People with special abilities in the East and the West call Roar differently. The West is called Mutant, and in the East they are called Zion Chiandiron. The name is different, but the essence is the same. Li Jai is a congenital alien in his early 30s. He has always been hiding well, living the life of an ordinary person and having his own family. He did not want to be found by Apocalypse and was forced to become the Death Knight among the 4 knights. The last Plague Rider is a European woman named Pendra, 25 years old, with the ability of water control. After the formation of the new Apocalypse 4 Horsemen was completed, Apocalypse began to upgrade their ability. Victor, Li Jai, and Pendra are nothing, but Eric has a huge potential. When upgrading, he was directly promoted to the 5th Order Mutant World-Destroying class, which caused a lot of noise. As a friend of Magneto, Professor X used the brain wave strengthening device after seeing the news to ask Eric what happened. As a result, I saw Apocalypse undeadly and wanted to enter Apocalypse's consciousness, read Apocalypse's memory, but was counter-controlled by Apocalypse, and Apocalypse invaded the minds of most people on the Earth. In order to redominate mankind, Apocalypse used this opportunity to control the countries that control nuclear weapons around the world and launched all nuclear bombs into space. There is also the scene that Moqing saw before, Longtingzhuang Yard. Moqing suffered a loss in Ancient One's hands and heard that the other party asked him to attack Apocalypse, feeling very unbeautiful. With your ability, it takes no time to deal with Apocalypse. Why use my hand? What's more, I may not be Apocalypse's opponent. Moqing expressed his doubts. Ancient One shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own mission. I am only responsible for fighting against the invasion of black magic. It is inconvenient to interfere with the development of the real world. Otherwise, it will trigger a more terrifying chain reaction." Regarding Ancient One's words, Su Moqing was half-believing, and it was inconvenient to interfere, not that he could not interfere, otherwise the other party would not come to the door. System task: Kill Apocalypse. The mission time limit is 1 month. Completion rewards: 300,000 psychic points, 1 high-level random psychic. Failure is nowhere to be sent. Does the host receive it? When Su Moqing was thinking about whether to watch from the wall, the system prompt sounded and the target was Apocalypse. Su Moqing has not understood the opportunity for the system to release the task. It seems that it was released because of a situation he encountered, but it was not entirely true. 300,000 psychic points are nothing to Su Moqing today, but higher random psychics are a good thing. High random psychic means that the psychic beasts from psychic have at least disaster level strength. If luck is good, psychic a powerful level universe or god level, it is not impossible to sling Ancient One. Su Moqing said silently, "Get it." Apocalypse was originally on Su Moqing's blacklist. Even without Ancient One and system missions, Su Moqing would not let Apocalypse rule the Earth. Before Su Moqing had thought about whether to get rid of this potential threat before Apocalypse woke up, but he had concerns in his heart, so he did not do anything. After accepting the task, Su Moqing looked at Ancient One without a trace. "You want me to deal with Apocalypse, but you have to promise that you will not interfere with me in the future." "I can promise your terms, but the premise is that you don't do anything harmful to the world." Ancient One heard Su Moqing agree to deal with Apocalypse with a lot of smiles on his face. For Ancient One, who had pitted himself and used himself as a gunman, the careful Su Moqing had already recorded it on the blacklist. When he had enough strength in the future, he would naturally find the place back. Then, Supreme Magician, is there anything else for you? If not, please go back wherever you came. Hearing Su Moqing's order to chase away his guests, Ancient One waved his hand to open the portal, and his figure sank into it in a blink of an eye. What a troublesome guy. After Ancient One left, Su Moqing felt that roar sucked more easily. This feeling of being suppressed in all aspects was uncomfortable. After all, the strength is still not enough. So next, what should I do with Apocalypse? Su Moqing thinks of Apocalypse, which easily destroyed Cairo in the movie, and feels a little big head. In the original plot, X-Men can defeat Apocalypse mainly by relying on the Phoenix Force of the piano, otherwise they will all be defeated. Now that Chin is only 10 years old, he has superficial control over the Phoenix Force, and the strength his body can withstand is limited. Su Moqing does not expect her to be of any help. It seems that psychic beasts are still needed, and Su Moqing checked the personal interface. Host: Su Moqing. Current level: mid-disaster psychic points, 1,869,235 psychic creatures. Godzilla costume, Predator, Hell, three-headed dog, King Kong, Unicorn, Omega, Dilu Beast, Selena, Ghidorah, Balrog, Thor. Ability: Monster Constitution, Eagle Eye, Weapon Mastery, Hellfire, Royal Air Flight, Time Reset, Gravity Field, Remembrance of Blood, Devouring Evolution, Firearms, Kings. 100 and 800,000 psychic points can be exchanged for psychic beasts in the middle of the disaster, and Apocalypse's strength is at least in the middle or even later stages of the extinction. Su Moqing thought about it for a moment, opened the psychic space and entered it. Psychic space, it is a realm of its own, will not be snooped by others, and it is absolutely safe. People like Ancient One who can snoop time fragments can't know the things in psychic space. Raven worried, "Su, what's going on outside?" Su Moqing calmly said, "It's okay, those nuclear bombs just flew out of space, it's not a bad thing. You will stay on Skull Island for a while. When the outside trouble is resolved, I will pick you up." Raven shook his head and said, "I want to go out and help you, I won't be a burden." Bao Beifeng said domineeringly, "Yes, you can't let you face everything. If you don't make our family feel better, you will kill him." After years of planning, Su Moqing had already let the predators open up an independent courtyard covering an area of 100 acres on Skull Island. In his spare time, Su Moqing will bring Raven, Bao Bao Bao, Selena, and others to get close to nature. The other courtyard is guarded by psychic beasts such as King Kong and Godzilla, and the monsters and natives on the island will not get close. It is by far the safest place. Even if the Marvel world is destroyed, it will not be affected here. It was the first time for Jean Grey to enter the psychic space. After arriving in the other courtyard of Skull Island, he was both curious and scared about the surrounding things and the psychic beasts. In Bao Beibao holding the Chin's hand, explained some things about Skull Island to her, and Su Moqing is considering a plan to deal with Apocalypse. Apocalypse's strength is not weak. It can be seen by a move to Tai Cairo, and Apocalypse has many abilities. If it is simply defeated with the psychic beasts, Su Moqing is still confident but wants to kill it. The degree of difficulty it has improved a lot. Defeating and killing are completely two concepts. In order to kill Apocalypse in one shot, Moqing mobilized an iron-blooded fleet space battleship through Iron-Blooded Johnson, put the fleet into stealth mode, flew into space, and collected nuclear warheads. These nuclear bombs sent to the sky by Apocalypse are all ready-made energy. As long as they are recovered, the strength of Godzilla, King Kong, Ghidorah, and Moqing can grow rapidly. After the iron-blooded battleship fleet enters space, if necessary, it can also carry out high-altitude strikes. Don't underestimate the technology of the Predator. As a race that can hunt across the universe, the technology of the Predator is absolutely ahead of the Earth for thousands of years. The naval gun on the main ship is more powerful than Godzilla's atomic breath, and even equipped. There are star weapons. However, Moqing is planning to fight Apocalypse, not to attack the Earth, so he will not use this unconventional weapon. After sending more than 10 iron-blooded battleships out, Moqing stood in the dark psychic space and communicated with the psychic system. The system mobilizes psychic beasts that can be exchanged for 1/8 million psychic points. The higher the potential, the better. The psychic beasts are divided into 7 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Breaking Army, Disaster, Extinction, Universe, and God. Each level is divided into Early Stage, Middle Stage, and Late Stage. It takes 10 to 99 psychic points to redeem the psychic beasts of normal-level combat power. Elite-level psychic beasts require 100 to 999 psychic points. The psychic beast with the combat power in the early stage of breaking the army requires a minimum of 1,000 psychic points, and the strongest psychic beast in the late stage of the battle requires 49,000 psychic points. A psychic beast with a combat power in the early stage of the disaster level starts with a minimum of 50,000 psychic points, 1 million psychic points in the midterm, and a maximum of 90 million psychic points in the later stage. For the psychic beasts with combat power in the early stage of world destroying, a minimum of 100 million psychic points will start, 1 billion psychic points in the middle stage, and a maximum of 99 billion psychic points in the later stage. In the early stage of level universe, the Galactus had a minimum of 10 billion psychic points to start, and in the middle stage, destroy the system 1 trillion psychic points, and at least 10 trillion psychic points in the later stage, destroy the universe. Exchange. As for the God level, it is an astronomical figure. It is estimated that the destruction of the Marvel Universe can also be exchanged for a few. Relatively speaking, psychic beasts with high potential but weak strength are much cheaper to exchange. The price difference between the two is several times or even thousands of times. Take Ghidorah. If you directly redeem the Ghidorah, which has the mid-term combat power of Yaoyu Universe, hundreds of billions of psychic points may be required. But to redeem the Ghidorah in the juvenile period, only 100 million psychic points are needed. However, it takes a very long time for Ghidorah to grow to the middle of the universe, and it also needs a huge amount of energy for it to absorb. The points gained from killing other creatures are much less than its originally value, such as Dragon Smog. If you want to redeem Smog's mid-disaster combat power, at least more than 1 million psychic points are needed. Can kill Smog, Moqing only obtained 15,000 psychic points, which seemed very uneconomical, but thinking about it the other way around, it makes sense. After all, the psychic beast is not a one-time item, and it can attack repeatedly. If it kills a lot, a psychic beast with the power of destroying the country will soon be able to pay back. As for Moqing's choice to kill Smog instead of regaining it, the main reason was that Smog was useless. It might as well be replaced by psychic points. Maybe it would lose a little bit, but it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Many years passed in a flash in his mind, and Moqing's eyes had already appeared many psychic beasts of the juvenile stage. Almost all of these psychic beasts possess the potential of the world-destroying stage, and very few of them should have the potential of the later stage of the world-destroying stage. After a round of screening, Moqing chose to redeem the artificial Pokémon in Pokémon Super Dream. Does the host exchange Super Dream? Sure. Moqing's words fell, and in the psychic space, a void crack opened and a bipedal cat appeared in front of him. Kaomeng's height is about 1 meter. With silver-gray body, triangular ears, and big blue eyes, 3 fingers on his paws, oval marks on the bottom of his feet, a long and thin tail, and a purple abdomen from the back. The nerve bundle extending from the center of the body extends all the way to the back of the neck, which looks quite pleasing. It's nice to meet you, my master. As soon as Kaomeng appeared, he used telepathy's ability to communicate with Moqing. Kaomeng, this is your home from now on, and you want to get along well with everyone. While talking, Moqing called up the list of Kaomeng's attributes. Psychic Beast, Super Dream Category, Pokémon Status, Juvenile Potential, World Destroying Level, Current Level, Elite. Ability psychokinesis telepathy self-regeneration other ability is activated. The host can choose an ability of Keomeng for extraction. Does the host extract it immediately? When the system prompt sounded, Su Moqing looked at Keomeng's zodiac ability and said, extract psychokinesis. The reason why Su Moqing chose Keomeng is because of the powerful psychokinesis of the other party. At the moment, he naturally does not hesitation. After making the choice, a colorless light burst from Keomeng's body and enveloped Su Moqing's body. After half an hour, the light dissipated. Su Moqing felt that her mental power had become extremely condensed and seemed to be able to materialize her mental power. When her mind moved, the invisible psychokinesis entrusted her super dream to her side. Holding the new psychic beast super dream, Su Moqing thought, went to the other courtyard of Skull Island, looked at the girls of Raven and Selena and said, get ready, let's go. After repeated consideration, Su Moqing has agreed to let the three daughters of Raven, Selena, and Bao Beabao accompany him to deal with Apocalypse. The strength of the three women is not weak, especially Raven, who has completely mastered the shapeshifting ability, is comparable to the initial disaster, plus teleport's ability, self-protection is completely fine. Selena has rich combat experience and also has teleport, which is not a big problem. Bao Bao Feng's ability is also very strong. If you don't count the ability of teleport, Selena can't beat Bao Bao Feng in close combat. Only Xiao Lalakin was left in the other courtyard by Su Moqing. Su Moqing, Raven, Selena, and Feng Beabao exited psychic space and returned to the open space of Longteng Manor. Raven wondered, Su, where are we going now? Cairo, Su Moqing said confidently. Old antiques like Apocalypse have always believed that Egypt are the center of the universe, otherwise they would not go to Cairo specifically in the original plot. The so-called situation is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Even if Apocalypse is resurrected in advance, he will not change easily with his solidified thoughts. Egypt, Cairo. A red light flashed and Su Moqing, Raven, Selena, and Bao Bao Feng appeared on the desert outside Cairo. It seems to have come a little earlier. Looking at the intact Cairo not far away, Su Moqing was thoughtful, his eyes swept towards the distant mountains. On the mountain dozens of miles away, Apocalypse, wearing a blue armor, was looking down at Cairo, with strong hatred in his eyes. He used to be the master here, but those damn untouchables betrayed him and buried him for thousands of years. In the vicissitudes of life, the former Apocalypse dynasty has been buried in the dust of history, and those betrayers have become the masters of this world. Now Apocalypse is back. He wants to destroy everything here, let the children and grandchildren of those betrayers repay the sin karma for their ancestors, and then rebuild his Apocalypse dynasty. Behind Apocalypse, the four knights Eric, Li Jai, Victor, and Pendra have different thoughts, especially Eric. Looking at Charles, who was in a coma on the side. Although he didn't know what Apocalypse did to catch his friends, it was definitely not a good thing. It was just because of Apocalypse's strong strength that Eric had been reluctant to say anything. He was ready to look at the situation before making plans. Charles woke up from a coma and looked at Apocalypse and Eric with some headaches. He instinctively wanted to use the ability of telepathy, but found that he could not invade the consciousness of these people. He looked at Apocalypse suspiciously. I can't feel it. Your thoughts, what have you done? I can resist your mind's invasion of them. This is one of my many abilities. As Apocalypse spoke, he walked up to Charles and stared eagerly at Charles. Your ability is very special. You can perceive other people's thoughts and control them. This is exactly what I need. The human heart is greedy like a bottomless abyss. Although Apocalypse has many abilities, every time you see a more brilliant abilities, you will still have the idea of taking it for yourself. Especially after being betrayed by humans. So when Apocalypse found Charles, he made up his mind to take possession of this person's body. Charles didn't know what Apocalypse wanted to do, but the eager look in his eyes made him get goosebumps all over his body. He turned to look at Eric. Why are you helping him? For our compatriots to live a better life, I said earlier that your method will not work. Eric is a racist and his position is for mutant to have a good future. This has never changed. Charles is also for the mutant group, but he doesn't agree with Eric's way. This is where they are out of sync. Hearing what Eric said, Charles shouted, My friend, do you want to destroy the world? Why not? I will rebuild the world amidst the ruins, a world ruled by mutant. Apocalypse said so emotionally, he seemed to have seen the sight of himself dominating the world. After a lot of blood, Apocalypse looked at Charles. Now Charles, pass mine to all the people in the world. This world is about to fall into ruins. This is my punishment for mankind by Sabanur. I'm really sorry, even if I thought I couldn't do it without a brain wave strengthening device. Charles didn't want to be a microphone for Apocalypse. Apocalypse proudly said, "I don't need an instrument, I can help you." Among the many abilities of Apocalypse, there is one that can enhance the power of mutant. The four knights Eric, Victor, Leji, and Pendra broke through the original limit and became stronger through this increase. With the blessing of Apocalypse, Charles' telepathy ability was immediately greatly enhanced, radiating the entire Earth suddenly. Moqing in the yellow sand felt a powerful psychic force swept past. Raven, Selena, and Bao Bayabo are all wearing mental power shield, so they will not be affected by mental power. Moqing's originally mental power is not weak and can resist telepathy, but this time Moqing did not resist and instead took the initiative to connect with that spiritual power. Then Charles' voice rang in his head. At the moment, under the coercion of Apocalypse, Charles replaced Apocalypse and declared to the whole world. At this moment, people who can't shield telepathy, Charles's voice sounded in his mind at the same time. Listen, everyone in this world, this is my advice to you, to each of you humans and mutant, you have lost your way, but I have returned. The final judgment is coming soon, the tall buildings you have built will collapse and a new era is about to begin. Charles transfers Apocalypse's words to the brains of people all over the world. This is a unique consciousness. Everyone's brain will automatically translate them into familiar languages, so people in any country can understand what they mean. Unlike ordinary people, Moqing's consciousness has an extra piece of Charles' hidden message, which roughly means that he wants Moqing to go to Cairo to help him fight Apocalypse. Through Eagle Eye, Moqing has seen the location of Apocalypse and others. Eric and Victor, who are the other two knights? Moqing noticed that the candidates for the four horsemen had changed, not surprisingly. Now the plot is nearly 10 years ahead of schedule. Angel, Psylocke, and Storm Girl of the original four knights are now only 11 or 12 years old. Whether they have the awakening mutant gene is a problem, and naturally they will not become Apocalypse knights. Of the four knights in the original plot, now there is only one Eric. As for Victor's identity and ability, Moqing knew and didn't care much. As for the other two, Moqing didn't know each other. Mutant's ability is strange, and unknown ability often causes unpredictable variables, so these two people are Moqing's prime targets. Raven, Selena, for a while, you will take me and Bao Bayabo and teleport to the mountain. At that time, I will summon the psychic beasts to contain Apocalypse and the four knights together. Selena will look for opportunities to take Charles and Eric away. Moqing made a simple deployment, and at the same time communicated with the psychic beasts in the psychic space with consciousness, so that the powerful psychic beasts such as Godzilla, King Kong, Balrog, and Hell three-headed dog were ready for big moves. For the first round of attacks to be effective damage, even if you can't kill Apocalypse, you must kill the knight next to Apocalypse and cut off his arm. Although these knights and Moqing have no grievances, but apart from Eric, the others are not relatives to Moqing. In order to prevent accidents, it is necessary to kill the killer. The benevolence of women is a big taboo on the battlefield, and Moqing didn't want to hurt the people around him because of his benevolence. Just in case, Moqing also communicated with the iron-blooded fleet in outer space so that they could fly over Cairo quickly, ready for fire support at any time. Above the peak, Apocalypse, who made the declaration, turned to the city of Cairo. His eyes turned pale. As one of the oldest mutants, Saba-Nur has the power to destroy the world, able to achieve material reorganization and control particles. In order to retaliate against human beings and to occupy Charles' body by reincarnation, Apocalypse is preparing to destroy Cairo City and build the pyramids needed for reincarnation. As long as the reincarnation ceremony is completed and Charles' telepathy is obtained, Apocalypse can easily control the thoughts of all people in the world and become the real master. Apocalypse raised his strangely patterned hands to Cairo, and the power of invisible spread. In the shocked gaze of the four horsemen and Charles, the metal and soil in Cairo City began to be decomposed by the invisible force, turned into molecular particles, and reshaped into huge bricks with unique patterns and weighing tens of tons. The foundation of pyramids. If there is no one to stop, then within a few minutes the entire Cairo will be reduced to rubble, with millions of residents inside, at least hundreds of thousands of deaths and injuries. Do it. Seeing that Apocalypse had moved, Moqing also started to move. When Apocalypse uses super ability, it is inevitable to be distracted, and it is the best time. Swish, Selena, Raven took Moqing and Feng Bayabo to teleport and flashed on the mountain where Apocalypse and others were. Charles, Eric. The moment Moqing appeared, he wrapped Charles and Eric with psychokinesis and gave a reminder, and then wrapped them with psychokinesis, pulling them directly in front of him. Don't think about it. Li Jai, Pendra, and Victor quickly reacted. They were not very loyal to Apocalypse, but because of the fear of Apocalypse's mighty power, they chose to become Apocalypse's knights. Death Knight Li Jai, who also has psychokinesis, launched ability, pulled the figures of Charles and Eric and started a tug-of-war with Su Moqing. Roar tilde. The Famine Knight Victor roared, revealing 2 huge amounts of fangs. He touched all fours and ran fast towards Su Moqing. At the same time, his body changed drastically. His body doubled and he looked extremely burly, and his hair became extremely luxuriant. Cover the whole body like a person but not a person, like a tiger or not a tiger. In an instant, Feng Beiyabao pulled out the super alloy short knife from his waist and threw it to Victor's eyes. At the same time, Selena and Raven flashed their figures, appeared beside Charles and Eric, grabbed their arms, teleported directly again, and brought them back to Longteng Manor in New York. On the opposite side, Plague Rider Pendra froze for a while before condensing several water blades and shooting towards Su Moqing and Feng Beiyabao. Bao Beifeng spun around, like a flying saucer pierced through flowers, avoiding the attack of the water blade, and at the same time drew out the sharp knife on the other side, preparing to deal with Pendra in close proximity. Baby, don't go there. Su Moqing used psychokinesis to block the water blade, then rushed forward and grabbed Feng Beiyabao's hand. At this moment, Victor patted the flying darts that shot towards the eye sockets, like a human bear jumping up with sharp tiger claws. With the palm of his hand, he slapped Su Moqing and Feng Beiyabao fiercely. Su Moqing turned around, waved to throw baby Feng behind him, and at the same time raised his left foot. He flew on Victor's abdomen, and the powerful force exploded, kicking Victor's stomach into a depression. Wow! Victor vomited a mouthful of blood, and his tall body flew back quickly. Li Jai used psychokinesis to slow Victor's speed and exerted a lot of effort to stabilize Victor's body. Everything happened in an instant. Within 5 seconds before and after, Apocalypse noticed the abnormality, and when he exited from the micro-super-control state, he found that Eric and Charles had disappeared from his perception and suddenly became angry. Without waiting for Apocalypse to go wild, Su Moqing, who had no worries, directly used 10 times the gravity field to press against Apocalypse, Victor, Li Jai, and Pendra. Apocalypse didn't know why it was ability, and it didn't have any effect, and it stabilized after a slight shake of his body. Victor was kicked by Su Moqing, and his internal organs were broken in several places. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died too long. However, Victor, who has evolved, has increased his defense power a lot, coupled with the super strong self-healing power. He recovered in a blink of an eye, but under the pressure of gravity, his actions became very slow. Li Jai knelt on one knee and used psychokinesis to slow down the pressure of gravity, which seemed far-fetched. Pendela is unlucky. She hasn't controlled the elementalization of water now, and her body is a little stronger than ordinary people. Under the environment of 10 times the gravity, the blood flow slows down, and the internal organs are under heavy pressure, unbearable, and almost burst. Enough! Apocalypse gave a cold voice, waved a blue energy light wave, and directly defeated Su Moqing's gravity field. Su Moqing was shaken back by 2 steps. The perception psychic beasts were ready and sneered. Not enough. While speaking, Su Moqing's heart moved and opened several spatial channels of psychic space. The psychic beasts who are ready to go immediately show their own housekeeping skills: Godzilla's atomic breath, Ghidorah's gravitational light, King Kong's gravity light wave, and Balrog's fire arrow. Hell's three-headed dog's Hellfire, Unicorn's light arrow, and Kaomeng's shadow ball are sent out at the same time. Ghidorah, Godzilla, and King Kong evolved very quickly, especially after eating dragon smog. King Kong and Godzilla both exceeded 100 meters in height and officially entered the growth period, and both awakening developed new skills. After Godzilla entered the growth stage, his defense and strength became stronger. At the same time, he awakened the ability of external radiation, which could radiate devastating light through the sword ridge behind it. The power and defense of King Kong have also been greatly improved. Awakening has gravity light wave. Compared with the coverage type of gravity field, gravity light wave has more concentrated energy and is not as destructive as atomic breath, but can ignore general physical defenses and directly act on the inside of the target. Ghidorah's body has been more than 50 meters long, and awakening is a gravitational light similar to golden lightning. At the same level, its power is not worse than Godzilla's atomic breath. Among the psychic beasts, the 3 cosmic monsters have the strongest attack power. The Flame Demon, the 3-headed dog of hell, the Unicorn, Kaomeng, relatively speaking, are much worse. The attack of a group of psychic beasts immediately made the entire mountain colorful, and the seemingly beautiful light contained extremely terrifying destructive power. Apocalypse saw a group of psychic beasts suddenly appeared, his complexion changed, and his heart became angry. MMP, you don't play your cards according to common sense. Shouldn't you give your opinions at the beginning of the game and then fight for hundreds of rounds? No matter how big it is or a group of monsters, the world has changed so much, why don't I know? Swish swish tilde. Atomic breath and gravitational light were the first to shoot in front of Apocalypse, facing the attacks of the psychic beasts, and feeling the terror and destructive power contained in them. Apocalypse did not dare to be careless and fully condensed a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom tilde. Atomic breath and gravitational light bombarded Apocalypse's blue defensive barrier, shaking Apocalypse back a few steps, but they couldn't defeat it for a while. Without waiting for Apocalypse to stabilize his figure, the attacks of King Kong, Hell's three-headed dog, and Balrog bombarded the defensive barrier one after another. Under the impact of a group of psychic beasts, the unparalleled power can shake the world, and the entire mountain is swept by the terrifying high temperature. In order to prevent Bao Baofeng from being harmed, Su Moqing put her into the psychic space. Crack tilde. Apocalypse received a frontal impact, and the defensive barrier supported by psychokinesis instantly cracked. Seeing that the defensive barrier is at risk of breaking, in order to protect itself, Apocalypse suddenly shrunk the defensive barrier to protect himself. What? As soon as Apocalypse contracted the defensive barrier, Victor, Li Jai, and Pendra around him were directly exposed. The super high temperature, twisted gravitational force, and gravity formed a devastating storm, instantly smashing Li Jai and Pendra's. The body was torn to pieces and turned into fly ash in a blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Li Jai and rewarding 2,200 psychic points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Pendra and rewarding 1,900 psychic points. Because of Apocalypse's selfishness, the Plague Knight and the Death Knight died tragically on the spot. Victor saw the opportunity quickly, relying on Beast's intuition and powerful self-healing force. He did not die instantly like Li Jai and Pendra, and when Apocalypse contracted the defensive barrier, he jumped off without hesitation. The cliff behind him. Because he knows that he will not be thrown to death if he jumps, but if he continues to stay in place, he will definitely die without a corpse. Victor is experienced in combat and participated in many wars. He was active in World War I and World War II. He was hit countless times by bullets, bayonets, and bombs, but he survived by relying on self-healing force. But the situation is different right now. This kind of battle is not something he can participate in. Whether it is Su Moqing or Apocalypse, both sides have the power to easily kill him, so naturally they choose to run away. Go to his shit night, whoever loves to do it. For Apocalypse, Victor has no loyalty. If Apocalypse is not strong, he would not mind unscrewing Apocalypse's head and kicking the ball. Rumble. When Su Moqing and the psychic beasts in Apocalypse stalemate offensive and defensively, the entire mountain began to collapse. The mountains, rocks, and vegetation were burned, and the aftermath surged and set off strong vibrations, causing hundreds of miles of the Earth's crust to squeeze and fracture. Under the mighty light, the residents of Cairo fled in horror. Some people knelt and prayed for forgiveness from the god. Some people still took out their cameras and took pictures of this incredible scene at the moment of life and death. For these ordinary people, neither Su Moqing nor Apocalypse paid any attention. The rock under Apocalypse's feet has been dissolved. Standing in the air, he was pushed hundreds of meters away by the strong impact. His eyes were gray and his forehead was bruised. On the other side, Su Moqing was covered with a layer of hellfire. Standing in the void, a group of psychic beasts were half hidden at the intersection of psychic space and reality, constantly launching attacks one after another without giving Apocalypse a chance to breathe. Apocalypse has super strength, super speed regeneration, super defense, space teleport, energy generation, mind control, molecular transformation, sand dust control, all kinds of super abilities, and there are so many skills. He doesn't even know it himself, and it can be said that he is not tough. So far, among the people Su Moqing has seen, the Supreme Magician Ancient One can crush Apocalypse. Apocalypse at the moment was very upset. He tried his best to resist the endless attacks from the psychic beasts. He looked at Su Moqing standing in the air. You have such a powerful ability, why should you fight against me? Let us join forces to rule those ignorant ones. Are mortals bad? A mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. This world is barely enough for me to toss on my own, you. Too much. Su Moqing does not need to join hands with others, let alone a dictator like Apocalypse. How could it be possible to share the world with others? If you stop now, Su Moqing is sure that Apocalypse will kill him mercilessly to avoid future troubles. This is the usual routine of the villain boss. Whoever believes is an idiot. While talking, Moqing overpowered Hellfire, turned into flames and spears and threw them at Apocalypse. At the same time, he said in his heart, "The power of Apocalypse is stronger than imagined." Without Phoenix Force it seems to be used, it's not easy to die him. In the original plot, the Phoenix Force of the piano is the key to X-Men's ability to destroy Apocalypse. Otherwise, even if other X-Men are tied together, it will not be enough for Apocalypse to play. But now Chin's body is too weak to carry too much Phoenix Force, so Moqing didn't count Chin in his combat power from the beginning. In order to cope with the attacks of Moqing and the psychic beasts, Apocalypse used his mind and energy to resist, and could not find time to use other abilities. Moqing could not help but Apocalypse for a while. The Predator in outer space with his consciousness communicated with his mind. 2nd Battalion Commander put. No Johnson immediately mobilized all the neutron cannons in the fleet, locked Apocalypse, carried out high-altitude strikes, let him know what justice is. Target is locked. The neutron cannon is fully charged. Set fire to launch. 16 space battleships locked onto Apocalypse, and the muzzle of the heavy neutron gun flashed with dazzling light, followed by a volley of fire. Swish, swish. The neutron cannon is extremely powerful, comparable to Godzilla's atomic breath. In Alien Vs. Predator 1, there was a record of a cannon piercing through 2 kilometers of ice. More than a dozen neutron cannons fired, the power can be imagined. The neutron cannon is extremely fast, and it takes only 3 seconds to reach the inside of the Earth from space. A dozen brilliant blue lights fell from the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and bringing up a layer of harsh sonic boom, which was majestic and magnificent at the end, bombarding the rear of Apocalypse at an angle opposite to that of Spiritism. Do not. Apocalypse was constrained by Moqing and a group of psychic beasts. Duplication was lacking, and was suddenly bombarded by dozens of neutron shells. The defensive barrier on his body was suddenly overwhelmed and fell apart. Completely exposed to the devastating energy storm, Apocalypse's body was quickly torn and burned. Although Apocalypse had the ability of overspeed regeneration, his recovery speed was far behind the destruction speed, and he was finally completely gasified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Apocalypse and rewarding 10 million psychic points. Rumble tilde. The moment the system came to Apocalypse's death promotion, after the neutron cannon and the psychic beast attacked, there was a violent explosion. Before Moqing could think about it, he took the psychic beasts back into the psychic space. The devastating shockwave spread wherever it passed, all life was wiped out, and the nearest city, Cairo, was hardly immune, causing more than 200,000 deaths and injuries. In Moqing's mind, a series of system prompts sounded. The people killed by the aftermath of the battle gave him more than 1 million psychic points. Although such psychic points, Moqing is not happy to see it. There should be a bottom line in life. Moqing doesn't want to do anything with ordinary people. These people are suffering from unreasonable disasters. But death is already dead. Moqing can't shut out the psychic points, it will only appear hypocritical. And the war is deadman. If Moqing did not appear, the disaster and death toll caused by Apocalypse would only be greater. Definitely, these are Moqing's self-comforting words. People may like to deceive themselves. As for those who died, Moqing can only give some financial compensation appropriately. Anyway, it is impossible to pay for life. Not to mention the troubled Cairo in the ethereal psychic space. Moqing and a group of psychic beasts gathered together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing Apocalypse. Reward, 300,000 psychic points and 1 high-level random psychic. Does the host perform higher random channeling? Moqing, who was in a somewhat complicated mood, heard the system upgrade, causing the surrounding psychic beasts to transfer to Skull Island, and muttered silently, "Psychic." When the words fell, psychic space created a void in an instant. A small grass flew down from the void crack to Moqing's body. After this silver-white grass fell to the ground, it shook gently in the psychic space. Its leaves were like swords and 9 pieces coexisted. The pieces were crystal clear, like chalcedony, round and smooth, but with shocking sword spirit. That's right, it's giant chi. The moment the silver grass appeared, the sword glowed like a sea, overwhelming the sky, and the sword singed through the world, seeming to tear psychic space, annihilating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. At the moment when Zayako appeared, Moqing's clothes were pierced by the invisible sword chi, and he felt a bit tingling in his skin. He couldn't help taking 2 steps back, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. You must know that Moqing's current defensive power, missiles may not be able to cause damage to him, but this little grass actually made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Looking fixedly, the grass quietly rooted in the psychic space, exuding an extremely sharp aura, and a little silver light circulated on the surface, showing its extraordinary. Moqing only glanced at the weird grass and felt a pain in his eyes, a little jerky. What kind of grass, such a cow? Moqing rolled his head, rubbed his sour eyes, and immediately checked the attribute list of this alien psychic beast. Psychic beast, 9-leaf sword grass category, Swire 10 killers status, growth stage potential, level universe current level, early stage of extinction. Ability, grass word swordsmanship, other abilities are not activated, description. The sword art of grass characters, the complete inheritance of the 9-leaf sword art, is one of the 3 great swords of the ancient times. It is so powerful that it can cut time and space and cut the universe. My dear, I'm going to post it. Seeing the attributes of 9-leaf sword grass, Moqing reacted and was overjoyed. 9-leaf sword grass, Moqing knew a little about it when he watched Perfect before. The 9-leaf swordgrass family began in the 9 heavens and 10 lands in Perfect World. Known as a vertical grass, it can cut the stars, the sun, and the moon. I didn't think of it for a while, but after seeing the list of attributes, this was confirmed. The host obtains the psychic beast 9-leaf sword grass. Does it extract the ability of the 9-leaf sword grass? When prompted by the system, Moqing would naturally not refuse. Extract. After the words fell, a silver ray burst out from the 9-leaf sword grass, and the vast power like a galaxy poured into Moqing's body, blending into his limbs and engraving the next set of unparalleled secret techniques. After more than an hour, the light shrouded in Moqing's body dissipated. Moqing opened her eyes were sharp, and a sharp sword aura lingered all over her body. At the pubic area, a silver 9-leaf clover was condensed in the shadow of a silver 9-leaf clover. It seemed to be able to cut through the sky by gently flipping it. With the sword energy restrained, Moqing transplanted the 9-leaf sword grass to the other courtyard of Skull Island, and then exited psychic space with Bao Beifeng. The smoke from the outside world has dissipated, leaving only a messy battlefield and the city of Cairo that has been condemned by God. After a second of silence, Moqing used consciousness to communicate with Jagged Johnson in outer space. At the moment, 16 iron-blooded warships under the command of Johnson have collected most of the nuclear bombs from outer space. After Moqing learned of the situation, he asked them to continue to collect the remaining nuclear bombs while trying to avoid satellite surveillance of other countries. In fact, there is no need for Moqing to worry about this. Iron-blooded Johnson had long used jamming devices on the iron-blooded warship, making all the extraterrestrial satellites useless. As for the reaction of various countries afterwards, Moqing didn't care. With a thought, he channeled Selena to her side, and then through Selena's teleport ability, the 3 returned to Longtang Manor together. Charles and Eric saw Moqing coming back and asked quickly, "Is Apocalypse dead?" "Already solved." Moqing replied something evil, then patted Eric on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Don't go around doing things in the future. It's the business if you have time to have more children." Eric rolled his eyes when he heard the words. "It's really not what I wanted to do this time. It was Apocalypse who came to me. Otherwise, I'm still living in a 2-person world with my wife Magda." Originally, Eric still wanted to contribute to Mutant again, but Apocalypse's behavior did not conform to Eric's wishes. He has only now found a person he likes, which is far from the tragic death of his wife and daughter in the original plot. Naturally, he has no intention of destroying the world. That's it. Are you going home now or staying for a while? Moqing asked Eric and Charles. Charles touched his soft hair. "I'd better go back. Mora and the kids in the academy should be in a hurry. I also want to go back to Holland and contact me later." Eric was also anxious to go home. "Well, I will ask Selena and Raven to send you off," Moqing said, nodding to Selena and Raven. The 2 women took Charles and Eric and disappeared into Moqing's eyes. In a blink of an eye, the 2 women came back again. I have to say that the ability of teleport is really convenient. After solving the trouble of Apocalypse, Moqing was considering how to smooth out the storm in Cairo, and the phone rang. Moqing looked at the contact. Howard called and then pressed the answer button. I did it. You don't understand the situation at that time. I have already kept the damage to a minimum. Those idiots don't care about them. If they want to play, I don't mind staying with them to the end, so let's talk about it when you have time." Moqing hung up the phone and called Darwin to let him deal with Cairo's affairs and try to compensate the families of those who died. After another hour or so, news came from Jiazhu Johnson. All nuclear bombs in outer space have been collected and are on their way back. Moqing asked them to fly directly to the island he bought, and then went to the island with Selena and Raven. After all the nuclear bombs were transferred to the psychic space, some of the predators were sent to the world of Lord of the Rings. The remaining part will be teleported to the jagged mother star. Looking at the nuclear bombs piled up like a mountain in psychic space, Moqing directly let Godzilla, King Kong, and Ghidorah swallow the nuclear fuel in them, speeding up their growth. After Moqing arranged most of the things, after taking a hot bath, she hugged several women roar to sleep. He has encountered too many things on this day, his nerves have been tight, and he needs a good rest. It was a few days before the Battle of Cairo. Because of the battle between Moqing and Apocalypse, the topic of mutant was once again pushed to the forefront. Moqing didn't care about these painful things and left them all to the people under him. What he has to do now is to enjoy life and improve his strength at the same time. These two things are not in conflict. The reason why Moqing wants to become stronger in the final analysis is to enjoy life better. A powerful force is an arm to ensure that you and your favorite will not be harmed. Moqing will not blindly pursue power and ignore the quality of life. Blindly seeking to become stronger will only become a slave driven by power. In Moqing's view in life, beautiful scenery, wine, and beauties should not be disappointed. There is nothing wrong with proper beauty. On the beach of Skull Island, Moqing lay on a bench, enjoying the mild sunshine and sea breeze. Cheers and laughter beside him, the waves were rough, well, it was really fierce. Feng Beiyabao, Selena, and Raven are wearing bikinis, playing with Chin, Dilliman, Ko Meng at the beach. When they are running, Moqing's eyes don't know who to look at. The bright sun shines on the vast beach, the sea rises, and falls from time to time, the surrounding coconut trees are swaying in the wind, the blue sky, and the sea are shining. And the air is naturally clear and a pleasant view of the blue sea and blue sky. 3 big, 1 small, and 4 girls playing with 2 cute psychic beasts add a beautiful landscape to this beach. Brother Su, play with us. Chin's voice came, and Chin was wearing a conservative blue swimsuit exuding youthful vitality. It's just a little bit flat. Shaking his head, Moqing smiled and said, "What does Chin want to play?" "Beach volleyball," Chin Gao said happily. Moqing thought for a while, and playing beach volleyball with the girls in swimsuits seemed pretty good. After a lottery, Moqing, Chin, and Dilliman were in a group, and Feng Beiyabao, Raven, Selena, and Ko Meng were on the opposite side. Raven stood in front of the middle net with a volleyball and shouted, "Go." After the serve, Moqing, Selena, and others jumped up. Moqing was the first to slap volleyball and hit bow bow bow. He controlled his power within the range of ordinary people, otherwise he would directly explode volleyball. Oh, don't look at Bao Beifeng being very dexterous in the fight, but he usually looks natural and dazed, and he took a shot in a daze. The volleyball bounced off. Ko Meng turned around and flicked his tail, knocking the volleyball back. "Meow, that won't let you succeed." Dilliman flew up and the cat's paw shot out. Bang tilde, the volleyball flew over the net and was blocked by Raven's teleportation. Selena leaped forward and hit it back with a strong knock. There is no limit to the use of super ability, so even if you use teleport, it is not a foul. Well, Raven is next. Moqing glanced at Raven in a white bikini, then a black smile appeared on his face. Boom! Oops! Raven, who was about to catch the ball, noticed that the flying volleyball suddenly dropped by 2 feet and was hit by a scream. "What's the matter, Raven?" Selena turned to ask. "No, nothing." Raven blushed slightly, waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing wrong with him, and then glared at Moqing in shame. The place where the ball hit just now was where she was most sensitive. "This guy must be on purpose. It's okay, we must make a comeback next, and we can't make Sue proud," Selena said seriously. Baby Feng rubbed his head, fighting spirit burned in his eyes, pouting, "Well, K him. Roar, roar, roar." At noon, Bao Bao Feng, Raven, and Selena were all lying on the carpet under the parasol. Chin took a small fan and fanned them. Moqing prepared lunch and said with a smile, "Beauties, it's dinner. Really, I don't know how to make us a little bit." Raven said with anger and roar, roar. Moqing smirked and said, "There is no father and son in the stadium. The big deal is that I will let you on it tonight. Hate, Chin is still there, don't bring bad kids." Raven gave Moqing a grotesquely, and then pulled the cute baby Feng and the cold Selena to get up. After lunch, Bao Bao Feng teaches Chin how to control the power in the body in the afternoon. Although Phoenix Force and Kai are completely different energies, they also have similarities. Feng Beiyabao teaches Chin how to arouse and use his own power, mainly for meditation, but it can also be understood as meditation. After 4 o'clock, Selena and Raven began to teach Piano some close combat skills. Moqing will also tease this little loli when she takes time, taking her for a ride on a unicorn or something. Happy time always flies very fast, and in the evening Moqing lights a bonfire and grills seafood and prey from Skull Island. Bao Beifeng, Raven, and Selena also helped with cooking, but they were dark cooking. but they were very happy and seemed to want to avenge their revenge this morning. Chin plays with Meng and Dilluman, while Dilluman is gesturing. Meng and Chin use psychokinesis to control the fine sand on the beach and condense it into different shapes. It's a pleasant one, if you don't count the dark dishes of Feng Beiabao's 3 daughters. With a far-fetched smile under the gaze of Feng Beiabao, Raven, and Selina's love, Su Moqing ate 3 dark dishes with tears. Sure enough, it is the present report coming soon. Su Moqing feels that the 3 women have the potential to become poison masters, and it is also an incredible ability to make such a shocking food with mediocre ingredients. Even if his stomach is comparable to a nuclear furnace, he can't stand it. If he changes to an ordinary person, I'm afraid he will die long ago, roar. After pulling it 3 times and gargle 5 times, Su Moqing felt better. Su Moqing vowed that he would never eat dark dishes anymore after he was killed. Too frightening. Sending Feng Beiabao and other women back to the other courtyard on Skull Island, Su Moqing enters the special chamber of psychic space and begins to absorb nuclear energy to strengthen himself. There were thousands of nuclear bombs collected by the iron-blooded battleship before, and Su Moqing distributed most of them to Godzilla, King Kong, and Ghidorah. I kept more than 300 pieces and slowly absorbed them, one a day. After several days of absorption coupled with his own accumulation, an hour later, Su Moqing broke through to the end of the disaster in one fell swoop. Open the personal interface. Host, Su Moqing current level, post-disaster psychic points, 13,180,936. Psychic creatures: Godzilla, Costume, Predator, Hell, 3-headed Dog, King Kong, Unicorn, Omega, Dillu Beast, Selena, Ghidorah, Balrog, Thorin, Super Dream, 9-sword Grass ability. Monster Physique, Eagle Eye Weapon Proficiency, Hellfire, Royal Air Flight Time, Reset Gravity Field, Remembrance of Blood, Devouring Evolution, Firearms, King's Air Psychokinesis. Grass Word Sword Art. After killing Apocalypse, Su Moqing received 10 million psychic points, the people killed in the aftermath of the battle in Cairo, and the 300 psychic points awarded by the system totaling more than 12 million. In addition, in the recent period, the Predators have killed many monsters in the world of Lord of the Rings, as well as various slaughter sites. Now Su Moqing has more than 13 million psychic points, and this number is constantly rising. Should it be exchanged for the psychic beast or should it be saved? Su Moqing thought about it for a while and decided to save it first. Now he has 3 psychic beasts with the potential of level universe. Walking out of the secret room, Su Moqing saw Ghidorah, Godzilla, and King Kong lying in a corner of psychic space to rest. These days, the 3 cosmic monsters have been absorbing nuclear fuel, and they are all a lap larger and their strengths have improved by leaps and bounds. Especially Ghidorah, whose body length is over 100 meters, has evolved a second dragon head and long tail, which looks even more terrifying and hideous. Seeing that the 3 beasts were dormant, Su Moqing did not disturb them, and instead returned to the other courtyard on Skull Island. Time flies and 2004 has arrived in a blink of an eye. During this period, there were no special major incidents, but there were quite a few episodes. For example, Logan was caught by Trisk for experimentation and obtained an indestructible adamantium skeleton, officially becoming Wolverine. For example, in 1987, the Howards were assassinated by Winter Soldier. When Su Moqing received the news, it was already a step too late. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, no 1,000 days to guard against a thief. Although Su Moqing knows that Hydra people will be disadvantageous to the Howards, it is impossible to guard the Howards all day. In order to save this old man, Su Moqing used time reset, wants to go back the day before, and set up a situation to let them hang out and leave the caring people's sight completely. As for Winter Soldier, Su Moqing left him alive and let him fall in love with Captain America in the future. After the Howards suspended their lives, Su Moqing allowed them to spend their twilight years on the island they bought. As for Tony Stark, the godson, Su Moqing took care of him for a few days. This kid was in his early 20s and had already obtained a double master's degree. A typical academic bully is taller, richer, and handsome. When he was in school, he did not miss the flowers of the future. This is very similar to when he was young. Su Moqing didn't tell Tony about Howard's suspended animation. After a period of sadness, the kid became more mature and began to take over the Stark Group. Today, Stark Group has expanded its scale several times with Tony's hard work. It is one of the largest groups in the United States, and the relationship with the military makes it even more prosperous. In New York, Tony can be described as a man of the world, with the title of inventor, adventurer, billionaire, and so on, but the most famous is the title of Playboy. Major newspapers will report on Tony dating a certain beauty, Skull Island. It's already 2004, time flies. In the Seaview Villa, Su Moqing, a resident of youth dressed in casual clothes, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding the latest New York daily newspaper in his hand, seemingly emotional. Beautiful Raven, after washing up, wrapped in a bath towel and walked to the hall with a grin. Hearing Su Moqing's words, he mumbled, "Yeah, time flies so fast. I heard that Charles is holding his grandson." Ahem. Hearing what Raven meant, Su Moqing coughed dryly, then saw Selina coming out of the room drinking a blood bag and asked, "Where is the baby and the piano? Haven't you gotten up yet?" Selina rubbed her short, fluffy black hair. Her eyes were light-colored with a trace of laziness. She stretched her waist, showing a perfectly proportioned golden figure, licked her blood-stained red lips and charmingly skimmed Su Moqing. One glance, they want to sleep late, saying that they are only called for lunch. Today's weekend, let them sleep a little longer. Su Moqing put down the newspaper in his hand and stood up from the sofa. At this time, Ko Meng used psychokinesis to drag more than a dozen plates from the kitchen and put them on the long table in the dining room one by one. Then used telepathy to say, "Master, it's time to eat." At the moment, Super Dream is already 2 meters high, not as cute as when he was a child, wearing a black European-style housekeeper clothes, giving people a kind of cool cat feeling. "Meow, why didn't you see the dried fish?" The Dillu beast, lying on the sofa, jumped onto the table in twos when he heard the meal and glanced at it. He didn't see the dried fish he loved, and he didn't look very happy. "Eat lighter in the morning, and at noon I will ask you to make 3 pan-fried tuna." Su Moqing glanced at the Dillu beast, and after raising it for so many years he didn't know where the problem was, but it didn't evolve. What am I disappointed in?" Shaking their heads, Su Moqing and Raven walked into the restaurant and came to the table. Only halfway through the meal they heard the system upgrade. System task: break the seal of 9 Tails narrative. The world of Naruto, in ancient times, wars again and again. One day, a seed from outside the sky fell in this world and grew into a towering giant tree in a short time. Because of the magic of the tree, it was respected as a sacred tree by people. After 1,000 years, the sacred tree bears a fruit of the sacred tree. Passed down from generation to generation in ancient times, it is forbidden for anyone to touch the fruit of the sacred tree. Until one day, a princess from outside the sky, Dading Muhyuyi, came and ate this forbidden fruit, became the only person with a chakra, and settled all people's disputes. But many years later, the sacred tree was seized because of its chakra and began to run rampant, becoming the 10 tails symbolizing destruction. After a fierce battle, Atsuki Kaguya's second son, Atsuki Yui, and his brothers saved the world from the hands of 2. Atsuki Yui sealed the 10 tails in his body and became the first generation of Zhulei. Many years later, before his death, the big Toki Yui, who became the 6-way immortal, sealed the body of the 10 tails with the earth-blasting star and threw it to the sky to form the moon. The 10-tailed chakra is divided into 9 to form 9-tailed beasts. The number of tails of the 9-tailed beasts increased from 1 to 9. Among them, the 9-tailed beast was named the 9 Lama, which is the strongest existence among the 9-tailed beasts. However, although 9 tails are strong, they are not invincible. They were sealed in Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Mission requirements: help Kyuubi escape from Konoha and avoid being sealed again. The time limit is 1 week. Completion reward: 5,000 psychic points. 9 tails allegiance, no penalty for failure. Does the host receive it? Naruto. Su Moqing thought a little bit in her heart, put down the bowls and chopsticks in her hands, and smiled at Raven. Selina said, "Two beauties, are you interested in going to the new world with me?" Konoha Village. Since the Third Ninja War, Konoha has entered a post-war period of calm. However, undercurrents are surging in the ninja world, and other defeated countries are still ready to move, waiting for the opportunity to invade the prosperous land of the Country of Fire. In addition, Renjulai Uzumaki Kushina's labor period is approaching, and many plainclothes are walking in Konoha's streets and alleys, secretly monitoring Konoha's corners and suspicious persons. Human Zhuli is often regarded as a country's military power, and the tail beast is a symbol of disaster, and the moment when a woman Zhuli gives birth is when the seal on the body is the weakest. The tail, that would be a disaster for Konoha. For Konoha's safety considerations, the 3rd generation of Hokage asked Kushina to give birth in secret outside the village. This request is somewhat unreasonable, but as the 4th generation of Hokage's Heifeng Shuimen, for the safety of Konoha, he still agreed. At night, a full moon hangs above the night sky, and the bright and white moonlight illuminates the peaceful village of Konoha. On the Hokage rock, which symbolizes the will of fire, a gleam of red light circulated, and 3 figures suddenly appeared on the statue of the 4th generation of Hokage. Raven in a black tights holding Su Moqing's arm looked at the quiet Konoha village below. This is Konoha, it looks very peaceful. Looking down at the familiar and unfamiliar environment below, Su Moqing said lightly, what you see is only the surface. In the dark, the dirt here is beyond your imagination. Naruto is a childhood memory. Su Moqing liked it at first, but he liked the gorgeous ninjutsu and some female characters in it. As for Konoha, Su Moqing didn't like it and even disliked it. Although Konoha is a decent image in the anime, he does not do anything wicked secretly. Especially the roots of Danzo and the third generation of Hokage, under the name of Will to Fire, I don't know how many people died in secret. The whole Naruto can actually be regarded as a family ethics drama of the Dadingmu family, or Haiju save mother, but the process is tortuous and violent. With a thought, Su Moqing summoned Kyo-meng and said, use telepathy to find 9 tails. No problem, my master. Kyo-meng stood on the Hokage rock with his eyes slightly closed, and the invisible telepathy power instantly covered hundreds of miles. Found it. At the moment, in a hidden house outside of Konoha village, Uzumaki Kushina is in labor, with a tight barrier set up around it, and many Konoha's dark parts are guarding outside. It hurts Tilda in the delivery room, Jiaxinai shouted in pain. With an anxious expression on his face, Mizuman Bo Feng used the technique to stabilize the seal of Kyuubi, and at the same time said to his wife, Sinai, hold on, it will pass soon. You said it easy, why didn't you give birth to the baby? Tilda Jiaxinai cried loudly. When Bo Feng Shuimen hears his words, I want to give birth to you, but I don't have this function. Lake Biwa, who delivered the baby, reminded, Mizumi, concentrate on sealing the 9 tails, Sinna will be fine. Bo Feng Shuimen nodded and injected chakra into Jiaxinai's body, trying to restrain the violently struggling Kyuubi. And the 9 tails in the sealed Jiu Zina, with many black shackles bound to his body, struggled desperately. It knows that this is the period when the strength of the human column is the weakest, and it is also the best chance for it to get out of trouble. It definitely will not be honest, to stay. As a tailed beast, Kyuubi was kind at first, but after seeing too much evil human nature, it began to hate greedy and selfish humans. Later, it was sealed up again and bound in the human body without seeing the sun, and for decades, anger and resentment had flooded Kyuubi's heart, making it very violent. Under such circumstances, it was strange that Kyuubi would care about the life and death of Joshina Julie. And in the consciousness space that seals Kyuubi, a super dream resembling a big cat in the form of a human suddenly appears in Kyuubi's consciousness. What a big fox. Well, what are you? Kyuubi, who was breaking free from shackles, seemed a little wary and puzzled when he saw Kyo-meng's conscious figure. Kyo-meng said friendly, I am Kyo-meng here to save you. Save me? I'm 9 tails, I need your little cat to save a joke. 9 tails roared arrogantly. As a tailed beast, 9 tails have their own pride. No need, then good luck, come on, goodbye. Kyo-meng said, turning and flying away. Seeing Kyo-meng leaving without hesitation, Kyuubi suddenly panicked and shouted, Kayadu-sak, you little cat has no perseverance at all. You can't do things halfway, how are you going to save me? Well, when Kyuubi was communicating with Kyo-meng, the Namaifeng Shuimen who sealed Kyuubi seemed to feel that Kyuubi's struggle seemed to have weakened. Although I didn't know what was going on, I still felt fortunate. Wow, after a while a baby's cry sounded. Lake Biwa, who delivered the baby, breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, give birth. Great, I'm a father. Bo Feng Shuimen looked at Naruto in the arms of Lake Biwa, tears in his eyes with excitement. At this moment, a man wearing a black robe and an orange-red spiral mask with only one eye exposed suddenly appeared in the room. This person is the boss of the later period of Naruto, Uchiha Beltsoil. Uchiha Daidamoto was a disciple of Nami Fengshuimen. He was dying under the pressure of a rock during the Battle of Kamubashi Bridge. He entrusted Shulunyan with the wish of the girl who guarded his secret love, Rin Nohara, best friend Kakashi Hagi. Later, under the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara, Taito witnessed the death of Rin Nohara in Kakashi's hands. She was desperate to make a living, so that Taito realized the cruelty of the war and fell into darkness and became the actual manipulator of the Akatsuki organization. Under the enchantment of Uchiha Madara and Shirazu, Blackened Soil began to retaliate against society. The purpose of coming to Konoha this time is to release the 9 tails, destroy Konoha, and let the people of Konoha feel his pain. As soon as Tai Tufu appeared, he knocked out Lake Biwa and another female Anbu, and snatched the newly born Naruto from them. Bo Feng Shuimen didn't recognize the person in front of him, he was his dead student. Seeing his son fell into the hands of an unknown person, he wondered in his heart, how did he pass through the barrier silently? Looking at the teacher Bo Feng Shuimen, bringing earth throbbed in his eyes again, but was quickly replaced by indifference. He threw the baby Naruto into the air and at the same time took out a handful of kunai and shot it at Naruto. Upon seeing this, Bo Feng Shuimen immediately threw out a special kuna with a flying Thor mark, and his body flashed, leading Naruto to avoid it. However, when Bo Feng Shuimen turned his head, Dado had already appeared next to Jiaxinai, grabbed Jiaxinai and disappeared with Shenwei, leaving behind a shocked Watergate, and in the underground base of the Root organization. When Su Moqing, Selena, Raven, and Keomeng appeared, the perception ninja of the Roots perceives the presence of powerful energy in Konoha, and immediately informed the leader of the Roots Shimura Danzo. "Master, we have been found and a group of ninjas are approaching our location." On Naruto, Keomeng, who had communicated with Nine Tails, learned through telepathy that a group of ninjas were rushing to Naruto, so they reported the situation to Su Moqing. "I found it," Su Moqing said indifferently. Although perception ninjas are rare, Konoha is the cradle of ninjas, and it is impossible not to have them, not to mention Konoha has a group of Hyugas with white eyes. It is not easy to invade Konoha without being discovered. As for what cats and dogs in the original plot can break into Konoha, it can only be attributed to the needs of the plot. So when Konoha's people found out, Su Moqing was not surprised and didn't care. What if you find it? They have to be able to beat them. These years Su Moqing has not been in vain. Whether he is himself or the psychic beasts, his strength has greatly improved. In the Naruto world, in addition to the 6th-level powerhouse, no matter how many other ninjas come, they will also give food. Konoha village on the river somewhere outside. Jiu-Zin-Na was bound by the black rune on the stone pier, weakly looking at the mysterious person in front of him. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Hearing the question from Master Jiu-Zinai, Dai-Tu said in a low voice, "You don't need to know who I am. As for what I am doing, this is a stupid question. Grasping you, Zhu Li, is naturally to release the 9 tails." Kushina was shocked when he heard this. "Why are you doing this? Kyuubi will only bring disaster and pain." "That's exactly what I want, so let's stop talking gossip, Seal, solve." Bringing Soil is afraid of nights and dreams, and while speaking, more than a dozen ways to unlock the seal have been formed, and at the same time, right wheel eyes are activated to control the 9 tails in Jiu-Zinai's body. Ah tilde. Kushina screamed in pain, fighting against the Kyuubi in her body, but she was very weak just after giving birth, and now she was brought with Soil to destroy the seal from the outside. How can she hold on? As the seal technique on Jiu-Zin-Nai's belly gradually faded, the manic red chakra gradually covered Jiu-Zin-Nai's whole body, and the shape of a fox was faintly visible. "Come out, Kyuubi." The distorted mind in Soil, after making the last madrah, he shouted at Kushina. Roar tilde. As if responding to the Soil, a large amount of red chakras gushed out from the seal on the belly of Jiaxinai, finally condensing a huge amounts of 9-tailed red fox. However, at the moment's 9 tails, his eyes have become like 3 Gaoyu writing wheel eyes, and they are obviously controlled by the pupil technique of shaping wheel eyes. For Kyuubi, this is obviously not a good experience. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes for the tail beast. The restraint is too serious. Even if the 9 tails are for a time, they can't break free from the control of the Soil by their own strength. At the moment when Kyuubi left his body, Kushina weakly fell on the stone pier. If it wasn't for the special physique of the Whirlpool clan and replaced it with a normal human pillar, at the moment, I was afraid that he would be dead. Bringing the Soil took a look at Jiaxinai. "As a human Zhuli dying in the hands of the tail beast, maybe it is a good choice for you." Kyuubi lifted his giant claws and slapped Kushina fiercely. Boom tilde. Shidun was directly smashed by 9 tails and 1 claw, but at the moment before the shot of Jiu-Zin-Na, the golden light flashed, and at the moment of a critical moment, Jiu-Zin-Na was taken away. On the tree 100 meters away, Bo Feng Shuimen was holding a weak Kushina flashed. After seeing Bo Feng Shuimen, Jiu-Zinai felt relieved and asked, "Naruto, is he okay?" "It's okay, I'll take you to a safe place first." After Bo Feng Mizuno had finished speaking, he flashed with Kushina and appeared in a house in Konoha. "It's a golden glitter, but it's a pity that you are late, and you are always late too." Dai-Tu muttered to himself, but it was a pity that Bo Feng Shuimen could not hear him anymore. Konoha roots. Knowing that there was an invasion by a foreign enemy, Shimura Danzo still stood still, only to let people bring the news to the 3 retired generations. Shimura Danzo has always wanted to be Hokage, but he is always constrained by 3 generations. Even if the 3 generations have now retired, they still hold him down and instead let a little boy become Hokage. How can he be convinced? Now that the foreign enemy invades, it happens to take the opportunity to get rid of the three generations and one line of men. Only when the power of the three generations is weakened can he have a chance to rise to power. It is best that the third and fourth generations of Hokage are belching, and he will appear as a savior to turn the tide. As for how many people will die, who cares? Danzo doesn't care anyway. From Danzo's point of view, as long as he can become Hokage, he will definitely make Konoha flourish, overwhelm the four kingdoms, and even unify the ninja world. Don't ask Shimura Danzo where the courage comes from, it wasn't from Liang Jingru anyway. For the Shimura Danzo who is on the wall, the three generations naturally know what the other party is thinking. But at the moment, in order to protect Konoha, the three generations do not want to go. Because the three generations regarded Konoha as more important than his life, even if he knew it was a pit, he had to jump in. How else? Looking for Danzo theory with that effort, it is better to think more about how to reduce casualties. However, the three generations and others organized the troops, and only halfway through they heard the roar of Kyuubi. Immediately afterwards, a huge amounts of black shadow suddenly appeared above the village. Boom tilde. The huge nine tails descended from the sky and landed in the center of Konoha, suddenly smashing several houses. Nine-tailed, how is it possible? How did it pass through the barrier? Seeing that nine-tailed suddenly appeared, the three generations were shocked. Needless to say, definitely is Konoha that brings the soil through Shenwei and directly transmits the nine tails into it. Otherwise, by virtue of the barrier outside Konoha, it will be able to resist the nine tails. Roar tilde. As soon as Jiue landed, he went up to the sky and roared, and the nine long fiery red tails swept, bringing up gusts of wind and directly flying the roofs of many houses. Uchiha's writing wheel eyes, with soil has less pupil power than Uchiha Madara, so after sending Kyuubi into Konoha, the soil releases control of Kyuubi. But this is enough. Daido believes that Kyuubi hates Konoha no less than him. Entering Konoha will inevitably destroy him. The fact is just as expected by the soil. Kyuubi, who recovered his sanity when he saw Konoha, was first taken aback and then he began to wreak havoc. It doesn't know the plan to bring the soil, but even if it knows it, it won't care. The hatred of Konoha for decades, even if Konoha is destroyed 10 times, Kyuubi will not be soft. Die, you despicable and shameless humans, I will kill you all to vent the hatred in your heart. The hostile nine tails waved huge amounts of sharp claws. Every time they waved, they would destroy several houses. Coupled with the corrosive hot chakras, they would kill hundreds of people in a blink of an eye. Konoha, which was originally quiet, boiled in a blink of an eye. Countless residents and ninjas ran out of the room, fleeing in panic, away from Kyuubi. The situation was urgent, and the three generations hurriedly told the people around them, "Hurry up and inform all the villagers, take the elderly and children to the refuge, and other people will follow me and stop Kyuubi anyway. Remember, don't use fire to escape." Roar tilde. The roar of the nine tails resounded throughout Konoha. The nine long tails brought a bloody storm, the front paws waved, and the land broke and the land broke. The Konoha residents who were too late to evacuate died and wounded one after another, crying and cursing one after another. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall, water escape. The technique of water dragon bullets, water escape, water chaos. Earth done, earth dragon bullet. In order to stop the progress of the nine-tailed ninja, a group of Konoha ninjas set up seals, performed various ninjutsu, and attacked the nine-tailed demon fox in a disorderly manner. Because Kyuubi was originally a tail beast with a fire attribute and was extremely immune to fire escape, none of these ninjas used fire escape. It's a pity that these Zhongnan, special Shangnan, and a few Shangnan attacks are tickling to Kyuubi. Damn bugs, die for me. Nine Tails roared, and the boss with open mouth, countless black energy quickly gathered in Nine Tails' mouth, condensing into a destructive energy ball. It's not the tail beast, Jade, everyone quickly get out of it, don't sacrifice in vain. When the three generations saw this, they immediately ordered the surrounding ninjas to retreat. The tail beast Jade was not something ordinary people could stop, even he did not dare to resist. This is the tail beast Jade, sure enough, the mouth cannon is the ultimate skill. On the Hokage Rock, seeing the nine-tailed tail beast Jade, Su Moqing looked plain and calm. Wow tilde, at the moment when Su Moqing's words fell, Bofeng Watergate used Flying Thor to teleport to the Hokage Rock. Who are you? The moment Bofeng Shuimen appeared, he noticed Su Moqing, Selena, Raven, and Kaomeng, who were also on the Hokage Rock. Seeing three outsiders and an unknown monster at first glance, Bofeng Shuimen was extremely vigilant. Now Konoha is in troubled times and must be wary of strangers. What's more, Su Moqing's few people are not ordinary people at first glance. We're just watching the show, do we want some popcorn? Su Moqing said, really taking out a bucket of popcorn from psychic space. Hearing this, Bo Feng Shuiman looked cold, and now Konoha was killed and wounded countless, but the other party said that he was watching the show and the ghost believed it. Tilde. Seeing that the nine-tailed beast Jade is about to take shape, Bo Feng Shuiman didn't say much, and Kumo, who held the trait in his hand, rushed forward, planning to take down the three-person and one beast of unknown origin. In such a critical moment, it is better to kill by mistake than to misplace it. Otherwise you will deal with Kyuubi and be stabbed in the back by the opponent, which will cause greater loss to Konoha. Trust is for trustworthy companions, and Bo Feng Shuiman obviously has no reason to trust Su Moqing and others, nor dare to take risks, because what he is carrying is the whole Konoha. Don't look at Bo Feng Shuiman in the anime is very sunny and kind, but that is for Konoha. For others, Bo Feng Shuiman kills decisively and mercilessly. In the Third Ninja War, the number of people who died in the hands of the Water Gate of the Wave was 800 without 1,000. Otherwise, how do you think the name of the Golden Glitter came from? For a handsome guy like me who has no power to bind a chicken, you also kill you, won't your conscience hurt? Seeing Bo Feng Shuiman rushing in front of him instantly, Su Moqing uttered a bluish light in his eyes, and the invisible psychokinesis directly controlled the forward Bo Feng Shuiman, making it difficult for Bo Feng Shuiman to move forward by half a minute. The body can't move anymore. What kind of power is this? The Bo Feng Shuiman, bound by psychokinesis, halted suddenly and was shocked in his heart. He made a decisive decision and used the Flying Thor technique to teleport away and reappear on the roof of a room kilometer away. Flying Thor's technique, seeing Bo Feng Shuiman escape psychokinesis control, Su Moqing did not pursue it. At the same time that Bo Feng Watergate appeared in the Hawkage Tower, 9 tails locked onto the Storm Watergate and ejected a destructive tail beast Jade. Bang tilde. Roar. A 10-meter diameter tail beast Jade smashed a row of houses and smashed into the Watergate. That's too late. Bo Feng Shuiman wanted to stop the tail beast Jade, but at such a distance he had no time to seal and he had no choice but to use the Flying Thor's art to teleport again. Wow tilde. The tail beast Jade smashed the Hawkage Tower and then continued to blast towards the Hawkage Rock behind. Seeing the tail beast Jade approaching, Kaomeng raised his hands and activated the powerful psychokinesis to guide the tail beast Jade to the sky. Boom tilde. The tail beast Jade flew high into the sky and exploded violently, illuminating a large area of the sky transparently. The aftermath spread, and a gust of wind was set off. Kaomeng used telepathy to communicate with Kyuubi and asked a little angrily, "Kyuubi, why did you even attack my master and me?" Nine Tails arrogantly said, "Kitten, I can hit whoever he wants. Do you still need your consent?" "Smelly fox, you promised me before, as long as you help you get out of trouble, you will submit to the master." Kaomeng said angrily. Kyuubi dismissed it. "Is this uncle promised? Why don't I remember, let alone Uchiha's smash that let me out?" "What does it have to do with you? Do you want to play a rogue?" Kaomeng heard this and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Kyuubi grinned, showing his fangs. "I'm not convinced you have the ability to hit me, don't be a little bit." Super dreamlike roar ended the exchange of thoughts and said to Su Moqing beside him, "Master, that stinky fox is very arduous, please allow me to teach him a lesson." Su Moqing nodded, "Go ahead." Su Moqing is still very confident about Kaomeng's strength. After more than 30 years, Kaomeng has entered the mature stage from the infancy stage, and now has the strength of the post-disaster stage, plus awakening skills in electricity, ghosts, insects, fire, rock, and ice. Big. Kaomeng got Su Moqing's approval and turned to look at Kyuubi, who was fighting a group of ninjas. "Smelly fox, get ready to be beaten." Wow tilde. Kaomeng's body was wrapped in a blue light, and he flew up, rushed to the position of 9 Tails, and came to the top of 9 Tails in a blink of an eye. Kaomeng stood in the air, looking at Kyuubi condescendingly, and opened his mouth to eject a frozen light. The ice-blue light beam struck 9 Tails in the blink of an eye, and the intense cold air caused a layer of frost on the skin of 9 Tails. This is not over yet. Kaomeng has used Shadow Ball, 100,000 volts, destroying Deathlight, Spiked Stone attack, and other attacks one after another, bombarding 9 Tails indiscriminately. What kind of monster is that? It's amazing it can suppress 9 Tails. Is it here to help us? The ninjas of Konoha looked dumbfounded at the Kaomeng who had beaten 9 Tails to their heads. Narakajiu of the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly Trio looked at Sarutobi Hizen and asked for instructions. 3 generations of adults, what should we do? Tilde. Bo Feng Shuimen suddenly flashed and said to the 3 generations, "The monster in the sky came with 3 mysterious people. The purpose of the other party is not clear, but I feel that they have no good intentions. Looking at the super dream in the air, many Konoha ninjas are messy in the wind. It's a lie. How can it be possible that Nine Tails didn't have the strength to fight back? Is that a psychic beast? How can the psychic beast defeat the tail beast? It didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. The psychic beast that can hang the Nine Tails is terrifying. Looking at the shocked ninjas around, the three generations took the lead to react and shouted, "First send the wounded to the rear for treatment, and the rest will quickly evacuate the surrounding residents who have not been evacuated." Speaking of this, the three generations looked at Bofeng Shuimen. Shuimen, look for opportunities to send the Nine Tails outside the village. They cannot continue to destroy them in the village, otherwise the entire Konoha will be destroyed. Clear. Bofeng Shuimen nodded solemnly, but felt uneasy in his heart. The nine-tailed demon fox was sure to send it out, but the weird psychic beast flying in the air was not at all sure. Hundreds of meters away, the soil hidden in the darkness, and Baiju, who looks like a pitcher plant, are also watching the battle between Kyomeng and Kyuubi. Their expressions are very gloomy. Baiju murmured, "Where the monster that popped up can actually suppress Nine Tails. If this continues, our plan will be over. I won't let it get in the way." Bringing the soil coldly, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye behind the mask spins quickly, and the figure is instantly drawn into the space vortex. And when it reappears, it has been silently behind Kyomeng. There is no flight ability with soil. The moment the body becomes real, it starts to fall, and at the same time stretches out his hand to grab the tail of Kyomeng, wanting to suck the opponent into the independent space of Shenwei. However, Kyomeng seemed to have known it beforehand, turning around and kicking at a low altitude, with his right foot kicking around his waist with clouds and flowing water. Don't think Kyomeng's body is only 2 meters, but the strength is extremely strong, and 1 foot is enough to break the mountain and crack the rock. He grabbed the soil in his hands and was shocked, and immediately used Shenwei to virtualize his body again. The super dreamlike force and sinking leg directly passed through the body with soil, bringing a strong wind to sweep the wind and cloud. Go to hell. The Nine Tails below got a chance to breathe. His eyes were burning with anger. His hind legs suddenly kicked and he leaped up. The sharp fox claws slapped Kyomeng and the dirt fiercely with the violent wind, seeming to want to combine the two. Kill the nasty guys together. Smelly fox, you really don't remember to fight. A blue mask burst out of Kyomeng's body, and with a stab, the sharp claws of the Nine Tails collided with the blue mask, drawing a string of sparks but did not break through the blue mask, let alone hurt Kyomeng. What? Kyuubi showed incredible eyes and his body fell downward under the force of gravity. Good chance. Upon seeing this, Bofeng Shuimen immediately placed huge amounts of Flying Thor's art under Kyuubi and transferred Kyuubi smoothly to the woods outside the village. At the same time, the figure with the soil disappeared and came to the outside of the village in a blink of an eye. Seeing that it was unlikely that Konoha would be destroyed today, he took the soil and prepared to catch Kyuubi and run away. Teidu just appeared outside the village and was about to use Shealunyan to control Nine Tails again, but was intercepted by Bofeng Shuimen. Stupid human beings are really in the way. Ko dreamed that Nine Tails were teleported out of the village, and immediately shouted angrily, using the psychokinesis flight to bring up layers of sonic booms and rushing out of the village. Nine Tails were transported to the outside of the village in a daze. Feeling very upset and seeing Kyomeng approaching fast, furious, immediately opened his mouth, quickly gathered the tail beast Jade and sprayed away at Kyomeng. Kyomeng's hands in flight were imaginary, and in the shape of turtle-style qigong with the power of transport among the corresponding 6 fingers, a Kai-gathering bomb was quickly condensed and it was thrown at the tail beast Jade. Boom tilde. The tail beast Jade and the gas bomb collided on Konoha's defensive barrier. Konoha's defensive barrier was like broken glass. A mushroom cloud rose on the edge of Konoha, and the terrifying shockwave moved the surrounding trees and houses. And some unlucky people all gasified, forming a circular pit with huge amounts of the other side. Spiral pill, the Bofeng Shuimen wearing a white imperial robe screamed and a blue spiral pill condensed in his hand, smashing it against the earthy head. It's not that easy. Use the unsatisfactory Shenwei body blur the spiral pill in Fengbo Watergate's hands and pass through the soiled head without any hindrance. It's time and space ninjutsu. Bofeng Shuimen reacted, his wrist was grabbed by the soil. It's over, tilde. The dialect was not finished yet. The next moment, Bofeng Shuimen used Flying Thor's art to get out of the way. Bofeng Shuimen slipped away from his hand, took soil with a slight shock and then sneered. Fly away, you deserve to be called the Golden Glitter Man, but next time you will not be so lucky. While talking, Bring Soil took out a long bracelet from Shenwei space, clasped it on his hands, and stared coldly at his teacher. Bo Feng Shuimen still doesn't know the identity of the soil. Looking at the writing wheel eyes, under the other party's mask, he said in his heart, "Time and space ninjutsu." Before he took Jiuxinai to move instantaneously, it is also because of this ability. It can kill all 3 generations directly under Anbu, pass through the top secret barrier, and even uncover the seal and tame of the 9 tails. Adding to the writing round eyes, there is only one truth. Heifeng Mizuman seemed to possess Conan and looked at the masked soil. "You are Uchiha Madara." Maybe. Tai Tu did not admit or deny it, and then activated Shenwei, sucked himself into the Shenwei space, and then shifted and appeared behind Bofeng Water Gate. Bofeng Shuimen's figure flashed, although he still doesn't know the opponent's ability, but it is certain that the opponent must not be caught, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Wow tilde, the two passed by and then they hedged, and Bofeng Shuimen threw a special kunai. As he expected, kunai directly passed through the other's body, while the other's hand wanted to grab it by himself. Successful. Just when the palm with soil is about to touch the Bofeng Shuimen, there is only a slight difference. The Bofeng Shuimen relies on the Flying Thor's art and appears behind the materialized soil, and a spiral pill is really hitting the soil. The back. Boom tilde, with a loud sound, the soil was rubbed against the ground by the Bofeng Shui gate. If he hadn't had the genes between the Kaiyan Shuju in his body, this blow would have allowed him to see Yuan Yilin. Being against the generals, it's really magical. The soiled back was hit hard, and Bai Ju's prosthetic left hand fell off. Still feeling emotional, Bofeng Shuimen flew again and punched him. Knowing that the current state is not an opponent, he will use the earth and heart to launch Shenwei. This time it's my carelessness, but don't be smug. Dai Tu looked at Ko Meng and Su Moqing, who did not know when they had already appeared outside the village. Their target is also 9 tails. Bofeng Shuimen, what should you do? Woolen cloth. The last word fell and the figure with soil disappeared in a whirlpool of space. The night wind is rustling, and the sky is full of smoke and dust. Under the bright moon, the 9-tailed demon fox was shot in the air by Ko Meng with psychokinesis, and then was bombarded by a round of high-speed stars. The huge body of 9 tails fell to the ground, crushing many trees and smashing the ground into a big hole. The 9-tailed demon fox is a special life form composed of chakras. It can be reorganized almost indefinitely. It looks like it was beaten badly, but it was not fatally injured. However, the pain is inevitable, and he opened his mouth and roared, asterisk hole, you actually dare to hit me. Ko Meng was floating in the air with a cold expression. This is what you asked for before. You are trying it out. 9-tailed mouth roared, a pair of beast eyes stared big, as if they were about to eat people. The violent aura exuding from his body was enough to make ordinary people's hearts split and die. This is the first time I have heard such a nasty request. Ko Meng was also welcome, and immediately activated the electric thunder skill, and the whole body flashed with dazzling electric light, and the cloud covered the moon instantly, and the electric snake danced wildly. Rumble tilde. A bucket of thick silver-white lightning fell from the sky, slammed down at the 9 tails, and then the sound of rolling thunder came. Wow tilde, between the electric light and flint, lightning hit Kyuubi, who could not dodge and turned his hair into black. The intense pain caused Kyuubi to howl. Chichi. Kyuubi lay on the ground feebly, a little electric spark flickering on his body, and his whole body twitched from time to time and his eyes were rolled up. However, relying on the strong resilience, Kyuubi quickly came over. He looked up and saw Ko Meng gathering lightning again and hurriedly shouted, "Okay, don't try again. If you can't beat it, just follow your heart. This is the instinct of many creatures." After watching the play, Su Moqing took Selena and Raven to fly to a big tree in front of Jiue. Is the 9 tails enough? Are you the owner of that kitten? 9-tailed IQ is close to that of human beings. Seeing Ko Meng flying to Su Moqing's side, it is naturally not difficult to guess the identity of the other party. Su Moqing nodded slightly. You will also be your master in the future. People who are greedy don't think I will surrender. As a self-respecting and noble tail beast, 9 tails are rebellious. Even Uchiha Madara can only control it through the Shilunyan and can't let it bow down. Su Moqing said indifferently, perhaps you will change your mind soon. While speaking, Su Moqing used his mind to communicate psychic space, opening a huge amount of space crack behind 9 tails. I saw a sturdy arm stretched out from it, with 5 fingers spread out grabbing the long tails of the 9 tails. Nanny. 9-tailed only felt his tail tighten, and his body was suddenly pulled back, and his 4 claws firmly grasped the ground, trying to stabilize his figure. But the power behind it was too strong, it couldn't resist it, grabbed a few long channels from the ground, and Nine Tails dragged it into the psychic space. What it is. Not far away, Bofeng Watergate noticed the huge arm extending from the psychic space and was shocked in his heart. An arm is tens of meters long. How big should the body be? With a stunned effort, Kyubai's figure has completely disappeared, and the huge amounts of space cracks have also healed. Psychic space in. Nine-Tailed only felt who had caught the end of his destiny and was dragged into the dim space in a blink of an eye. The fiery red chakra illuminates an empty black ground. Looking back, he saw a gorilla like a mountain, looking at himself curiously. Yaokai tilde. The monster that looked like a gorilla in front of him was nearly 180 meters tall, and his body was full of sturdy muscles which seemed to have deterrent power. The moment Kyuubi saw King Kong, he exploded his fur and the fox's tail almost caught. As a tailed beast, Kyuubi was originally not small in size and was 50 meters high on all fours, not counting the tail. But in front of the giant beast in front of him, he was simply a thin child. Moreover, the coercion on the opponent's body almost scared the tailed beast. This kind of horrible feeling, Kyuubi had never encountered it. Very scary. In the outside world, soon after the Nine Tails were captured into the psychic space, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of breaking the seal of Nine Tails. Reward 5,000 psychic points, and obtain 9 tails of psychic beast. The mission requirement was to let Kyuubi escape from Konoha and prevent Kyuubi from being sealed, but there was no stipulation on how to use it. Hearing the system prompt, Moqing immediately thought to check the attributes of Nine Tails. Psychic Beast, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Category, Tail Beast. Status, Mature Potential, World-Destroying Level, Current Level. Mid-Disaster Ability, Yin and Yang Attribute Chakra Super Regeneration Tail Beast Jade Fire Element Attack Narration. The nine-tailed monster fox is the strongest of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Its power is mainly reflected in the chakra. It is different from other tailed beasts in the way of extracting the chakra. The nine-tailed monster does not use external force to make the chakra. It can automatically make chakras so that the nine-tailed chakras can recover super quickly and have a strong ability to fight for a long time. The host can choose one of the nine-tailed ability for extraction. Does the host extract it immediately? The system prompt sounded again, and Moqing was considering entering the psychic space to extract ability. Bofeng Mizumen appeared and said sincerely, "Please return the 9 tails to Konoha." The tail beast is the incarnation of disaster, but also the ultimate weapon of deterrence. Nowadays, the country of fire is a big cake in the eyes of many people. And after the Third War of the Ninja World, Konoha suffered heavy casualties, and the green and yellow were unacceptable. Coupled with the departure of the 3 ninjas one after another, there are only so many shadow-level powerhouses that can be shown. So if you lose the deterrence of Kyuubi again, other countries are likely to take the opportunity to wage war against the country of fire, and then you don't know how many people will die. Moqing heard Bofeng Shuimen's words and said solemnly, "I caught 9 tails by my ability, why should I return it to Konoha?" He didn't come to volunteer for Konoha. How could it be possible that Kyuubi got it and sent it out? As for Konoha's future, does it have anything to do with Moqing? Bofeng Mizumen knew that the other party wanted to return Kyuubi voluntarily and was somewhat wishful thinking. But Kyuubi was really too important to Konoha, so he thought about whether to do it or just let it go. What is the chance of winning if you do it? The origins of the few people in front of them are mysterious. The cat-shaped psychic beast next to them has the ability to overwhelm the 9 tails, plus the unknown horror monster that had a glimpse before. Once the war starts, the fruits will be unpredictable. However, Bofeng Shuimen was unwilling to let the other party take Kyuubi away. After thinking about it again and again, Bofeng Shui said with a serious face, "The 9 tails are Konoha's ultimate weapon. If you refuse to return it, you will be an enemy of Konoha." Moqing turned to look at Selena and asked, "Is it serious to be an enemy of Konoha?" "I don't think so." Selena replied coldly. Kayomeng said with telepathy, "Master, he is delaying time and a large number of ninjas are approaching here." Knowing that Konoha was approaching, Moqing did not lead Selena and the others, but chose to wait in place. After a few minutes, I saw the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi and Nibishimura Danzo coming with their ninjas. Moqing swept across a group of Konoha ninjas and visually inspected more than 2,000 people. The ninjas of the 3 generations were more or less wounded and looked rather embarrassed. The root ninja carried by Danzo was unharmed. Although they are both Konoha ninjas, the 3 generations and Danzo are quite distinct, and you can see the difference at a glance. Some of them are from the Uchiha and Hyuga tribes, As soon as Danzo arrived, he arrogantly asked Bofeng Shuimen, where is Nine Tails? Being taken away by that person, the opponent will be able to ninjutsu with unfathomable strength. Just now, Bofeng Shuimen didn't care about Danzang's tone, and he narrated the information he knew in the most concise sentences, so that the three generations and others could be prepared. When the three generations and others heard that Kyuubi was captured by Su Moqing, his complexion changed. The Mito minion wearing glasses said to the third generation, Sarutobi, Jiue must not fall into the hands of others, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Sarutobi gazed across Su Moqing, Selena, Raven, and Kaomeng and said helplessly, I definitely know, but you have also seen the terrifying power of that psychic beast. The psychic beast is so powerful. The strength is conceivable, fighting against such a strong person. With Konoha's current situation, even if he can win in the end, I am afraid that he will suffer heavy casualties. The three generations definitely wanted to take back Kyuubi, but the conditions didn't allow it. The surrounding ninjas were silent. Just now they saw with their own eyes how Kyuubi was beaten by Kaomeng and the tail beast couldn't hold it. They had small arms and legs and they didn't want to go to death. Danzo has been stealing the power of Kyuubi for a long time. Hearing the discouraged words of three generations, he shouted, Sarutobi, you are really old and you actually said such a frustrating thing. Do you want to give the Kyuubi a hand? You can go on. Three generations said grimly. Danzang was stunned by three generations and his speech was immediately at a loss. The atmosphere was very solemn for a while. After waiting for a while, Su Moqing said, Everyone have the results of the discussion come out. If there is nothing wrong, then leave. Fine, how could it be okay? Tuan Zhang was silent for a moment and one-eyed swept across the three generations, four generations, Su Moqing and others and then strongly said, If you want to go, you can leave Nine Tails. Su Moqing looked at Tuan Zhang, who was wrapping her right eye and arm with a bandage, and sneered. If I said no, would you skip and hit me? No matter who you are, if you dare to snatch the 9 tails belonging to Konoha, you should die. The Roots obey the order and take them down. Danzo is a hardliner, but he is more hesitating and he didn't rush up by himself but ordered the part, ninja with heels. Suddenly, dozens of Root ninjas took their orders without the slightest hesitation, and they immediately surrounded Su Moqing and killed them. Most of these Root ninjas are lower ninjas, a few are middle ninjas, and there are 2 special upper ninjas, which are not small in the ninja world. Dozens of people besieged Su Moqing, Selena, Raven, and Kaomeng together, but Bofeng Shuimen, San Dai, and others knew that these people were not opponents at all. Aside from other things, these people can't deal with the super dream that can hang Kyuubi. Stop, come back soon. 3 generations did not want to see these people sacrifice in vain and immediately shouted, It's a pity that these people only listened to Danzo's orders and they didn't hear the words of the 3 generations. Hu Dun, Yan Bo, Feng Dun Beast Wave Palm, Fire Escape. The technique of impatience, Wind Escape Big Breakthrough. Some of the Root ninjas used wind and fire escape attacks and some wielded shurikens and kunai. Facing the attacks of a group of ninjas, Su Moqing, Selena, and Raven calmly, blue light flashed in Kaomeng's eyes, forming a light wall in front of them, easily blocking everyone's attacks. Su Moqing looked at Raven and Selena. You see, they did it first. While speaking, Su Moqing stepped to the ground. Boom tilde, the earth burst suddenly and the soil and rocks flew up and down. Several ninjas who were about to use the soil escape sneak attack were directly crushed by the squeezed rocks into mud. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Shinin Mito Kobayashi and rewarding 115 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Zhangnan and Yu Tsukyuki and rewarding 462 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Shinin Moonlight Yashino and rewarding 139 psychic points. I just want to be a beautiful man quietly. As Su Moqing spoke, her eyes froze suddenly. Why are you forcing me to take action? A majestic momentum erupted from Su Moqing like a frenzy, stormy waves sweeping the audience. Goo. Facing the terrifying coercion, all Konoha ninjas couldn't help being frightened. Feeling an unparalleled horror aura, it was overwhelmingly suppressed, making them feel suffocated. Danzo Yu. 3 generations saw Tuanzang's own claims to provoke powerful enemies, and were about to scold them but listened to Tuanzang's righteous words. Sarutobi, now is not the time for conflicts. We have to work together to keep Konoha and the will to guard the fire. I believe in your evil. The 3rd generation almost vomited blood after hearing this. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. The 3 generations definitely don't believe Danzo's nonsense. They have known each other for decades and know each other's virtues. He knew that Danzo had always had ambitions, but he was too narrow-minded and he was okay to play tricks. But he didn't have the aura that Hawkage should have. Therefore, after the three generations abdicated, they would rather choose the rising star of Bo Feng Shuimen, and did not recommend Danzo to become Hawkage. Originally, the three generations thought that Tu and Zhang would take care of the overall situation, but they didn't expect that the other party would even want to kill someone with a knife at this point. This is too much. At the same time, Su Moqing released the Nine Tails. Don't you want the Nine Tails? Give it back to you now. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Roar tilde, nine-tailed tiger rushed out like a tiger out of the cage. In an instant, he waved his fox's paw and slapped more than a dozen ninjas to death. The third and fourth generations look extremely ugly, and the situation is now back to its original point or even worse. The blue eyes of Bo Feng Shuimen flashed with determination and said to Sarutobi Riskai, "Three generations of adults, please send someone to my house to bring Sinna and Naruto. Do you want to use that trick?" Sarutobi Risen guessed that Bo Feng Shuimen was about to use the forbidden technique, and his expression changed. Bo Feng Shuimen said helplessly, "The only way to stop Kyuubi at the moment, but I am worried." Bo Feng Shuimen said and looked at Su Moqing, who was incomprehensible, and the three generations solemnly said, "Even if I fight this old bone, it will drag them." After Danzo drew the battle, he quietly retreated to the rear, apparently intending to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Nine Tails raged, and Konoha's ninja died every moment. Seeing that the situation is critical, the three generations have a choice and immediately asked Kakashi to go to the fourth generation's home to bring Kushina and Naruto. Yes. Kakashi took the order and used the shortshot technique, leaving the battlefield in a blink of an eye and rushing to the home of the fourth generation of Hawkage. Defend Konoha, kill it. Water escape, water blade, water escape, water pressure bomb. A group of Konoha ninjas released a variety of B-level and C-level water escape ninjutsu to attack Kyuubi, not seeking to defeat Kyuubi, just to delay some time. Nine-tailed One Paw flew a dozen ninjas, and then opened his mouth to gather chakras, mixed and compressed into super-density tail beast jade in the mouth. Its tail beast jade, everyone quickly avoided. Sarutobi Risen loosened the stick of the psychic beast and demon, Roar yelled, then bit his right thumb, stroked the palm of his left hand, quickly knotted both hands and slapped to the ground. Psychicism triple Rashomon, bang bang bang. As the huge amounts of smoke rose, three huge portals broke ground. The giant gates are of different colors, like huge amounts of evil ghost heads, which look terrifying and hideous. Sarutobi Risen knew that triple Rashomon still couldn't stop tail beast jade, and said to Heifeng Shuimen, it's up to you next. Three generations of adults, don't worry. When Bo Feng Shuimen spoke, he threw the specially made kunai towards Su Moqing, who was in front of him, and then quickly sealed with both hands. At the moment, tailed beast jade has been ejected from the mouth of Nine Tails, and the triple Rashomon like a bamboo shattered, bombarding towards the Sandai Yubo Feng Shuimen behind. It won't let you destroy this place, the technique of Flying Thor. Bo Feng Shui, the god of door, is very dignified, and after the seal is completed, huge amounts of Flying Thor surgery are condensed in the air. Tail Beast Jade submerged in the Warlock, Bo Feng Shuimen immediately activated Flying Thor to transfer Tail Beast Jade to Su Moqing's special Kuzma. Obviously intending to use the power of Tail Beast Jade to deal with Su Moqing and others. Want to use the other way to give back to the body. Seeing the Tail Beast Jade being teleported in front of him, Su Moqing flashed a hint of surprise. Flying Thor's art is an S-level space-time ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Naruto, which is a type of instantaneous ninjutsu. A special technique can be used to achieve teleportation, but the operator needs to leave the Flying Thor technique on the target in advance, otherwise it will not be able to teleport itself or other objects to the specified location. Compared with Ancient One's teleport, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Bofeng Watergate can instantly transfer Tail Beast Jade, which can be seen in the use of Flying Thor art. It has been thoroughly accomplished. All thoughts flashed by, Su Moqing raised his hand and used psychokinesis to stop the momentum of Tail Beast Jade, and was about to bounce Tail Beast Jade back. Unexpectedly, the three generations of the fire escape. Fire Dragon fire bullets passed through the Flying Thor technique, chasing after Tail Beast Jade. The already extremely unstable Tail Beast Jade was immediately detonated by the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Boom tilde. A violent explosion sounded, the strong light was bright and radiant, and the devastating energy instantly engulfed the figures of Su Moqing, Selena, Raven, and Kaomeng. The violent shockwave spread, exploding the earth into a huge amounts of pothole and countless chaos. The stone flew into the sky and the trees broke and turned into ash, and even a part of Konoha ninjas died in it. Did you make it? Sarutobi Riskai and Bofeng Shuimen looked at the smoke-filled giant pit, and their hearts were uneasy. The Kyuubi on the side turned his head to look at the giant pit at the same time and stopped attacking. Hut tilde the next moment among the smoke and dust, a round blue light flew out of the pothole. Su Moqing stood in the protective cover of Kaomeng, looking condescendingly at Bo Feng Shui Mendang and the others. I admit that I underestimated you. Next, I will take it seriously. How can this be? I was hit by the tail beast Jade at close range and he was unscathed. What monster are we fighting with? Seeing that Su Moqing and the others were not harmed in the Kaomeng protective shield, the Sarutobi Rijing, Bofeng Shuimen and others couldn't believe that they couldn't even break the defensive cover by tail beast Jade. Damn, these guys are better than imagined. It's better to step back and watch the battle first. Feeling the terrible pressure from Su Moqing's side, Jikun Danzeng quietly squeezed out of the crowd and hid to the back. He came back to the scapegoat and sent him to death for 3 generations. As a qualified old man, Danzo does not have the habit of being at the forefront. Ignoring Konoha's thoughts, Su Moqing waved his hand and opened a 200-meter gap in space. The 180-meter-high King Kong walked out of it at a pace that the 6 relatives did not recognize. Psychic Beast, King Kong category, Universe Monster status, Mature potential, World-destroying level, Current level, Early stage of extinction ability, Monster Physique, Gravity Field, Gravity Light Wave, Wall of Size. In the later stages, the Psychic Beast becomes stronger, but at the same time, the more time and energy it takes to evolve. More than 20 years ago, King Kong was promoted to the extinction level, but more than 20 years later, King Kong is still in the early stage of extinction. Definitely, the strength must be much stronger than 20 years ago. King Kong exudes an unparalleled and powerful aura. As soon as he appeared, his feet smashed the ground, and the strong shock made many ninjas walk unsteadily and climb directly on the ground. Roar tilde. With a roar, the sound shook the sky. The King Kong slapped his chest, making a thunderous knocking sound, ear-splitting. When the ninjas were terrified, King Kong carried a violent aura, lifting his feet across a distance of 100 meters and stepped on the huge amounts of the soles of his feet towards a group of ninjas. Oh my god. Ruined. Run tilde. Damn it, what's the matter? I can't move my body. Do not. The gravity of the invisible held the bodies of these people, making them unable to move. At the moment of despair, the soles of King Kong's feet fell. Bang tilde. Dozens of ninjas were instantly crushed into fleshy mud, and the earth fell apart at the feet of King Kong. Some of the surrounding ninjas were affected by the remaining energy, just like autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, directly flying out. Unfortunately, they were killed by the flying boulder. Or crash into a tree bone and die. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Hitomi Kitagawa and rewarding 569 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Shangnan Xunmu Chigwang and rewarding 1303 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Xia Ninkyu Dao Haizo, rewarding 167 psychic points. Listening to the system prompts that sounded in his mind, Su Moqing sneered at the corner of his mouth and looked at the 3 generations and others with playful eyes. Fight with me, you can't kill you. King Kong was overwhelming the audience and the surroundings fell silent for an instant, and even Ninetales became honest. The surviving ninja looked sluggish, looking at King Kong under the moonlight almost asphyxiated, his body stiff, and his sluggishness did not slow down. Ninetales had already caught the unattainable behemoth in their eyes. But the monster in front of him was more than 3 times taller than Ninetales, and his size alone could scare deadmen. Sarutobi Rijin was full of horror and his heart was cold. He feels Konoha is about to end. Wan Lai was silent and the crows were silent. Facing the King Kong, who seemed to be side by side with the bright moon, many ninjas couldn't help holding Roar's breath. I just feel my heartbeat speeding up, and it's hard to control myself. Ninjas are originally a group of cruel people dancing on the tip of a knife. What they pay attention to is to endure what ordinary people can't bear. In many cases, they don't take human life seriously, whether it's someone else's or their own. Shinobu, almost his hands have been contaminated, in order to complete the task, even at the expense of his own life. It can be said to be brave, or it can be seen as crazy, but this does not mean that they are not afraid of death. The ants are still alive and can live well. Who wants to die? Not to mention ordinary ninjas, even shinobi like Sarutobi Hisaki, faced with a behemoth like King Kong. He also felt fear in his heart. Narakaji returned to his senses and said to Sarutobi Hizen, 3 generations of adults with our combat power, I am afraid that Konoha will not be able to be held. You can withdraw the young people and children. We will drag them as long as we keep them. With the will of fire, Konoha still has hope. You can withdraw, I have old bones. I don't have many days to live, so let me do one last thing for Konoha. Sarutobi, who regarded Konoha more important than life, made up his mind to use the forbidden technique to pave the way for Konoha with his own bones. 3 generations of adults. When Narulugiu and others heard this, tears filled their eyes. At the moment, Shimura Danzo, who was hiding in the back, was silent at the moment, regretting his recklessness, but the matter was over, regretting nothing. It seems the only way to use it. A cold light flashed in Danzo's single eyes, and 3 dead men who had practiced seal art came to him. Now is the time for you to contribute to Konoha. Go ahead and seal the monster and the invader. You are Konoha's heroes, and people will remember you forever. I am waiting to die for Konoha. The 3 dead men had already been brainwashed by Tu and Zhang. Even if they knew they were going to die, their eyes still flashed with high fighting spirit, as if they were going to perform a supremely glorious mission. Danzo and Sandai think of a means to come back, which is seal art. The difference is that Danzo sacrifices himself while Danzo sacrifices his subordinates. Seal art is a special method. Like ninjutsu, it is divided into strengths and weaknesses. The weak seal art is more common and can only seal weaker enemies, but the powerful seal art can exerting the power of huge amounts of. It is not too simple to seal the tail beasts. However, cultivating seal technique requires high abilities, and the use of powerful seal technique is often accompanied by huge amounts of cost, so the stronger seal technique will be classified as a forbidden technique. Danzo spent more than 10 years training 9 Shangren who can use the seal forbidden art. These are his whole cards, originally intended to be used to turn things around when the 3rd and 4th generations are both defeated by the invaders. It can be seen that the current situation has exceeded Danzo's estimate. If you continue to let it go, I am afraid that not only will it be cold for 3 generations and 4 generations, but the entire Konoha will be destroyed. In order to become Hokage, Danzo can choose whatever he wants and don't care how many people die. But he needs to keep most of Konoha's combat power. Otherwise, he will not be able to resist other ninja villages even if he becomes the 5 generations of Naruto. It's a pity that Danzo made a mistake, that is, he is too self-righteous and thinks too much about things definitely. This is somewhat similar to Su Moqing, and he is also full of confidence, thinking that everything is under control and that he can control the overall situation. The difference is that Su Moqing is far stronger than Shimura Danzo, and he has more means and cards. Shimura Danzo and Sandai's orders have just been issued. Kaomeng has learned of several people's thoughts through telepathy and conveyed them to Su Moqing. Seal technique is really troublesome. Su Moqing recalled the plot of Naruto. There were a lot of seals in it, such as ghoul sealing, seal of gossip, and so on. The strongest seal among them can even seal Datingmu Kaguya. If it's a carelessness, it might really be overturned in the gutter. However, after suffering a careless loss before, Su Moqing has asked Kaomeng to focus on monitoring the minds of Sarutobi Riskai, Bo Feng Shuimen, and Shimura Danzo. Knowing himself and the enemy, coupled with overwhelming combat power, Su Moqing doesn't think these people can turn the sky. Whether it is Danzo's Seal of the 4 Elephants or Bo Feng Shuimen's the Seal of Ghouls, there are certain restrictions such as distance. The seal range of Seal of the 4 Elephants is in the original plot, and the effect is to spray out black water to seal all items within a few hundred meters of the circle into his own body. There are many disadvantages such as slow activation speed and slow sealing speed. As long as it exceeds the sealing distance, it has no effect. Ghoul sealing is more bullish. It is derived from the super sealing technique of the Maelstrom family. It can directly summon Death God and let Death God consume the opponent's soul directly. The price of definitely using this trick is that you will also be killed by Death God. Take away. Moreover, no matter how strong the seal technique is, they must be able to display it. Want to play with Yin Zaya Akong? Use Gravity Field. Seeing Danzo's dead man and Sarutobi Slash approaching in the crowd, Su Moqing gave a grinning grin and gave orders to King Kong. Roar tilde. King Kong looked up to the sky and screamed, waving his arms forward, and the invisible gravity suddenly increased 20 times in an area of a dozen miles, forming a huge amounts of gravity field. In the field under the pressure of gravity, the leaves would branches. And the flying kunai, swish, fell, and the soft soil suddenly sank, squeezing countless cracks the weak physique of the lower ninja, the middle ninja, and the medical ninja illusion. The ninja couldn't support it at first, and was directly crushed by the sudden gravitational field. Exploding blood vessels and internal organs killing him on the spot. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the ninja Ma Yun and rewarding 666 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host, reward 96 psychic points when you kill the next ninhuo. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Miki Sato and rewarding 110 psychic points. In the blink of an eye, thousands of middle and lower ninjas were all killed, and he didn't know how he got the trick to death. Even Shang Ren was pale, Roar had difficulty in sucking, and he was unable to show his strength. Not to mention fighting, he couldn't stand still. Negative emotions of anger, fear, despair, and sadness spread in the hearts of the living ninjas. Do not. Sarutobi Rijin was filled with grief and indignation, his eyes were bloodshot and he stared at Su Moqing in midair. You demon! Don't talk about these useless things, in the eyes of those killed by you, you are not demons. Su Moqing looked at the third generation with disdain. This terrible old man is very bad, not to mention the secretive people, and often peeping at the girls in the bath, definitely more than guilty. Su Moqing didn't like the profession of ninja. Ninjas are different from soldiers who defend their homes and nations. They are similar to mercenaries, and their main task is to assassinate. Although Konoha is a positive image in the anime, 12 Zyokyung did not take on the task of assassinating the innocent, but instead took on many tasks to protect people. But from another perspective, the one who came to assassinate the 12 Zyokyung protectors, who is not a ninja. Some people spend money to ask ninjas to assassinate, some people spend money to ask ninjas to protect, and the rewards for this kind of task are quite high. In order to complete their respective tasks, the ninjas work hard. Over time, many enmities and grievances accumulate among the major ninja villages. Under such circumstances, there are still a group of ninjas doing things everywhere in the name of world peace. If there is peace, that would be the hell. Especially the Konoha people in front of them are clamoring for protection and sacrifice, but in fact, most of the time they regard others as victims. They often rob other countries and occupy the best and largest territories, and then demand others are peaceful and call themselves a benchmark of justice. It is reasonable for me to hit you, but for you to move, I will not tolerate it. This is the mentality of most ninjas in Konoha. For example, the neighboring countries such as the country of rain and the country of grass, which one is not horribly crooked by Konoha. But this is no wonder, after all, Konoha was originally a black hole, and when it gets dark, even his own people are pitted. Today, Su Moqing plans to use the corpses of these Konoha ninjas to fill this hole. Roar tilde. The cold wind is bitter and the heart is cool. In the gravity field under the moonlight, thousands of ninjas died at one breath, and their deaths were extremely bitter. The remaining hundreds of stronger ninjas are also half dead, lingering under the control of invisible gravity. In just 2 breaths, dozens of people were overwhelmed and died one after another, and the number of deaths is still increasing. This is, what kind of power? The body feels so heavy, are we? We can only wait to die, not reconciled. I can't escape it all. Fear and despair permeated my heart, even though I was a forebearer who had experienced many battles. At the moment, I couldn't help feeling that I was insignificant and weak. Youth never admit defeat. 8 doors Dungia. Open the door, open tilde. A boy with thick eyebrows, a watermelon head, and a green tights burst out with green chakras visible to the naked eye and stood up from the ground. This person is Metke, a ninja who only knows physical skills. Because of the hard physical training, Metke's physical fitness is stronger than the average forbearance. With the blessing of 8 doors Dungia, it can barely be in normal action in the gravity field. But before Metke could move further, King Kong lifted his foot and stepped on it. The shadow of death enveloped, and then there was a loud noise. This fierce man who nearly kicked Uchiha Madara in the future, along with more than 20 ninjas around him, was trampled into flesh by King Kong. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Zhongnan Matke and rewarding 999 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Nara Lukasa and rewarding 2580 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Shang Ninkyu Dao Ding Zuo and rewarding 2496 psychic points. Hearing the system upgrade, Su Moqing shook his head slightly. If it was Kai who opened the late 8 gates, it might still pose a threat to him, but now Kai is too tender, jumping fast, and dying naturally. The gap in strength can't be made up with a lot of enthusiasm. Along with the violent vibration, Sarutobi slashed the stick turned into by Sarutobi, struggling to support his body. Seeing the few ninjas left, tears ran across the old man and said to the Hifeng Mizuno gate next to him, Mizuman, you have a fly Thor, no one can keep you if you want to leave. Take the children away quickly, don't let the will of fire be cut off. At the moment Sarutobi Hisaki can no longer see any hope. Under such an environment, their actions have been greatly slowed down, and it is difficult to seal normally, let alone use seal art. Now he just wants to keep Konoha. Next generation. 3 generations of adults go together. Bo Feng Shuimen seem to live and die together. Number, young people like your Konoha's future. Sarutobi shook his head and was about to say something. Su Moqing pulled out his ears and jumped out of Kaomeng's protective cover. Ha said something sensational, really treat me as the heir, all to me to die. Su Moqing has always refused to be insensitive to these forced sensational words. The moment he landed, the hot hellfire swept out violently, setting off a sea of fire. Shui done. Hellfire roar screamed. Some ninjas wanted to resist with water, but in a heavy pressure environment they are very likely to stand, not to mention gathering chakra knots. And in a blink of an eye they were swallowed by the ruthless flames and their souls were wiped out. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the ninja you female Sanya and rewarding 1069 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing Uchiha Kashinin and rewarding 2690 psychic points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Quasi-Shadow Ninja Mido Minion and rewarding 8596 psychic points. Escape. Without hearing the death reminder of the 3rd and 4th generations, Su Moqing stepped on the flames, scanned the surroundings, and looked in the direction of Tu and Zhang. The people around Danzo at the moment have been taken by hellfire. The reason why Danzo survived is because he launched Izanagi at the critical moment. Izanagi is the ultimate pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. It only takes a very short time to convert the damage of the surgeon and the unfavorable factors including death into dreams, as well as the attacks of the surgeon. Favorable factors become reality. It is the ultimate illusion that can freely control the boundary between illusion and reality, casts on oneself, and controls the transition between dream and reality. Today's Danzo hasn't destroyed the Uchiha clan, only a pair of Shalunyan he didn't know he got from that hapless Uchiha. Just now he sacrificed a Shalunyan and escaped, but this still can't change his destiny, it's just a moment's delay. After Danzo's second Shalunyan launches Izanagi, Danzo, which has lost its protection, is turned into flying in hellfire. Ash. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the shadow-level ninja Danzo and rewarding 16,000 psychic points. Hearing the system prompt, Su Moqing confirmed that Shimura Danzo was completely dead. He was killed by hellfire, and his soul would be burned out. Even if it was reincarnation of Dirty Land, he could not be summoned. Master Haefeng Mizuman and Sarutobi Heisen have escaped to the refuge and are preparing to transfer the survivors. Do you want to cut the grass and root? Kaomeng's voice sounded in Su Moqing's mind. Su Moqing said indifferently, a family should be neat and tidy. On the second day, news of Konoha's destruction spread throughout the ninja world. Some people who had hatred with Konoha felt that while Roar deserved it, they also felt deep fear in their hearts. Konoha, as the largest village in the ninja world, was not famous for being blown out, but it was a real fight for it. Even after the Third Ninja World War, Konoha lost a lot of combat power, but his position in the ninja world was still unshakable. But such a powerful ninja village was still uprooted overnight. How powerful people are. The people in other Shinobu villages are all about to move, wanting to carve up the fat of the country of fire. But considering the unknown powerhouse who destroyed Konoha, he dared not move for a while. And the 3 ninjas who ran away, after the ninjas still guarding around the country of fire got the news, they couldn't believe it. When these people returned to Konoha, they saw nothing but ruins. The former homeland was completely unrecognizable. The Hokage Rock, which symbolized the will of fire, completely collapsed, and the entire Konoha was condemned by the gods. All ninjas were killed, leaving only the old and weak women and children. Jurgia Tsunade regretted this and felt guilty for not fighting for Konoha. Even Dushiwan, who was always indifferent, felt a trace of sadness in his heart. But now is not the time to be sad. They have to face many troubles and challenges, and it is unknown whether they can keep the country of fire. Don't talk about the feeling of being responsible for pornography, gambling, drugs, and 3 forbearance. Marvel World. After completing the task, Su Moqing took Selena and Raven back to the other courtyard and entered the psychic space. 9 Tails lay down on the open ground honestly, seeing Su Moqing's arrival. His tail fluttered in the wind, which could blow people away. Su Moqing waved his hand and said, "Okay, Gua, are you still used to living here? I'm used to it. The psychic space is very spacious. The feeling here is much better than staying in Ren Juli's body, and everyone here is a big guy. They speak nicely. I really like being in it." The face of the 9-tailed fox was flattering, and there was no trace of the fierce arrogance of the tailed beast, just like it. Su Moqing smiled and said silently, "System, extract the yin and yang attribute chakra." After choosing to extract, a group of red light projected from Jiuwei's body onto Su Moqing's body. After a while, the light dissipated. Host, Su Moqing current level, early stage of extinction psychic points, 799,546,276. Psychic creatures: Godzilla costume predator hell three-headed dog King Kong unicorn omega Dilu beast Selena Ghidorah Balrog Thorin super dream 9-leaf sword grass 9 tails. Ability: Monster Physique, Eagle Eye, Weapon Proficiency, Hellfire, Royal Air Flight, Time Reset, Gravity Field, Remembrance of Blood, Devouring Evolution, Firearms, King's Chi, Psychokinesis, Grass Word Sword Art, Yin and Yang Chakra. This is the chakra of 9 tails and it feels pretty good. After Su Moqing extracted the Yin-Yang attribute chakra, with a thought, a layer of demon fox coat appeared on her body, transforming into a human-shaped 9-tailed appearance and 9 red foxtails condensed from the end of the spine, like an extension of the body. Can be long and short, can be big and small, all controlled by the mind. The chakra of the tailed beast is well known, and as the strongest tailed beast, the chakra is second to none. However, the 9-tailed chakra is not truly infinite, but the recovery speed is relatively fast. Under normal circumstances, the consumption speed is not as fast as the recovery speed, so it is called infinite. According to Su Moqing's estimation, the amount of chakra in 9 tails, when converted, is at most equivalent to the initial stage of the extinction. With chakra, the next step is to obtain some corresponding methods of use. Su Moqing was prepared for this with a thought, put away the demon fox coat, and opened the suitcase beside it with psychokinesis. A bag of blood floated out of it. This time, Su Moqing gained a lot during his trip to Hawkage, except for gaining more than 3 million psychic points and acknowledging the Lord with 9 tails. He also got dozens of pairs of shaping wheel eyes and white eyes, as well as a large number of recorded ninjutsu seal art and the blood of the 3rd and 4th generations. Under the control of Su Moqing psychokinesis, the blood bag split open, and the blood in it flew into Su Moqing's mouth. Blood entered his mouth with a fishy smell, and Su Moqing immediately activated the ability of blood remembrance. There were many memory fragments of Sarutobi Risen in his mind instantly, which were memories of 3 generations. Su Moqing automatically filtered those boring, bloody, and wretched memories and segmented the memories about ninjutsu. With super spiritual power, Su Moqing quickly absorbed 3 generations of knowledge about ninjutsu. With the blood remembrance that reads the memory, plus the 9-tailed chakra after a while, Su Moqing can easily control ninjutsu. Although most of the ninjutsu is just tasteless to Su Moqing, some of them are more practical. The 3 generations of Naruto are proficient in the 5 types of chakra attribute ninjutsu. They have honed the 5 nature changes, secrets, physical skills, and illusions very proficiently. At the same time, they have thoroughly studied all the skills of Konoha Hidden Village, enjoying the forbearance. With the title of professor, thousands of ninjutsu can be used. The amount of knowledge is quite large. After Su Moqing integrated the knowledge of the 3 generations of ninjutsu, he immediately moved to the beach of Skull Island and tried to seal the seal facing the sea. Siwai Shen Haiwuyan Hu Dayan, how about fireball? Su Moqing had 6 seals in 1 second, transforming the chakra inside his body into flames, then opened his mouth to exhale the flames, turning them into a fireball 30 meters in size. The art of fireball, the attack range is changed due to the amount of chakra. If Su Moqing is willing, he can blow the fire even more. Boom tilde. The fireball exploded on the surface of the sea, and the high temperature evaporated a lot of water vapor on the water surface. The power was not bad, but for Su Moqing, it was not ideal, and it was not as practical as Hellfire. For Su Moqing, who had a punch comparable to S-rank ninjutsu, general ninjutsu did not improve his strength. Try this again, duplication. Su Moqing put her index finger and middle finger together, crossed her hands, and chakra moved. Bang 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 tilde. Su Moqing only felt that the chakra in the body and part of the consciousness were separated from the body, and then a burst of smoke rose, and then more than 100 Su Moqing appeared on the beach. This feeling is very strange. The appearance of duplication is the same as that of Su Moqing. It feels like an extension of his consciousness. However, these duplications are not made of flesh and blood but are condensed by chakras. The defense is not strong. Attack, it will be broken. And duplication cannot use special abilities such as Hellfire, Gravity Field, and Time Reset. This made Su Moqing slightly disappointed, but it is also reasonable. After all, these duplications are only composed of chakras and a small amount of consciousness. There is no problem with ninjutsu. If you have the special ability of the deity, it is unreasonable. After releasing the multiple shadow duplication, Su Moqing returned to psychic space and picked up the blood bag of the bow Feng Shui Gate. Flying Thor's art and spiral pills are also good ninjutsu. Maybe you can use Hellfire spiral pills to stamp on the face of Thanos. The picture seems very interesting.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.